Call us biased, but if your happy place doesn't have a diner-style burger with two
Hello, everybody, and welcome to INN's coverage of early in the morning X47. We are currently waiting for the cameraman to get logged in. I have family asleep in the house, so we're looking at close to the mic whispering for this one. I hope everyone's having a good morning and having a cup of coffee as we get ready for this fight to kick off. We're just hoping to get the cameraman logged in here. Hopefully we can actually get the cameraman indoors for this fight, hopefully pretty soon here.
Hello.
Hi Dawn, how are you?
Good. Crying inside that. I mean, I've been able to rep people, but it has been a fucking nightmare. I also got muted in comms. I waited like 20 minutes and then just went to another channel and muted myself and went back and I was like, listen, if Shingley wants to yell at me later, whatever.
That's pretty much what I did, because I got muted when I called Asher a spy as a joke.
I know, like, I get it. Minicom wants to keep comms clear because they have a lot going on. But still, like, it is fucking 4 in the morning. Or 3. It's
4 in the morning. I gotta keep myself entertained somehow.
Exactly. So you can take your comms Nazi ass face off this fucking platform.
Well, we're waiting for the cameraman to get logged in. He's been stuck at the login screen. I really hope that this isn't a situation.
Why didn't you leave it on? Why didn't you log it already?
Because I didn't realize we were going to be starting as early as we did, Dawn.
Listen, I fucking, what did I do? The moment we were about to jump into X47, I was like, oh, this is what's happening. And just instantly went to like potato mode.
So
before we jumped in.
What's really funny was I actually went to bed at 8, and
I didn't know we were actually gonna go for the timer.
I didn't.
So it was like
11:30. I knew we were gonna go for the timer. I just didn't realize that we would kick off the fight 3 hours early. And so what I was expecting to do was I was going to go take another nap at 12:30.
I know.
And then I got pinged in certain channels. I mean, like, I may be tired and half of my house is asleep, so I am whispering into the microphone, which is a little cancer.
This is a fucking slaughter fest. Like, I know that like we're killing stuff, but it is
It is bad. My Lashak has finally died after getting shot at by 200 nightmares for 45 minutes. The cameraman seems to be trying to load the grid and certain things.
Okay, hold on. I want to send you something. I gotta catch it real quick. So snip. Okay,
What?
you'll like this. You'll like this. This is funny.
Oh god. What am I about to be sent?
Okay, I caught it.
What am I about to be sent? I swear to God, if it is Villy and Aurorical, I'm gonna cry.
Read that. I sent it to you. Read it.
Needs more reps. Everyone needs more reps.
No, read the net. Get to the bottom. Mifune needs more reps. Mifune no longer needs more reps.
Oh, that is fantastic. All right. Also, thank you, Arrowhawk, for following. I appreciate it, my guy. Okay, so we're still waiting for the cameraman to get logged in, and I'm considering switching the camera over to Mifune, even though it's going to be the wrong resolution. So we're going to do that for now. And it's going to be a little off, and that's fine. I'm going to fix it. Just bear with me. So we're gonna fix this. We're gonna get rid of some of the OPSEC things real quick here, and then we're gonna get back to the action.
So I don't know if my reps are.
Okay, so this is gonna be really janky because this is not my normal stuff here. So let me bring the skybox back in my capsule, and we'll take a look at what's going on.
So FYI, the Logi reps are working the same as the shotguns right now. So
yes, so apparently all guns have stopped working, which I am not surprised at in the slightest, at all. And both sides of the spectrum are pretty much going
live?
Yeah, we're already
Why
live.
are you going? We can't even see. Oh, we're live right now?
Yes, Dawn, I've been live since before you joined.
Oh, you should have fucking. I didn't think we were actually live. Okay, well, whatever. No one's watching, anyways.
Well, people are watching. So, the thing is that the fight has pretty much started with the Ansiblex to give people a catch up about what's going on. So the fight started with the Ansiblex, and we were trying to take that down. It started with just TFIs and TFIs and Lashaks fighting paladins.
I want to point out, I don't think we're gonna get shit to keep started today.
Because I don't know.
Stuck.
I don't know. Like because we still have to wait for downtime, right?
Do you want me to ping or
yes,
not?
please do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
like I don't know if we're going to be forecasting a weather explosion. Because what's interesting about this is that we still have downtime to take into account here. And I wonder if it is going to be a matter of the keep start kicking off when downtime happens. Okay, so the cameraman has finally and successfully logged in. Now we're gonna switch his graphic settings real quick, and get the grid
You're gonna actually
loaded.
try.
I am actually going to try. Yes,
what is wrong with it?
absolutely, Don. Because I am crazy.
Okay. Also, next time if we're live, tell me.
Don, you should always expect us to be live.
No. Usually we go, okay, we're going live now, and then go.
But Don, I started the stream when I pinged you, Dirk and Brisk. Like,
listen, I've been struggling with.
You've been struggling with everything, Don. You've been struggling with life.
Josh, listen, I had a bad Magic game today. I don't want to hear it.
All right, so we're
hello, welcome everyone. For those of you that are joining us today, you're gonna get the best newscasters of your life with Mifune and I, but we are here. Everyone else is sleeping, so
yes, everyone else is asleep. Let's hope my pod doesn't get exploded until the cameraman is ready to go.
Oh, don't tell them that, because then they're gonna go for it, Mifune.
Well, you know what?
All right, so Brisk will be here a little bit later. He is coming though, so you will have Brisk. So if you're looking for Brisk, he's gonna come join us when he's ready. We're just here to kind of the pre-fight, which apparently is just a full-on fuck fest right now. But welcome. We are what's currently happening right now is the Imperium forces came into X47 early tonight. There is a keep star timer a little bit later. And sorry, they're talking in my ear. I have this to watch. Okay, so we came in. There was a jump bridge that was coming out of reinforcement, so we decided to go for that, and also to clear out some bubbles that were kind of in the way for the timer for the keep star. We started fighting on the Anseblex. The Anseblex did die, so objective was achieved there. It has been currently a Ed0 beatdown, including dreads, faxes, paladins, nightmares, Leshaks, TFIs on I think both sides, and a multitude of other different types of fleets out there. A couple bombs here and there too, so it has been a time. We have reached 3,000 something in local. I am afraid to switch my channel, so I can't tell you what the local count is right now.
We are looking at 3,926 people in local. It is going to be close because we are breaching 4,000 and tie-dye hasn't even begun yet. Or downtime, sorry, tired. Downtime hasn't even hit yet. We're looking at the paladins here, the Leshaks, the TFIs, and pretty much everything fighting on the dead Anseblex grid, just all at 0, just completely fucking shit up. And then we have the carrier fleet actually heading towards the Sinojammer to try and bring that down before the Keepstar comes out of ref.
Yeah, Brisk is getting his beauty sleep, so we're the pre-fleet or pre-show.
We're that tailgate party that gets absolutely wasted before the game.
We're the on-field crew, or sorry, like the in-the-field crew. That's like, yeah, let's get hyped, guys, and then they cut to us for like 30 seconds, and then that's it. We spent 4 hours getting ready. That's us. But we are fighting. Mifune and I are both fighting right now. So
I'm dead. My pod is.
You're gonna come back here though. So
on Mifune is debatable because I've already lost 4 Leshaks.
4 today?
Yeah. Headliner primaried my ass twice, knowing I was recording.
Well, you know, sometimes that's just what happens. We are currently experiencing a lot of server issues with the it seems that there's a lot of like things hiccuping, and that's what's going to happen when we get in this low tie-dye. Like reppers are just deciding if they want to work or not. They do eventually, but it's taking a while, like 8 minutes.
Okay, the cameraman is officially on the undock cycle, so we'll be able to switch to him hopefully in about 20 minutes.
I know, I don't get it. I don't know why X47's node cannot fucking handle it. But we're here, we're gonna watch. For those of you who don't know whose is what's, the orange is the P-Horde and FRT coalition. So they have a couple different fleets out here. You'll see some blue and purple mixed in. Currently trading Leshaks for paladins and TFIs and such. It is definitely right now leaning into the Horde winning, but it started off really bad, and we've been inching our way back up with kills because their ships are more valuable than ours. I still say we already did what we were supposed to be doing because we did take down that jump bridge. They have tried to anchor another one, it looks like, and so there's a secondary fight going on at the top up there for the new jump bridge to try and kill it before it onlines. before the Keepstar.
So there does. We'll close up on the little fuck fest here while we wait for the cameraman to finish undocking. It does seem like they have warped an entire. Oh no, that's at the Keepstar. Okay, we need to get a better little angle on this side piece here. I apologize for the camera.
Oh, did they drop a 2?
No, they dropped another.
What are they fighting up at the top?
That is the friendly carriers trying to kill the Sinojammer so that we have a chance to bring in more capitals.
Ah, okay. Because it looked like a jump bridge up there because of the ring that it had, but okay. That makes more sense.
No, so the Ansiblix is deploying away from the fuckfest. It seems it is trying to deploy. It is repairing at the moment, and then after that, it's got to be fueled and such. But we are looking at the blue fleets just kind of in the middle of this absolute unit of a fight here. This is where the majority of fighting seems to be taking place.
Yeah, that is where the most is. And you can see the purple is our fleet. We are the most badass because we went in at 0. Hashtag no pussies. I would question. Yes, it is a fight right now. We are fighting right now. Mifune and I are both on field. I am trying to save everybody's life because that's what I do. Mifune was trying to shoot people, and Headliner must really find it funny.
Headliner has an absolute hard-on for killing my Leshaks.
Is it Headliner or is it Muskie? Because Muskie is on field.
Well, Muskie's on field, but Muskie hasn't touched me. I've died to Headliner both times.
Okay.
Okay, so the cameraman is officially set up. So let's switch over to the cameraman cam now. And then this
if you
way,
guys have questions, just let us know. We'll try to answer as best we can. Can you make the local box smaller? We don't need to see what it says.
Yeah.
Okay. We just need to know. There we go. Perfect. We just need to know how many people are in system. So we're at about 3,900, 3,800?
We are
so almost
at
4K.
We are just at the tip of 4,000. Oh, and thankfully Mifune's pod has been apparently boosted off the field.
You're like, my God.
Yeah. Apparently my pod just got boosted.
Nice.
What does the ISK battle look like? So the battle report
we don't need to look
going,
at that.
The battle report is going. No, well, see, here's the thing. The battle report is going to be scuffed for hours, if not a day or two. So the battle report's always going to be scuffed until the end of the whole situation, and that's if kill mails are even generating, which they aren't. At the moment,
it's rough.
At the moment, we're looking at 141 billion murdered on the Fraternity Pandemic Horde side, and 180 billion on the Goon side.
That's actually not that bad. I thought it was going to be way worse.
No, so the thing is that in the beginning of the fight, Goons were actually having a very, very tough time because the whole Asher's idea plan was for every single Leshak to pick a different paladin while the other fleets were murdering the Faxes. And then basically what would happen is that when a certain paladin would get down into low armor due to the fact that they have no logi anymore, you would have the fleet put their drones on that paladin and slowly chunk through it, so that way everybody would have a full Leshak spool on the paladins at all times.
I would like to report that something's happened with the server and things are better. A little bit. Smidge. I don't know. Maybe. I could be crazy. If you are wanting to get in on this fight and you're on the Imperium side, join up. If you're not, you can go back to bed. It's fine. There's already enough of you here. But what's nice is if, like, I mean, I'm worried that we've got the Keepstar timer coming up. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get over there.
Well, here's the thing: is that it comes around downtime. If I'm not mistaken about that,
It's 2 hours before downtime.
2 hours before downtime. Okay.
Yeah, so 5 o'clock Eastern, which is in an hour and a half. That's
Okay.
why I'm like, I don't know if we're actually gonna get there or not. But hey, if we don't, we'll just set up the dice again. Or just have fun murdering paladins. I mean, hey, here we are. So,
I mean, in all honesty, I'm just happy to see paladins die.
All right. So, as I said, we have, for the types of fleets that are out right now, we have dreads. There are some carriers and faxes on the Keepstar. There is the main fleets in the middle are paladins, nightmares, and I think zealots flying around. And then for the Imperium side, we have Tempest fleet issues. We have paladins. Sorry. Tempest fleet issues, Leshaks, and some other tech fleet stuff, and a couple other small fleets. And unfortunately, I don't know what all the Brave fleet and everybody's is in. I would like to shout out to Maximus something or not. You were in a Scorpion. I repped you for like 40 minutes. So let Maximus know I was the one that kept him alive. You get nothing. Stuck at work. Oh, well, we'll try to keep you entertained. I mean, it's going to be slow. Lots of flying around. I think we're the only one covering this right now that I know of.
Well,
Maybe
mine one is covering this, and Pando is covering this as well.
Oh,
but
always encroaching.
We will we'll do our best here.
John, I think, is gonna show up at some point, but I think he didn't think we were actually gonna go for this today, so no one did.
So this is actually total prime time for Fraternity, and for a while it was just Imperium and Fraternity, and then Horde started alarm clocking and rage pinging and all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
Horde was there from the start, adamant, but they weren't there in any serious capacity.
What are you talking about? They have the Paladin fleet here. That is their fleet.
Right. But what I'm saying is, when we first formed, when Asher first formed, Pandemic Horde was not forming a fleet. They only started rage pinging after we had gotten into X47 and started shooting the JB.
Okay, so the 5 minutes that it took for us to get there, yeah, that's really important.
Say it about 30 with tie-dye.
No, there was no tie-dye yet.
Yeah, there was.
I was here at the beginning. We bridged in and just came in, and there were already 3 fleets on the Keepstar. I don't know what you're talking about.
And 2 of those 3 fleets were fucking Fraternity. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the Horde still had a fleet.
Yeah, a fleet, but not like 16 fleets like they normally have.
It is 3. It was 2 in the morning, Mifune. What do you expect? I'm not gonna Horde wasn't there immediately, but they are here. And
yeah, that's all I'm saying. So I don't know why you're getting. Let's not
discount that they're putting, because a lot of you guys try to discount like other people's efforts, and I don't feel like we need to do that. Like they're putting it out there. Why am I zoomed in?
What do you mean?
My thing likes to every now and then just like zoom in straight out of my ship.
Because fucking tie-dyed on? What else do you want?
Yeah. I think, I don't know what we're going to do at the beginning. Am I going to go to breakfast or just wait till lunch?
I don't know. I'm highly debating that if this fight continues into the late morning, I might go to the Waffle House down the street and get some chocolate pancakes.
Okay, so side note, A, I'm jealous because I want Waffle House too, especially at like 4 in the morning, right?
Well, see
B,
that's what I'm
B,
considering.
in Indiana, so here's a little fun trivia for you guys. In Indiana, there was already a building in Kokomo, Indiana called Waffle House, but it is not part of the chain. So only in Indiana, all of the ones part of the chain are named Waffle and Steak because it fits the house, so they didn't have to change how many letters they had for the second word. They just changed what letters they use. So there's your trivia for the morning.
I mean,
so I only have waffle and steaks.
The Waffle House down the street is 24/7, and I am highly considering going to get some breakfast because I am hungry. But the problem being is that I also live with 4 other people in this house, and if I wake a single one of them up, I'm kind of fucked.
Okay, we have another fleet warping in. How many fleets do they have?
I told you, like 16.
Oh my god.
So this fleet
Horde...
seems to be another set of paladins with Onrios Logi.
That must be like reinforcements.
That is probably reinforcements for the paladins that have already died.
Plus additional people logging
in. Let's get a little zoom in on we'll zoom in on Init's APOC Navy issue fleet here, and let's get a little close into the cancer ball.
Oh, yes, it's Gunalds. Thank you, Ahmad May. Okay, so Mifune's in a house where he's got people to not wake up, so he is going to be quieter.
Yeah, I have to whisper.
So it's gonna sound a little bit more deep-throaty than normal. Lock a ship.
Dude, there's a Horde MTU in the middle of the fight.
Oh, there's fighters. There's like 6 MTUs out there.
Bro, where's the MTU killer? Where's Asher's MTU killing squad?
We're a little busy. Okay? And no, the Keepstar has not come out yet. The Keepstar doesn't come out. I'm afraid to hover over it, but like for another hour and a half, I think at minimum.
It's about an hour and 25 minutes.
Yeah. So the Keep is not out yet. We are not fighting over the Keepstar. I don't know if that's gonna happen today, but we are fighting. We are pew-pewing. We are just taking out ships and having a good time with that. If you are wanting to get in on the action, definitely just join up. Okay, so blue is the Imperium, which is ranging from Lashax to Apocalypse to TFIs. So everything blue is in purple is Imperium and Brave and company. These 3. Mm-hmm. Everything that's orange is either Fraternity or Horde or their company.
So the fun thing is I do see this question popping up a lot in chat. We are currently fighting on the same grid as a dead Anciblex gate that we murdered about what, an hour ago, I would say?
At least an hour and 15.
At least an hour and 15, I would say. So the thing is that there is a jammer in system that is online. That jammer is currently being attacked by the carriers. Froggy.
We are experiencing, I assume both sides are experiencing gun bugs. So guns have been fun so far. I actually think Logi reps are being affected as well. Because I know I have a rep that has nanos in it, and they are not cycling. So I have to turn it off and turn it on again. And in tie-dye, when it takes like 6 minutes just for your rep to turn off and then try to cycle again, it's a fucking nightmare. But we're trying. We're out here. We're doing it.
Look, guys, I'm sorry about the mic quality, but it's either that or face the wrath of my mother barging into this room and yelling at all of you. So.
Oh, and guess who gets to load a rep in tie-dye? Yay! We are at 10% tie-dye. Well, actually, we're probably sub 10% now. We have 39. It's been holding steady at about 3,900 in local. It has not changed much since we started streaming. Obviously, we can. We have gotten this place girthier before, but right now, this is kind of what it's been staying at. If you want to get on the fight, join fleets. Hang out.
With all of the fighters and everything like that, I really don't think it's possible to hit the world record at this rate.
Not with fighters up for sure.
Not with the fighters. You know, y'all are fucking nasty in chat. Just gotta say that.
Hey, you brought your mom into this, okay? If Greg was here, he would be making worse jokes.
Where's that whole scene from Rick and Morty where it's all the Meeseeks? Well, I'm here because he roped me into this. Well, I'm here because he roped me into this.
Oh, hello, Necrocrux. Thank you for watching multiple streams this month. We appreciate everybody that joins us. If whether you're goon or not goon, we are here to entertain and educate as best we can. If you have questions about what's going on, never hesitate to ask. We just ask that you guys be as pleasant as possible. We don't mind jokes, perfectly fine. But other than that, just have a good time. Ahmad May, I don't know if we're leaving this spot. I'm probably not. I'm probably stuck here. Another one bites the dust. Turn off, damn you. Okay. Why are we losing? They have more.
The only person winning here is CCP collecting all of our Plex money.
Yeah, and also, being the attacker has very few advantages compared to the defender, which makes sense. If you own the space, you should have some benefits. It shouldn't be super easy to roll through and blow somebody up. So I get it. It is what it is. We know that. We're here for fights. We're not gonna just back down because something looks a little dicey. Or, as long as we can have fun, achieve an objective, and not just die for no reason per se, then we're gonna go for it. So, sometimes you end up being the receiving end of the stick, and that's okay, because you can still have a lot of fun. Like as Logi, especially, we can still have a lot of fun, like saving some of these people from a million. Oh, stop. Can you guys please stop with the void bombs? Like, please, no one wants them. just put the bomber away.
Are the bombs even gonna work in tie-dye?
Oh yeah, they're working. I mean, they're not doing a ton, but they're working for sure. Let me rap. Yeah, they are definitely working. Because I just got hit by a wave of bombs. So thank you for that.
Thank you for the wave of the bomb, because it actually killed my capsule that finally died. After 45 minutes of being in the pod, I am free from the shackles of sub 10% tie-dye. Although, I am still looking at the bright white light from when your capsule explodes, and I don't appreciate my entire room being lit by CCP.
Oh dear, what's that happening? Yeah, I mean it's gonna ebb and flow. They do have an advantage also in this system of a lot of them have ships in this keep star, so they can just undock and go, whereas we have to bring them in from another system, and we also have to hold the control, try to control the gate while doing it. We also, if we want to bring in any capitals, we got to try and get those jammers down, which I don't know if they actually ended up going down or not.
So we can. So the jammer is still active, and it's still being shot at by fighters. We can check the status of the Sino jammer real quick here. So it is slowly falling. It's been about 2 hours since they started.
So Ahmad May, no, we are not getting our ships from the forts on grid. The ships we're getting are from back home. So no, we are having. It's not that long of a drive to get here, but we are having to take a bit of the scenic route. Sorry, go ahead.
All right. So here's the overall battlefield. Pretty much.
Are they still fighting up at the top?
Yeah, so basically there is a small fraternity, sub-capital force, it looks like zealots almost, that are trying to kill fighters, as well as a goonsworn flycatcher fleet assisting the fighters in killing and trying to kill the Sinojammer before time is up. Fighters are buggy. Any reason for that? Yes. So, Galanistro, fighters, the math calculations that the server needs to do to make fighters work the way they do is one of the biggest causes of tie-dye in the game overall.
And that's because each fighter is actually a little ship. It's not the same as a drone. It doesn't get treated like a drone.
No.
And the fighters also take damage a certain way. It's actually caused multiple issues with previous attacks and fights and stuff. But basically, the first fighter has to die before any additionals will take damage. And so the damage does not apply correctly, or I would say in the same way that maybe a drone or a ship would take it, that it ends up causing a lot of server issues as well. So anytime you're using fighters, you're in for a treat because you don't know what's going to happen that day. You may be getting good server, you may be getting M2 Part 2 server.
So I will say one of my kill mails just came in. I got the final blow on a paladin before my Lashak died. Now here's the thing. I got the final blow on the paladin, but according to the kill mail, I did 0 damage. So the server is feeling it.
Oh yeah. So we might let the group decide what I get. I'm thinking it'll just go straight to lunch and just get a Chili's.
I don't know. If this fight really does continue for the next 8 hours or so, then I guarantee you I will DoorDash food.
Oh. I'm not spending an extra $30 to get food delivered.
And then,
It's a full moon night.
well, here's the thing, Don, is that you get DoorDash and then you convince the DoorDash driver to come eat the pizza with you while watching spaceships blow up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. For me to succeed on that, I would have to offer additional services that I am not prepared to give.
Are you sure about that, Don? Knowing you, you'd
Yeah.
be prepared.
Listen, I am a classy lady, thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Just because you're a whore.
Okay. Tell the stream that. Sure.
I'm gonna need to move some screens. I'm trying to read what you guys are writing, but you're way over to the side. Maybe I'll put you over here.
Yeah, no, I need
easier.
to
That's easier.
move monitors of like where I see the chat based on where I'm sitting.
That works. Let's see if anybody's yelling at me anywhere. Usually I get yelled at during fights. Someone's like, why are you talking about that? Sorry. Yes, good guys are always winning because we're having fun. I think everyone's having some fun. Everyone's winning. Except for my work. They will not be winning today. I'm glad I did not leave. Every day this week I've kind of like felt like meh, but my boss was like, yeah, you know, you can just like take the day off if you need to. You got plenty of time. I'm like, I'm fine. If I don't feel good by the end of the, near the end of the day, then I'll leave. She's like, okay, no problem.
So,
And
so what's really funny is my work, we have off today for Good Friday. And so I was telling my boss today about Eve and about how we're about to have this big fight. And I came back from my lunch hour to find Homer Simpson printed out on a piece of colored paper from a printer. And it's Homer Simpson screaming the word nerd, like outside of the car from the school.
Nice. Oh, and I gotta give it to the boys in orange. They brought the numbers, but we're not going down without a fight. So hey, I hope you guys are having fun. These, I gotta say, I feel sorry. I don't know if you can see that. You can't see them on your screen unless you change your angle. But there have been a group of fraternity, I think, dreads. They're orange. Everybody's orange. But these like orange dreads at the very bottom, at the bottom of the Keepstar. No, not those. Over in the bubbles.
Oh.
Way down at the bottom. Actually, it might be that one. But there's a group of dreads that have been stuck for
it's
like
these ones. It's
an
the
hour.
5 dreads. It's the 5 dreads over here.
Okay, it is those over there
that are way out of range of the fight. No, I will say honestly.
Oh yeah, that is those. Those poor boys. They've been stuck there for 20 minutes. I've been watching.
I guarantee you that these 4 dreads are secondary pilots, and these fraternity guys are just like keeping them on a second monitor with a watchful eye, and that's it.
All right, so Githany would like an update. So for those of you just joining, real quick, once again, we have the Imperium in blue and purple on the screen. It's probably mostly blue now. Fighting Pandemic Horde and Fraternity in the orange. This fight started as a kill a jump bridge fight that has turned into a huge tie-dye fuckfest. The Horde side has Paladins, Nightmares, and Zealots, and a couple other things, and Fighters and Dreads and shit. And the Imperium side has Lashak's, Tempest Fleet issues, some Apocalypse, and a couple other middling of things, plus some carriers in system somewhere. So we've got a smorgasbord of stuff going on. I really wish Horde would just put their carriers away, because you're just clogging down the thing, making this fight harder. But, here we are. And we were fighting over the jump bridge. The jump bridge died. They have anchored a new one, trying to get it online. It'll probably get online at some point. I don't know if it'll be online in time for the Keepstar. This was all to do prep work for the Keepstar that comes out in like an hour-ish. I think someone's gonna have to, if somebody's on grading and check that, I'm afraid to move my camera.
What, the Keepstar?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll just pull up RC2 so that we can have a constant countdown without the server dying.
Okay.
Okay, so the Keepstar is in 1 hour, 1 minute.
Okay, so I'm not wrong of the timing. Oh.
Just as we hit the 45-minute mark here on the stream, folks, and about hour 3 of the fight, I would like to remind everyone to make sure that you get up, you stretch a little bit, you have some water, maybe grab yourself some breakfast while you wait for your guns to cycle, hit the bathroom. Just remember that you're having fun. So it does look like one of the blue fleets got out and is heading towards a perch closer to the Keepstar. They are officially behind the Keepstar. I feel like people are starting to get ready. Even though we have a whole hour to go before the Keepstar, we might see some the fight move over to the bubbles behind the keep. There is a good possibility that that might be the plan.
I'm trying to follow. Oh, it's not. It's done. I was like, why can't I see the fleet? Oh, yeah. How's the jammer doing?
How is the jammer doing? About half shield. Over half shield. It's taking a while to get up there. Then again, you have a flycatcher fleet picking off a zealot fleet, so that fight up here is going to be pretty tough to deal with. Those flycatchers are going to have a real hard time volleying AHACs. If we look down back to where the real cancer is, we are seeing what looks like to be most of the blue fleets are either dead or on their way out of bubbles. It seems like the APOC Navy issue fleet from Init is officially out off the fight, but is fighting off Dictors. We see the Leshak fleet, and Don, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the Leshak fleet seems to be kind of starting to get away from these bubbles. They're heading towards the Nightmare fleet. And then
yeah, we're moving around right now.
And then of course you have the Brave Tempest fleet issue fleet sitting there down south, and it looks like they are trying to get out of bubbles as well. I think what's happening here is that B3 and the Imperium are really getting ready to shoot this Keepstar and get off of this empty grid space. Let's get a full D scan of
I think that they have their own hamster breeding room and they just like chuck them in.
Let's get a full D scan here, shouldn't we?
Can you get a T scan?
Well,
I will say local has jumped up pretty drastically. Since last time we looked at it, it was at 3,900. We are at 4,250 roughly. So almost 300, about 300 additional people all over have made it in. So good job to everyone for coming in and hanging out.
So, while there may be 4,200 people in system, we are currently looking at 2,800 actually undocked. So it looks like about half the people that are in the system are still docked in some way. We're looking at a whopping total of 370 Tempest Fleet issues across the board, 200 Paladins across the board, 150 APOC Navies, 160 Guardians, 140 Nightmares, 130 Revelation Dreadnoughts. Wow.
Yeah, they frats like this is it's a Friday. Fuck work. Actually, they might be done with work. Is it? It's not Saturday.
So they should be finishing up work by the time the Keepstar comes.
Okay, so for them it doesn't matter as much. Yeah.
And you gotta remember, this is Friday for them. So for fraternity, this is pretty much Friday night for them. They're probably celebrating and drinking a while.
And I appreciate you, Raycon. I try to be fair. We'll still mock P-Horde, especially or make fun of them if they do stuff. And always try to paint ourselves as best light as we can. But we're not gonna be 100% unbiased here. But I do try to be fair and give them where credit is due. But we will absolutely pounce on when they fuck up and laugh maniacally. So someday I'll get into work.
Someday my pod will explode.
I see on grid another Viator has done something near me. Is that just that might just be the original jump bridge that got put down again? How long have I played? Since 2016. August of 2016 is when I started this game. And I've been playing ever since.
Well, what I think downtime will definitely come in the middle of this armor timer. It's a real question is if the fight will continue after we all log in from downtime. I think that is the real question about this Keepstar fight, is that will it continue with downtime, or are we going to see the defenders log in faster and secure the grid?
All right, so let's explain how downtime is going to work. If let's say, so this is going to be the hypothetical, we actually do get to engage on this Keepstar. All right, so go with me here, guys. What happens is let's say the timer comes out in an hour, roughly, a little bit under. We start shooting it. We've got 2 hours till downtime. The timer probably would not, if we shot in this tie-dye, the armor timer or the armor amount wouldn't go down before downtime. Downtime hits. Timer is paused at the exact amount of time that we left it on. So if let's say our damage applied at 8 minutes in, it is going to say 8 minutes once downtime finishes. But then we've got to try and get that damage back on as quick as possible. So downtime does pause timers for RL just because nothing's working on the server at the moment, but it kind of like remembers a snapshot of what was happening. But it will start ticking down, and we got to try get in fleets, get damage on, and try to pause it again. And yes, the Cyno Jammer I believe is still active. That hasn't been as big an issue for us. We've been able to get our fleets in here because they haven't been as focused on keeping us out. They've been mostly focused on fucking our faces in the most professional ways I could say it. Or does it reset? Okay. Oh God, don't crash. Please don't crash. Don't want to have to get it. Okay.
Let's not reset to before downtime positions again, like the last X47.
I mean, okay, so for realisms, so the reality is if we really we're gonna try and crack this nut as as low cost as we can, but at the end of the day, if you want to kill a Keepstar, you can almost always guarantee it if you use Titans. I don't know if we're ever going to get to that point, just because this Keepstar is part of our goals to get rid of. If we don't get rid of it though, how terrible is it? But we're going to try. We have killed a Keepstar in this system before, so it can be done.
X47 itself has always been a tough
I was
nut
there
to crack.
too. Yeah, because of the jump ranges, it's really shitty because you can jump in directly, but not from a normal staging point for an opposing side. So it's just kind of shitty.
They
could.
It doesn't
try
work
that,
right.
but it doesn't work well because the server really needs to be able to dump its cache of stuff. It needs to clear itself out. It's like telling yourself to go to the bathroom for 18 hours. Can you do it? I guess, yeah, but it's not healthy. So, okay. I'm alive still. I'm surprised at that. So the Keepstar that was here before was owned by NC. It was a pretty fun fight. Unfortunately, that was when my computer couldn't handle these fights very well, and so I didn't get to participate as much. But basically what happened was we were up here shooting NC stuff, and this Keepstar, not this particular one, but Keepstar X47 was up for for the chopping block, and we to go through the armor timer, I believe. Could have been shield, but I think it was armor timer. We dropped supers at 0 to tackle titans, so we could shoot titans. That was a good time. I mean, it wouldn't have to be if they just didn't allow timers to come out around a certain time around downtime. That would be the easiest thing. Just say like, hey, you can't set a timer that's going to come out within 3 hours of downtime. But I don't know if that would be good gameplay. It is an option they could do. I don't know if that's actually healthy for the game, because that might affect some people who, are smaller groups that can't defend themselves as easily. So, that's something to think about, and it's something to talk about, but I don't know if that would actually be good for the game.
No,
I know, I agree. It wouldn't be. That's not necessarily. Okay, I'm saying it can't start under 3 hours to downtime, right? So you can do the 3 hours. You can get most fights done in that 3-hour time period where it's either started or it's almost done, right? I just don't see how AUTZ is a huge downtime. Also, reminder, yes, make sure you guys stand up, move around. I have to remember to stand up because I've been sitting for a while, so let me go get a drink.
Overheat the believed Dartha like you overheat those warp drives.
I pretty much can do these types of long, stupid tie-dye fights maybe once or twice a year.
I can handle the long tie-dye fights. It's doing it at 4 in the morning that I think kills us. So, J2 Tones, it's not necessarily that we don't understand what's going on, it's that the math is unpredictable. So, lots of coders will tell you coding is simply math, 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 and more math, right? Especially when it comes to things like gaming and hit registry, activation and deactivation. All of that stuff is math and math calculations. What ends up happening is that tie-dye affects the server so much that it gets to a point where the server just can't handle it and starts skipping over commands. Before tie-dye was here, 4,000 person fights were not possible because the server would just skip over so many calculations it would break the game and everyone wouldn't be able to play anymore. So tie-dye alleviates the problem, but it's not. It's the best solution we have, but it's not the ideal solution. Necro, I do believe that we have confirmation that it's on a reinforced node. Nukra, I think the difference between the FWST fight was 6,000 people. I think the difference is that we have fighters. This fight, there is a lot of fighters going on. Yeah, Parter, it's weird because, created a game where there isn't technology to solve and handle this much technology. It's weird. Yeah, I can let you guys see the jammer here. Just bear with me because it is pretty much a large battlefield. What is the reason for the massive bubbles? That is a tactic that we call bubble wrapping. Essentially, no matter what angle you warp at, no matter which one you choose, you will always land in one of these bubbles. Kind of like when you have an Amazon package and you're bubble wrapping the expensive graphics card so that it doesn't bump around in the delivery truck. It's the same concept. So Grithany, to answer that question, tie-dye does not actually occur with the number of people in system. It is actually based on the number of commands that are sent to the server. So we'll pull up this neat little menu here on our cameraman. So here with this window, you can actually. Okay. Hi, Don.
Oh, you're now listening. I was like, why the fuck are you answering everything I'm answering? I'm so mad at you.
What?
I figured everything you were talking about. I was like, I was just talking about that. What the hell? And I realized you were probably like couldn't hear me for like. Sometimes my mic will just be like, we're gonna just overload for a second.
All right, so as I was, to explain tie-dye a little bit, especially for you, Grithany. So if you look at the window here at the top, the outstanding calls window, that is every command that is being sent from my local computer to the server itself. And the thing is that based on how many people are executing how many commands, that is what tie-dye is based off. It's not just the raw number of players within a system. We once had 5,200 people in M2 TAC before the armor timer, and we had no
butter smooth,
and we had no tie-dye, and that's because nobody was executing any commands, because it's not based on the number of people, it's based on how much you're doing.
Well, the M2 armor timer was just glorious. The only time, it wasn't until the final hour, right before downtime, right? So the final hour did I have any issues with targeting and shooting and doomsdaying and attacking. Like, I don't know what fucking voodoo magic they pulled that night, but it was godly compared to every other fucking tie-dye fest I've been in this past fucking 3 years. But it was it was just so good. Like, everything worked. Like, yeah, it was slow, but it was 5 minutes or less. Like, it was a reasonable time period to try and tell things to shoot. Gotta say, I love Titan fights only because it really is butter smooth comparatively, because Titans do not bring out a lot of calls.
Titans don't bring in as many calls as supers and carriers do, and that's the unfortunate.
Yeah, you turn your tank on, you turn your scan res, so that way you can lock everything faster than everybody else, and you got lasers that just keep cycling. You don't have to fucking target shit.
We are officially looking at our 40-minute mark for the Keepstar ref timer.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to shoot it today. If we don't, that's okay. We got a nice fight out of it. I think Horde had a great time. We got to kill a lot of shit. I did see some Horde. I think they were Horde dreads. They might have been Fraternity dreads. They were orange. We killed some dreads. They killed some dreads. We had a little bit of a dread brawl. The The carriers are in here trying to kill this jammer. I don't know how well that's going, but they are trying. It looks like the shield hasn't moved for the last 10 minutes, but it is tie-dye. So we did kill a jump bridge. They put another one down. And I think that it's not going to online in time for the keep star, but it's there. This is going to be a tough cookie to crack. It is definitely not like how 1DQ would be, or how I don't know where they stage out in Kavala, but Horde's like staging or France stage is not as bad as like a staging system would be, but it's pretty tough because they are staging in here, so they do have a lot of assets in this keep star.
Yeah, so I think the reason that this fight is having so many issues is just the fighters, the sheer amount of fighters everybody has out.
Yeah, if we can all agree, can we all put them away and just switch to dreadnoughts? Can gentlemen's agreements here?
Oh wow! So it's so bad. According to someone in chat, Don, the fighters are getting the guns on the fighters are having the same issue as the Leshaks.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me, but I don't think they're recalling him. You know what, Ahmad, I would be absolutely happy to just have a dread ball, except for the fact that Imperium are absolutely terrible at dread fights. I don't think we've won a single one that I've been around, like heard of, for the past 2 years. We are terrible at them. Now, if you upgrade that to Titan v Titan, we have won every single Titan fight we've ever done. Like a real like Titan v Titan brawl, like 1,000 Titans versus 1,000 Titans, right?
Yeah.
I know, Meppa, I agree. I absolutely love getting up at 4 in the morning for this, but I'm here for you guys and for myself because I have fun doing this. So if I had to do it every day, it'd be a different story, but every few weeks, not a bad deal.
Especially because I have off today. I could just take a nap later. What's up, Elkin? It's been a while. How you doing?
Ooh. Oh. Hi, Elkin. And BKM, I'm not sure what the how come Dawn is for. You have to refresh me.
I think he means
I am sleep deprived.
How come you like doing this to yourself even though it's torture?
I'm an attention whore, so I love being in front of people and getting to know people and have a good time. So for me, this is a lot of fun because I get to talk to you guys, get to hang out with Mifune or Greg or Brisk or whoever, whoever's here that day. Oh, Dread Fights first Titans. We're terrible with dreads. I don't know why. I think it's because we don't ever spend enough money.
So here's the real question, John. We are approaching 4:30 in the morning. Is it too early to break out the bourbon yet?
Yes. Okay, listen. You can have a breakfast shot. One, okay?
Oh, come on.
Once we get to breakfast, you have to have food with it or else you're going to feel terrible. And you're going to be like, Dawn, why didn't you stop me?
Could make some cinnamon toast crunch shots. Dawn, you down?
Ew. Okay, I have no booze right now.
You have no...
My liver, I already put my liver through the ringer this week.
You have no liquor?
Oh, okay. I guess I'm staying. Hey, I'm tethered. Woo! Okay, so guys, good news. It sounds like that we got some energy, we got some life in us. So I think this keep star thing might happen still. So we're gonna stay here until we guarantee are either getting more fights or we're done. We'll be here the whole time until we're pretty sure that things are gonna settle. But keep the energy up. Make sure, once again, if you've been sitting for a while hanging out with us, stand up, move around, wiggle your butt. Make sure that you don't get any embolisms in your legs or whatever. Hello. We have the illustrious Brisk Rubal. Some of you were asking for him. Is here to join us whenever he's ready. But
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to INN continuing coverage of whatever the fuck this shit show is in X47.
Have you been in the fight at all, or have you been sleeping?
Oh, I've been here the whole time. I already lost a dread.
Okay.
So, yeah.
You were in the dreads?
Oh, I was in a different... See, I'm an idiot, and I warped my dread by accident to the X-7 gate instead of X47, and got killed on the gate there.
So you gave them a little treat.
Yeah, I gave them a present.
Very nice. So someone was asking us why we are not good at dread fights versus Titan fights. I said it's because we are cheap when it comes to...
It's probably more likely because it's just we have less practice, you know.
Well, we haven't won a dread fight in 2 years that I could think of. So... But we've won every single Titan fight we've had in the past 5.
That is correct.
But yeah, we've been having a good time, keeping everybody entertained, talking about what's going on. It looks like we are going to be continuing this fight. I think there's going to be a bit of a pause for a little bit. I think there's going to be some repositioning, but I think we might get some more energy. It's 100 the onions.
So for those who are just tuning in, this is the breaking news coverage of X47 for the staging Cubestar of Fraternity and Horde's forward staging deployment against Brave MB2. So far, we have started the fight off of a Anti-Blex jump gate that died. They placed a second one down, and at the moment everybody is kind of repositioning, getting ready for the Cubestar timer. Tie-dye is taken into effect. You see the fighters trying to kill a Sino-jammer there at the top of the screen. They're attempting to get that jammer down for the chance of bringing more capitals into this fight.
Well, that does not mean we do not have capitals on grid right now, which we do. Unfortunately, we are gating them in from JTAC-C, which is next door.
So you can gate capitals into a jam system.
Oh, I know. It's amazing how that happens.
Fucking amazing. Fucking pussies.
Right.
Like, we have also, by the way, Briss, we've been very fair this morning. P-Horde showed up along with Fraternity. They showed up and gave us a good old smacking and a good fight. We've been having fun brawling. It started pretty rough, but we brought it back. So I feel like both sides have been having a good morning so far. Also, yes, Xandril, thank you for the Prime sub. If you are enjoying the coverage and you've got a free Amazon Prime or a Twitch Prime that you want to throw at us, we're always welcome it. It goes towards purchasing more things for the channel, for all the fun stuff that Briss does and that other channels do. How many in local? I think we're at 4,400.
4,400 right now in local here in sunny X47 LTAC-Q in Pure Blind. Now, the Keepstar comes out in about half an hour, and I will be very surprised if we manage to do anything with this timer. But
you never know.
It doesn't matter, because part of the point of doing these types of fights is to get the fight, which is fun. We have reffed this Keepstar, I want to say, a dozen times in the last month.
This is the
and
third
we will ref it.
timer that we've gone for.
And we will continue to ref it as often as we want to until it's dead. It's only a matter of time.
Thanks, Oxmishgi. I don't know how to fucking say your name. But EAUX. Thank you for the sub. Yes, good morning, Sam. Welcome to the Thunderdome. We can see some fleets kind of move around on grid right now, kind of getting back together, reforming. When you're in tie-dye, a lot of times people will end up accidentally double-clicking and drifting off. So you may see like 30 ships just going in the opposite direction, and you won't realize it until you notice you're 70 kilometers away from your friends. So a lot of ships will take this opportunity in between some of the fights to just regroup and recollect. So we're watching a lot of movement on grid. I don't think anyone. I think there's only a couple fleets down in the bottom area still fighting, and then obviously the jammers getting contested up over there at the top. If you want to join in, you know where to go if you're in the Imperium or P Horde. If you aren't able to join in those, though, we're here to entertain you. A traffic report?
Traffic report? Yeah, I miss the old traffic reports from
It is a
from FWST back in the day.
That was great. I miss
I think I still have those graphics somewhere.
I probably do. Those are great. You were like the aughts on 8 or something like that. I don't remember which.
It was traffic and weather together on the 8s. That's what we did.
It was a good time.
It was lots of fun.
Traffic? Yeah.
A bit of a status update. It does seem that almost all but 1 or 2 of the Imperium fleets have successfully left the dead Ancilex grid that we've been stuck in for about 3.5 hours. So it does look like we will be able to reposition enough to go and do the Keepstar.
Well, we'll see if we can apply, because the guns. So Brisk, I don't know if you guys were having as much fun as we were with our guns, but the gun bug is back, and I assume that the other side was experiencing it too. If they weren't, I am going to be mad. It also
we were definitely having that problem in the Enid fleet.
Okay, so hopefully, yeah. It also was affecting Logi. I have a repper that uses nanite paste on one of my reppers, and it wouldn't cycle more than once. And I don't know if it's just because it's got a load or not. So hopefully someday CCP can fix that shit, because that's really fucking annoying.
This is one of these things where it's not that it's broken, it's that when you are in sub 10% tie-dye, weird shit happens, and it's not always easy to figure out exactly why it's doing that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the problem.
Thank you, Skane, for letting us know. But since we've only got about a half an hour till the Keepstar comes out, we'll stay on just to see if we actually engage or not. I hope we do, because, you know, I'm here. I already stayed up till 4:30 in the morning. I don't think I'm going to work, so we might as well just start slugging this out. Are you doing anything today, Brisk, or do you have the day off? Brisk is dead. Okay.
Oh, I always die. I mean, this time it was on my alt, so it wasn't on me.
I asked if you have the day off today.
I'm sorry, I was listening to Dark Shines. I don't have the day off, but Congress is out of session, so I kind of have a little leeway. And so it's Friday, and there's nobody around, so I felt like this was an okay time for me to be able to alarm clock.
Well, and if you have to do something, you can go do it. Like,
correct, it's not the big. I got to take the dog to the vet today too, so I have that to do.
We got a family barbecue, because not everyone's going to be here Sunday, so we're doing our Easter barbecue tonight, I guess, and then I got the weekend free. So,
well, that's, I mean, talking about, you know, Friday and the holiday and everything coming up. I mean, this is one of the reasons why we're taking this fight in the first place is for much of Europe, Friday, Good Friday, is a holiday and people have off work. So this was a good time to ask people to alarm clock because they weren't going to work today. And if we managed to take this armor timer down, which would be nice, then we would probably have a nice Easter Sunday timer for this Keepstar final timer, which I think would also be good and get a lot of people out who will be having the time off. So I think that's one of the reasons why we took this fight, and hopefully that plays off for us, but I don't know. We shall see. The fact that this fight kicked off about 4 hours before the Keepstar timer came out is interesting to me.
Yeah, I think that we were hoping that it would go faster, and then it didn't. I don't know if we expected them to bring as many out. I don't know. I don't know what the guys had ahead of time of like intel of like what they really had going, but I know that I helped kill that jump bridge. My little warrior twos were working it. Also, Froggy, I'm so sorry. We tried to save you like 8 times. I don't know if you're still alive somewhere. Like you were broadcasting like crazy. Like please, like we're trying. Yeah, we did kill the jump bridge, so we did kill something today. Is the Keepstar fighters going up to the jump bridge to fight the fighters up there?
I mean, that's what it looks like, at least from what I'm seeing on Mifune's screen here.
The hostile fighters do seem to be moving upwards towards the center to
Fun.
combat the fight that is going on up there.
So, Briss, what do you think the reality is of a possible Titan v Titan fight here?
Today, right here, I don't see
No,
it.
not today.
I mean, potentially in any of these X47 fights, if there's a way to get this jammer down, I could see potentially there being a possibility, and maybe and a coulda. I mean, the bottom line is, as long as this system is Sinojam, there's no way we're going to use Titans. If we can kill the Sinojammers and potentially bring them in, then I think it's possible. But at the end of the day, if we get to the point where that's a reality, I think you're going to see a lot of folks moving a lot of stuff in here, and it could be another X47 in X47.
I'm just saying, Horde, you want some fun? You could put the jammers down. Just a suggestion. You know, for everyone to have a good time. Ignore the fact that you've lost every single Titan fight to us in the past 6 years. You know, let's get a little hubris going, right? 57%. Thank you for that percentage update. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, I am gonna go get some caffeine before this turns into M2 version 2 of a 9-hour nap.
I doubt sincerely that that's going to happen.
Do you remember that
We will
stream?
yell loud enough to wake you up.
I remember that.
That was a crazy stream. We were live for about 14 hours
6 p.m. to 7 a.m. Because I remember I was coming home from work and you guys had already started a little bit, right? Things were just jumping in and getting set up. Mm-hmm. And you're like, oh, it's going down. So like I hop in and I got off work at 6. So I know it was right after 6. I drove home. Shocker. Got in. And I think I got on the most Titans that fight because I had the wrong fit on and I had a sensor booster on. So I was locking everybody faster than everybody else. So I got on 55 Titans that fight. Pretty good time.
I think I got on 3 because I was about the 4th Titan on our side to die.
You were in your Ragnarok, I think?
I was, yeah.
I remember my
that was a bad decision.
Like, I got it. And then you just like died. I'm like, well, all right.
Nope.
And then I was really afraid that my computer was going to crash. So I just docked the fax up and was like, oh, I'll just keep the Titan out. Hope for the best. As a member saying it's hard to find.
You have to read the pings, Racelot, and you'll see things will tell you which fleets to join.
Just join any fleet. If you're in the wrong ship, they'll yell at you. Oh yeah, I should probably clear that out. But yeah, I mean, I see some fleet movement. I think so. One fleet just warped up to the top. I don't know if it's to clear out some of those fighters.
That would be the Init fleet.
Are you in that fleet?
I am in that fleet right now. Okay. Yes.
I assume that you guys are going there to screen as well as to kill fighters, to give our fighters a chance to kill the jammer. That's what I'm guessing. I could be wrong.
I have no idea what we're doing. I am waiting for orders like a good line member does.
Nice. So Githany, I am in a fleet with Asher, and Brisk is in a fleet with Darkshines.
That is correct. I am in a Megathron fleet issue.
I am in an Oneros.
Well,
I'm never in an Oneros on this character, but it was the only ship I had actually set up ahead of time properly. So it is what it is. Would not recommend. 5 out of 10.
I mean, I'm in a Megathron fleet issue on Brisk, and then I'm in a Archon on my alt and a Rev on my alt.
Didn't bring in my spare caps up.
And I lost a Rev already, so I've had 4 accounts logged in.
How much SRP do you cost your corp?
Probably not that much, but I don't know if I'll even file. I don't really. I mean, the chances of them giving me SRP for warping to the wrong gate and dying like a scrub is probably really low, and it's not like I need the money. So,
do you think they have a special budget set aside just for you because they know you're gonna die every fleet?
No, it's funny because I'll be honest, it's very rare. I will almost never apply for SRP. It's only if it's something like, a special ship that I need a hull for, like because it's a pain in the ass because we're deployed or something, and I know they're giving out hulls. Then I'll get it if I'm getting a ship. But if it's just ISK, I don't care about that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what else we got moving around on grid. So it looks like the Horde fleets are still over there brawling with, I don't know who the fuck is at the bottom. They're dark blue, so I'd assume an Imperium fleet, but I don't know. Do we make Brave dark blue?
Brave is only +5, I believe. I
That's
don't.
what I
At
thought.
least for us, they are. I don't know about you guys. How you guys set your standings up, but
because they're not in alliance, so I know that. Because I see a lot of little pluses, little check plus marks. So I don't know who's fighting the paladins over there, but they must not be having a good time. I don't know. That's a lot of damage to the face. It is insane. I mean, paladins are really fucking strong, and it is one of my favorite ships. So I wish
they are. It's a great doctrine. They're very popular. People really like them, which is why I'm sure that CCP will find a way to nerf them so that they suck and everyone hates them again.
How would you do that without fucking them over? Or what would be the most CCP-esque nerf they would do?
They'll do something like put the 1 minute bastion back on or something. I mean that seems to be the obvious, or take off the plate bonus or something like that. But
fuck with the tracking. That's what you do. Is just fuck with the tracking.
Well, I mean that would make them not useful. So I hope that's not what they do, which means that's probably what they're going to do.
No, we have not. Unfortunately, Amar is looked down upon in the Imperium, despite my protests. So I don't think we would ever have a paladin fleet.
Speak for yourself. In it, we have many Amar doctrines.
Okay, sorry. In Goonswarm, we look down on Amar ships, except for Sax. But I think that's just because they have a funny name. So Sacrilegious is the only Amar doctrine I think we have. And even then, we don't use them that much anymore.
We had an Abaddon doctrine. We have a Avatar doctrine, obviously. We have an Archon doctrine. We have an
Avatar doctrine.
APOC Navy issue doctrine. We have a Zealot doctrine. We fly a lot. We had a Crusader doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
We fly a lot of Amar ships.
Avatar is the most popular Titan because it does look the coolest. I mean, just the giant, golden laser.
The giant fleshlight. The giant fleshlight. It's lovely.
Hey, I have taken a shot out of an Avatar before, so it's useful. But don't look down on the sec. No, Amar ships are just not as versatile as a lot of our FCs like. So, because you're locked into your damage type, right? So you have to have EM thermal. So it's very easy to tank against Amar ships comparatively if you're using a Megathron or TFIs or something, because they can obviously punch into the right damage a little bit better. But Amar ships are nice because if all else fails, you just put a set of T1 crystals in and you'll never run out of ammo, so you are always useful, even if it's a long fleet.
That's one of the benefits.
Listen, Ragnaroks are beautiful. when they're wearing the Shaco Warlord skin, which looks like a rattlesnake.
Ragnaroks are completely horribly shitty Titans, and I will never buy another one. I've lost 2, and I will never buy another one. They die second in every fleet.
Yeah.
The Arabai die first, and then the Ragnaroks die next.
Yeah. Which is weird because the Erebus actually tanks better than the Ragnaroks, so you might as well just kill the Ragnaroks first. And their Doomsday is not any better than the Amars per se. The most useful, if you are looking to get a Titan, the most useful Titan you can get right now is a Leviathan. Its guns are bullshit. It doesn't do anything, but its DD is the most important because everyone's in an avatar. And so the Leviathan DD applies the best.
And when you are in a big Titan fight and you're fighting Titan versus Titan, the guns don't matter. The guns are for whoring. The Doomsday is what is the benefit, because big Titan fights, if you've ever seen one of these, it's very similar to an old stand-up British Army fight of the 1770s. We mass our targets. We all aim and fire at the same thing, and you volley off Titan after Titan with every 10 minutes. That's how it works. And then the winner is whoever can hit and kill as many of the Titans that they're aiming for without whiffing. And that's it. So you only need to really worry about the Doomsday.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong here. The guns, when you've got 500 Titans, the guns add up. But you're really basically, for every, 2 to 3 Titans DD'd, you'll kill one with guns. Like, it's not that much. But all of them have insane range, so they can shoot out to 200 or 300 kilometers, depending upon what they're using. They've got the Phenom generators, so they've got really good boosts. Which one? I think the Erebus has the best boost for avatars. It's got the armor bonus.
It does, and that's the thing. The Erebus Phenom generator is probably the best one, and that's why, I mean, frankly, I think that's the main reason why the Erebus is still used in these big Titan fleets, because otherwise there's no reason to have it when you could have an avatar. So
I think all the Phenoms are set up that they kind of like cancel out some of their bonuses if they all go off at the same time.
Well, and that's kind of how you deal with it. So we were talking about this the other day on the CSM, was, how Phenoms are an interesting thing because they apply to everybody in the area, not just your fleet. They apply to the bad guys' fleet too. You can provide bonuses, you can provide detriments. There's all different things to do, and you could bring the exact counter to what the other guys have, and it's just an interesting thing. So.
Well, hey, you've only missed 3 hours of a fight, so hop on in. We might go back at it. So I think the jammer is about the same as it was before. I don't really see that it's moved much. It hasn't reset, so they're shooting it, but it is not going very quickly. Tie-dye is still at sub 10%. Things are moving around on grid, flying around pretty easily. So so far, we're not seeing a lot of warping issues. It's just, once again, a lot of gun issues and basically cycles registering. So Mifune is taking forever to get coffee. I hope he didn't fall asleep on the way to get his coffee.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching breaking news coverage of the latest X47 fight. I can't really say continuing coverage or this is new coverage, because it seems like every time we meet here, we are in X47 fighting over this Keepstar. We are on week 5, I believe, of the war in the North. We have been fighting against Fraternity and Pandemic Horde, which we have lovingly entitled the Fart Coalition. We've been fighting them for about 5 weeks. So far, we've managed to kill almost every structure that Fraternity has dropped in Pure Blind. The last nugget, the last holdout is this X47 Keepstar, which we have been reffing over and over and over and over again. Today is the third armor timer that we have contested. It comes out in about 10 minutes, and we'll see what happens today. As we noted earlier, one of the reasons why Imperium took the fight today is because it happens to be a holiday in much of the Western world. And that means a lot of people are off work, or at least can get off work for a Friday, and that's what we're doing. I am seeing a lot of movement of fleets. It looks like
was that I think that was the Nightmare Fleet.
This is the Horde Nightmare Fleet, or the Fraternity Nightmare Fleet, I should say.
I think so.
Is moving across the grid.
Oh, and the Zealots. The Zealots are moving too. They are heading over to get on the Keep Star. There's a small blue fleet that has decided to make poor choices and is right in the front with nobody else around them. So there's a little blue fleet there. I think that they have attracted the attention of the extra orange fleets. Hopefully they can warp away before they get screwed. But it does look like most everyone is kind of getting reset or be around this Keep Star. I don't know what the numbers are in local for who has what. Like, I mean, not like how many Imperium versus Horde are here / Fraternity. If someone has those numbers, let us know. Be more than happy to bring it up for everybody to know. Right now, local is still at 4,300. It's been staying steady. I have not heard of any major crashing yet, or major disconnects. So I will say at least it's been pretty smooth on that part.
We haven't seen a lot of disconnects. We are having the same sub 10% tie-dye gun cycling issue that we've had in the past, although that seems to be getting better. Folks have figured out to move their guns from whichever F slot they're in to another one and spam them repeatedly, and that seems to be working to clear guns. When it comes down to it, this X47 keep is... whether or not it's a stager is depends on who you ask. The obvious reality is they've got a ton of stuff in this Keep Star. They have been using it as their main base of operations for a while. Horde is staging out of here. Fraternity has things here. Now, Fraternity has stuff all over the place, and they are able to move around a lot easier because this is right next door to their territory. But Horde is staged out of this Keep Star. So at the end of the day, when this Keep Star dies, and it's a question of when, not if. When this Keep Star dies, a lot of things are going to go to asset safety, let me tell you.
We got some numbers here. Okay, so someone did a D-scan. Surprising. Honestly, it could have been worse. Horde rocking out with a big old 815. Fraternity rocking out with 814. These are individual pilots in system. Goon Swarm is rocking out at 787, so those numbers are pretty close. And then Initiative's got 417. Way to show. The big weird one is Northern Coalition at 386. Where do they have these pilots?
This is what I'm telling you. When you get holidays, people can show up that normally you never see. The fact that there are over 370 NC dot characters undocked anywhere in EVE Online is probably a record.
It's so fucking
shocking.
But
there you go.
Then the next one below I'm just gonna do the last few bigger ones. The next one, which is surprising and yet not surprising, is Pandemic Legion. The retirement home is at 154. I'm glad that they decided to represent a little bit here. Horde 815, PL 154. Totally even. Blob and Brave both are rocking about 110, 130 each. Dracaris has a fleet here of 99. Okay, and then everything else below that is sub 100 for individual groups. And their stuff. Sim Squad rocking out with 38 in their prime time. So glad that they are not with us anymore. Big waste of time. Let's see who's the fun one. So Rogue Capel is here. CCP is here. So there is a
This
CCP member
yes,
in system.
CCP Aperture is here. He is always here. And I love it when he shows up, because the fact that he has CCP in his name means everybody who doesn't understand how the servers work starts bitching at him about CCP fix your servers. And I try to remind them, morons, CCP Aperture, also known as Razorian, is the cameraman. He is here to take pictures of the fleet fights because this is cool stuff. That's what his job is. He has nothing to do with
He takes pretty pictures.
anything related to game design or development.
And we got a bunch of
So
other.
it'd be
little
nice to
things.
Razorian.
We got some
You found Razor?
Strybog. Yeah, there's 4 Razor. 4. Strybog's got 4. I'm sure there's more, but that's what's in right now. A lot of 10s and 9s. Shadow Ultimatum, which is Shadow, has 11. Are you guys got to wake up a little bit more than that? Sigma at 20. So yeah, just a bunch of like things. The big boys are, and the biggest difference here is just FRT definitely pulling their weight. I don't know if there was a talk where they were told that they had to, put out, but they're putting out. That's really the discrepancy. If it was just Goons and Horde, it'd be a very even fight. The fact that Fraternity is double initiative, that's what's making this a lot harder.
Pretty significant.
And then NC Dot on top. And then NC Dot and PL together makes another additional almost 500. So, always fighting uphill.
Now, I'm wondering if the numbers, at least for Imperium, are slightly off because folks were expecting that this fight was going to kick off 2 hours ago, and instead it kicked off 4 hours ago, and not everybody was able to get in.
Well, I know some people had to leave too because they've been up and they're like, oh, I gotta go to work. So I know, and I'm sure that's the same on the other side too, that there are some people who are like, hey, I can't stay.
Sure.
So we've had some people that have had to leave and some people, tons of people jumping in. So I don't know if the numbers are going to change much, but it looks like everybody's kind of playing chess right now with positioning of where they want their fleets, who's where. Where is my Finnick? How long does it take to make fucking coffee?
You don't need to worry about where he is. He's fine. He's allowed to go and fall asleep on his keyboard, which is where I'm sure he did.
Are you able to take the stream over if he does?
I mean, if I'm still here, potentially, but I'll be honest, I had to order a new computer because this one's motherboard seems to be about ready to shit the bed, which means I can't stream as much as I can. No, this is 5 years old.
I remember you distinctly talking about, was it just the graphics card you changed?
I did switch out. I got a new graphics card.
Because I remember you talked about that like extensively. Like, it does 4K, but I only can have like 3 monitors instead of 5 or whatever.
That is correct. And I'm going to be upset if it doesn't end up being capable of running all of my monitors at the same time. I will be mad. And yes, Mrs. Brisk, Hi,
Mrs. Brisk. Thanks for coming. You can go back to sleep.
She's always awake this early. This is her normal wake-up time.
Okay, so we are getting close, very close, to the Keepstar timer.
The Keepstar comes out in 1 minute and 50 seconds, everybody.
As I said, I don't know if we are going to continue this fight today. We may. It sounds like we might be. So maybe we'll get some more oomphy going on. Maybe not. But we are going to be here until the bitter end because I have nothing better to do. And there's a lot of orange.
There is a lot of orange. That is absolutely true.
I do wonder how a Titan fight would go in here. I know everyone's worried about the jammer, but we can just gate.
I mean, that's no. If we gate in, we'll get stuck on the gate and we'll never get off the gate. I think the problem then would be trying to figure out where we're gonna or how we would get to here, because getting off. I mean, having a Keepstar fight on a gate sounds absolutely ridiculous. Like the whole idea of it is just what the hell. But I'd be interested to see if we're able to finally take the jammers down. I mean, that seems to be obvious. Like the move here, jumping in and getting fleets in early and trying to killing the Ansiblex and then trying to kill the Sino jammer. I mean, that seemed to be obviously the play. So it's extra. Yes, absolutely. Always go to potato mode in a big fight like this. It will help.
Oh yeah. I did that right before we got in system, because that's when I realized, I was like, what are we doing? Wait, starting at like 2 hours or 3 hours before the timer. And then they were like, go, go, go. And so I was like, and then I was like, when we came in system, I saw the orange. I was like, oh, I need to go into potato. I'm not in mega potato mode where it's like just a black screen, but.
All right, the Keepstar is now repairing. It is going down. One of the things that we have complained about and talked about before on previous X47 Keepstar fights is the fact that while we are in 10% tie-dye and calls on the server are taking minutes, not seconds, not nanoseconds, the repair timer on the Keepstar goes down in real time. So, despite the fact that this Keepstar came out a minute ago, and there are plenty of fleets on grid that should be capable of putting out enough DPS to pause this Keepstar, it is not paused yet because none of the folks who are fighting here have been able to lock and fire on the Keep in that minute and a half.
I don't know where we're going, but okay. So we'll keep an eye out. If it repairs, guys. We can't discount that they brought the numbers.
I think it is likely that this will repair again. This seems to be, unfortunately, just one of the difficulties of trying to do the big types of fights where, as long as the defenders can get enough people in the system early enough, and the tie-dye kicks in early enough, it makes it very difficult to get on grid and position and damage on the Keep to pause it before the repair timer ticks down in real time. It's just, and that's a defender's advantage, and there's nothing wrong with that. We took advantage of it during the last war, and they're taking advantage of it now. And I mean, eventually, at some point, we will catch them, and they're not going to bring 2,000 people.
Well, and part of it also is we came in 3 hours early, which is great, but we've been fighting for 3 hours. So that leaves a lot of people who are, having to reship, come back in later. So, some things are spread out, or it gives the enemy a lot of time to form. Obviously, they've been here as long as we have, so.
That is correct.
They're at the same energy levels as we are. I'm tired because I've been up since 2. Actually, I have not gone to bed at all yet. I laid down for an hour thinking, oh, I'll get a nap in. I'll get up at 3, and I'll have a little more energy. No.
Well, that was it. That's what I did. I went out and sat in my very comfy overstuffed leather chair and promptly fell asleep thinking, okay, I have time for 3 hours of sleep. I went to bed at midnight and I'd have 3 hours to get there and didn't realize that we started the fleet 2 hours early. So when I got here, I was 2 hours late already, which was a shame.
Hello, Dirk. We have Dirk Statiel joining us this morning.
Good morning.
Yes. Good morning.
Where the hell you are?
It is a fine morning here in the UK. We are Good Friday, that public holiday that the Imperium is trying to leverage here. So far, it seems a nice day outside, and the server weather seems not terrible.
That's
it's not as bad as it could be. It's not as bad as it could be. So we are 5 minutes from the Keepstar coming out. We are now at 10 minutes and 57 seconds left on this repair timer. I know the init fleet is on grid. We are in the process of shooting the keep. Hopefully we will get enough damage here shortly that we will be able to pause this timer and potentially start to maybe win this fight. We'll see. But
I would like to point out that my armor thing has been trying to turn off for the past 25 minutes, and it hasn't. So
that's what happens.
The servers,
that's what happens.
I can't tell it to turn off. But so, Dirk, have you been catching most of what's going on? Are you on field?
I am on grid. I've caught some of what's been going on, but you guys have been boogalooing typically within the sort of time that I would normally be at work. Today is a public holiday, as I've already mentioned, here in the UK, and you guys. I've been seeing the pings, and while I would have loved to have jumped on all of them, we do have to make money and pay the bills at certain points. So I've seen some of it. I've been disappointed to miss some of it. Especially, I won't say especially these big fights. They do tend to slog on a bit.
A bit.
But they are interesting to watch in terms of the strategy sometimes. I'm trying to get a grasp of the grid here as we kind of come into this repair timer.
Well, essentially, I mean, the way the grid looks right now, you've got, for the most part, Fraternity and Horde and the rest of the FARC coalition are gathered around the Keepstar. They have multiple fleets. There's a Nightmare fleet. There's their Paladin fleet. They've got Dreads. They've got Faxes. And then in addition, they've got a number of other fleets that are above the Keepstar. And then they've got some that are wandering around trying to kill as much of the stuff as they can possibly find. So goons are in a variety of different places, and it is on grid. Goons are below the Keepstar, I believe. We are to the side. In it, is when I say we, I mean in it. We're on the side. It's just your typical kind of Keepstar fight, and the Keepstar is bubble fucked as we would expect in something like this. So.
I actually do want to comment just real quick on the way the Keepstar is bubble wrapped. In that the Keepstar is only bubble wrapped across probably 2/3 of its surrounding face. They have not gone with the traditional wrap it everywhere and see what CCP says strategy here. They have tried to be a bit reasonable, but also, like I say, play into that strategy level by only providing a hemisphere of bubble protection behind the Keepstar and away from the gate that comes into the system. Be from the gate to another perch, a strategic tactical perch, before fleets bounce into the main melee. And I think they're trying to delay fleets getting on grid with this tactic, and I think it'll be effective, actually.
And that's how they did it last time. Fortunately, this time, for the first time in one of these armor timers, we have the armor timer paused at 7 minutes and a handful of seconds. At least it was paused. Now it is unpaused again. So it's going back down. 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 56, 55 seconds. This is a little frustrating, I think, for a lot of people. But it is paused again now. It is stopped at 7 minutes and 11 seconds. I guess that the server is catching up and realizing that it is being shot. And here we go.
They said we couldn't do it.
They said we couldn't do it.
This is improvement from last time. So, yeah. Like, last time we didn't pause it at all. So, we're already ahead of the game.
Anyone who says that we can't do this would do well to look at the last 2 years of the Imperium and Keepstar strategy and Keepstar battles. We can do it. We've proved we can do it. It's just a question of making sure that the server weather and our timings are coming together in the right way. The server weather, of course, being, in these sorts of fights, one of the primary issues. I am looking in local, and there are... I'm seeing 4,500 characters in local. I don't know about you guys, but that is generally a level of individual numbers that can make any single Eve node just start to chug, really. The Eve nodes do not like it when we start to do this to them.
Yes, correct.
We are.
I don't know how long we'll be able to keep this thing paused, but as I said, we have made progress from last time, so sometimes you just have
baby
to
steps. Baby steps, right?
Try again.
At the very least, hey, we got it paused. That's a start. Now we know it's possible to do this. A lot of people were saying you're never going to get it paused. The tie-dye is too much. It's too crazy. It's never going to work. So this is a mini victory, at least as far as I'm concerned, that we were able to pause it.
Derek, did you hear? There's 350 NC dot here. We didn't know they even had. Well, we didn't even know they had that many players.
I mean, I knew they had the players. I just didn't realize that those players were still around. Still up and kicking.
The benefit of the 3-day Omega pack is they can play for the weekend, right? So.
Well, yeah, this is a very fair point, and I was made aware that CCP recently did. CCP have announced a really nice pack in terms of real money for amount of playtime. Here in the UK, it was something like 2280 sterling for 3 months of Omega. I'm assuming this is ahead of the 20th anniversary next month and getting people playing through the 20th anniversary, but it does at least seem like it's a half decent deal for people who would be paying real money to jump in on this thing.
But yeah, is it still paused?
I'm just trying
it
to
is still
confirm
paused at 7 minutes and 11 seconds.
Amazing.
Yes, it is.
I'm absolutely fucking shocked right now.
I am pleased. We are at 99% armor remaining.
Woo!
Yay, it's ticking down slowly but surely.
Is the guns working?
My guns are cycling on the keep, so that's a good sign.
Maybe it just needed a little bit of a breather from everybody telling everything to happen.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know how often on these streams you guys have actually managed to discuss the mechanics of structures in tie-dye.
We have earlier, but it has been a while.
In that you have to apply damage not just for the minimum damage per second on a Keepstar, but also that minimum damage per second per tie-dye relationship as well. So if you need to apply, I think it's 75,000 DPS to a Keepstar to have it pause a repair timer at minimum.
Yes, it's 10% of its HP.
Yeah, so
no, it's damage cap.
Damage cap is 75.
Damage cap. So it's 7,500 DPS per second.
That's what DPS
DPS
means.
Obvious being damage per second. Sorry, yes, brain is still turning on for a minute.
Per second could be
then have to
unit,
like
but
the ATM machine.
I know, right? It's a pin code, all right, or a pin number, I should say.
Pin number.
Yeah, but not only do you have that minimum amount of DPS you have to apply, you have the tie-dye application on top of that, which means that at 10% tie-dye, or beyond 10%, as the server is probably appreciating at the minute, you have to apply that damage multiplied by that factor. So at 10% tie-dye, you have to apply 75,000 DPS, but you have to apply it every second of the tie-dye in order to make sure that you have that minimum damage cap that a structure needs to go ahead and stay paused. It's tricky, these structures in tie-dye. The damage cap mechanism is a really nice mechanism when the server works the way you want it to work, and then once it gets to tie-dye, everything becomes a whole lot more complicated.
Alright. So, yeah, once again, what are the various balls? Well, the giant orange ball in the middle is Horde and Fraternity. The upper area is for Horde and Fraternity. The upper area is the fighters and probably a couple ships shooting the jammer, taking forever. It is taking forever for them to shoot that. Then we've got this little ball in the front. Is that initiative down at the bottom of the front, Brisk?
That is us, yes.
Okay. Who have decided to suicide themselves in to pause this timer. We greatly appreciate their sacrifice. And then there's a gaggle of orange ships at the giant mess of wrecks. That has got to be a lot of money down there, by the way. And those are also some Horde and Fraternity. So right now we've got a couple different groups doing some things. Mostly the attention's going to be on this Keepstar. There's some other fleets in system trying to get over there. It's just going to take a minute. Unfortunately, in tie-dye battles, a minute ends up being 10 minutes. So
that is correct.
How are the timers on the jammers going? I don't know. I think it's at what, 40 something % now. Is anyone on grid with that jammer that can tell me? Because I'm afraid to look around on the screen, and our cameraman went to go mess with a DoorDash delivery guy.
I don't want to know what you mean by he went to go mess with a DoorDash delivery guy.
It was an hour ago.
If you weren't here when that conversation happened, you don't get to know. Okay, the chat knows.
I'm good without that. I am trying to get to a position where I can take a look at what the jammer is doing, but
so they said 37%. So yay! It started an hour ago at 57, so we've made 20% in an hour. So yay! How much shield did that damn thing have?
Those numbers don't work, but I'm
not
awake enough. I'm not awake enough to figure out how they don't work, Dawn.
I'm not kidding. If you scroll back, Chad, I'm not wrong, right? You scroll back through, it was 57% like an hour ago. Oh, it's because the fighters aren't working? Shocker.
How have people not figured out that in tie-dye, in EVE Online, fighters just fail to... It's a basic N+ problem. The more entities you add to the grid, the more the server has to work, and the less likely the server is to work. This is basic maths, people, right? So for every carrier, you have 3 fighters that they launch.
Oh, that's not rough.
That's not one entity in terms of the carrier, and then the fighters are just damage that comes out. No, that's 4 entities every time, and every single instance of that on the server. So for every fighter, the server has to draw out its relationships to other fighters on the grid and other ships on the grid. And these fighters are in large part why these tie-dye slogs have become such a slog in the last few years.
So Houdini, who I assume is in the carrier group that's doing this, says that they have to fly the fighters over, shoot once, pull them away 100 kilometers from the thing and then send it back and shoot again because of the gun cycling issues. Oh, that's good. I love it.
It's amazing.
So I had a quick comment in Twitch chat that it was too much maths so early, and another question was, it's 10 a.m. How can I think so clearly right now? And these are like, it's not that I'm thinking clearly here, guys. I'm like, brain is still turning on. Don't worry about that. This is just the basic fundamentals of any tie-dye fight ever. And they are so well ingrained in my brain that we've done this too many times.
So, for instance, I think you're closer
This is why Dirk is talking extra slow today. Because he's just barely awake.
Yeah, pretty much.
Brisk, the fleet that's to the bottom right, I think they're coming to help with the Keepstar. Who is that? The bottom right, is that like Havish? Or?
I'm not clear who that is. I can't really tell from where I'm at.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. Well, I'll let that be a surprise. Yeah, no monster. You know what I should have brought? Four Loko. That would be a great wake-up drink. I just discovered that grape Four Loko tastes like grape Fanta, and it's super alcoholic. Like, I missed out in college. I never drank it in college.
Four Loko.
If you are a fan of the Rampage Incorporated stream, I hope you are drinking your Rogue Energy right now. Now, it looks like, as what I can tell so far, we still have the Keepstar paused at 7 minutes and 11 seconds. It is not, it is slowly going down, but it's still 99% in terms of damage. I had to warp off because I was getting shot. It's unclear
like
to me.
The whole fleet might be leaving over.
Yeah, I mean, so we were in the process of getting bubbled, so I think we were going to reposition, and we started warping off. So I was already off because you guys know me anchoring while I'm talking is very difficult for me to do. So I warped away. We're at 98%. There you go.
Woo!
Very good. That's it.
So I'm guessing the blue group at the bottom of the Keepstar is taking over the damage while you guys reposition. Which might end up... Oh god, this is gonna be a slog.
I mean, that would be the general...
20 minutes for 2%. Alright. How's
that
that
would be the general attack.
There you go.
That maths tells me that we will be back here at downtime and wondering whether or not the Keepstar repairs before we can get people logged in. That's what that maths tells me.
The difficult question.
That's always the question when it comes to these sorts of timers around downtime. The timer is paused for downtime at whatever the timer started at least last time I checked. This was the facts.
That is correct.
And the timer restarts when the server comes back up. The node may not be accessible by the login server for, 30 seconds to a minute, assuming everything is fine. And then you have the login process as well. And then you've just got the fact that, again, 4,500 people in local, they're going to be hammering that login server. They may or may not get in time to throw some damage on this Keepstar, throw enough damage on this Keepstar and get it paused again. It would be so much better for all involved if this could just be reinforced before downtime.
I do believe it starts over from 15 minutes. The local has stayed the same, roughly about 4,300. Highest we saw it get to was 4,400. So it's really like I think we're at our max of people that are going to be here until more Europeans wake up. Or more Americans just say, screw it, I didn't need sleep anyways. One of the two.
If you do the math, one of these Keepstars, generally speaking, has around 88,000 hit points. 88 million hit points, I should say. Damage cap is 75,000. So in 10% tie-dye, where 1 second of game time is 10 seconds of real life time at a minimum. It will take, generally speaking, around 3 hours, 3.25 hours to run through the entire armor timer, assuming that you have the ability to put max damage on this keep and hit damage cap. I don't think we're at that point. So there's no way that we could ref this before downtime. It's just not mathematically possible. So this will be a post-downtime fight, and then we're going to get to see whether or not CCP has managed to find a way to ensure the login servers works for everybody who's trying to spam to get into the same system at the same time, whether or not they can actually get in. We'll see. We will see what happens. And that also assumes that in the next hour and a half that this timer does not tick down and everybody starts to de-aggress and go away. We shall see.
Oh, I'm excited so far. We're still holding. It is the dream is still alive. That could change at any moment. We could have a mass DC and lose enough DPS. So we're just gonna thank every moment we get. Knock on wood here.
And yes, the node is reinforced.
Yes, it should be.
I mean, it's obvious. There's no way the server would be even close to holding up with 4,400 people in a backwater region in Imperium line if it wasn't reinforced.
Yeah, this is where we all hope that the node reinforcement was submitted both for today and tomorrow, because the node reinforcement allocation happens at downtime.
It doesn't even have to. It doesn't even have to, because
really?
My understanding, based on the last conversation that was public with CCP, was they had put the stagings on a reinforced node 24/7. So X47 and DO6 should both be on reinforced nodes all the time. So they don't have to. You don't have to put a request in for a fight in this system. So that's kind of where we're at.
I would be the person advocating that you should definitely put the request in anyway.
Well, the thing is,
that's good to know.
They don't want you to do that because it causes problems if they're putting requests in for reinforced nodes that are already reinforced. My understanding is that they don't do that. It causes issues. So, but in the long run, at the end of the day, the node is reinforced. It's there's no way we would be able to have this fight at the way that it's having, and the fact that we've had it for the last 4 hours, if the node wasn't reinforced. That's not a huge thing. In terms of battle report, I have not seen an accurate one yet. We probably won't have one, at least for a little while.
So there was one point it was really bad, and then we got it pretty even, and then I'm sure when we disengaged it went bad a little bit. But so when it was at 4 a.m., I think it was 130 billion to 140 billion to 180 billion. Horde 140, us 180. So it really wasn't that bad for a while there, but I'm sure it got worse later. But yeah, I think that's kind of what it was.
Unlikely that it got any better. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching continuing coverage here on INN of the latest X47 Keepstar Armor Timer. This is the third time that we have taken a fight on this grid for the Armor Timer. Currently, the Keepstar is paused at 7 minutes and 11 seconds. There are 4,300 plus people in local right now. We have fleets from all around New Eden on both the Fart side and the Imperium side and the B2 side. We found more than 380 NC Dot players that still exist in the game, and they all happen to be here. And we're in the process of watching this fight unfold. It's both sides have caps. There is a Sinojammer on grid. Goons are trying to kill the Sinojammer right now. It was in the 30% range before, in addition to other fleets that are on the Keepstar trying to shoot it. We were able to kill an Ansiblex jump gate earlier in the day. They have since dropped another one, but that jump gate, I believe, is not online yet, because the online timer I don't believe is real time. I believe it is impacted by tie-dye, and so it has been sitting there for a while. But We are watching and
paint dry.
Waiting.
and waiting and seeing whether or not third time is the charm for the Imperium on this Easter weekend to
The Jammers
knock this Keep Star into its whole timer.
Jammers at 31%. Thank you for our on the field reporters providing us the key info. Unfortunately, our cameraman has fucked off somewhere. I think he might have fallen down the stairs, so we're gonna hope Mafune's okay.
I mean, he's done
fallen
this
asleep.
before.
You can guarantee that. I mean, this is the standard move from Mafune.
Probably
He just passes
like,
out.
Hold on, let me lay down for 5 minutes. 8 hours later. Whoops, sorry guys.
I just find it very odd
right?
to me that someone as young as he is
Can't
incapable of staying awake, and someone as old
fucking
as I am can. Go figure.
Fucking baby. He even got a nap. He went to bed at 8 and woke up at 1:30 when all the tweets started.
Yeah, I went to bed about like what time is it? 10:30. I went to bed about 2.5 hours ago, and I got here half an hour ago, in plenty of time. Like, what's his problem? What's his excuse?
Necro, he is probably with the DoorDash guy for sure.
Now, for those of you who are fans of the
is still paused, by the way.
It is paused.
I did see a question in Twitch chat. It's paused at 7 minutes 11 seconds, and it's probably still paused somewhere in the region of 97% armor remaining. So yeah, that is the Keep Star update for you.
Thank you for the bits, Bornera.
Thank you, Born.
We always appreciate it. And using the Theta B. Theta B is the best B.
There you go. So last week on the Meta Show, if you guys saw, was our April Fool's edition. And we tricked everyone into thinking that Mark and I had left the show and Mafune was taking over the Meta Show. And I felt so bad at
you couldn't even keep... You couldn't hold the joke.
I couldn't hold the joke. For it got to be so bad that I had to turn it off and go back to the regular show. I felt so bad about doing that to you people. I felt so bad about it that I have a special treat for you all this weekend. Meta Show will be live tomorrow, Saturday, April the 8th, and we'll have a very special guest, and we'll be doing a very special program, and I'm not going to I'm going to tease it that much, but not any farther.
So what you're telling us is Aquarius George will be back.
George is always around. Unlike Frank, he's pretty stationary. I usually know where he is at all times. We will be having a very special guest tomorrow. We haven't had an update
from George in a while.
We have not. That is true. But we will have a special guest on the Meta Show tomorrow. It'll be a very fun Meta Show, and it will make up for the fact that I tricked you guys into thinking that Mafune might be taking over the show, which I know was probably a war crime, and I'm sorry.
So we're watching some interesting kind of formation happening from Horde. They were all kind of collected to the front because they were trying to shoot you, right? Or shoot you guys. But they've now kind of like spread out in like a donut around, like the caps are in the center. So they've got the center all bright orange. But I think all the subcaps have kind of like, the fleets have like spread out in kind of like a U shape around to kind of try and get to the two fleets that are shooting at the Keepstar right now. So the top's kind of open. I don't know if anyone's going to take that coverage up there, but I think that's the only kind of clear spot currently on that Keepstar. So we'll see if we make any moves. Right now we're kind of keeping the status quo from what I can tell. And if you didn't see it earlier, for those joining us, the battle report from the earlier fight that we had was about 180 billion to 290 billion, which is what I would have expected, honestly, with the slaughterfest that was happening. But,
right.
Yeah, the battle report that I've seen also does include the fights that happened around the Ansiblex before we got onto the Keepstar. So it's not just damage for this Keepstar, but it is a lot of damage.
I see what we're doing here. I will not share. If you're in system, you get to know, but I see what's happening. So it's very interesting. Very interesting. And so we're at 97%. Yay, we've gained another percent. Woo! Keep going, guys.
At this rate, we will be done with this, I don't know, 5 minutes after forever. I kid, but the maths definitely says that this is going to downtime, and we are going to see a login race again once we hit downtime.
And last time, we lost that one, so who knows? But the timer does reset, so at least we get 15 minutes to try and get DPS on grid. So, and there's enough fleets, Imperium fleets in system that can do it. Like if we all warp over to the Keepstar right before downtime, so when we land, we're there. Like, if enough of us could get there to do it. It's just more about the.
Now you say
log in.
You say right before downtime.
I mean, 20 minutes before downtime.
You're talking about a solid half hour to initiate the warp, and you will have to see a slugfest, right? You will see fights and ships dying in that 20 minutes before downtime after you land, as long as the warp only lasts 10 minutes. It's one of those things where you have to take losses to then try and make sure that you get the pause happening after downtime as well. It's going to be a tactical decision to be made by the lead FCs. I wonder if they'd want to warp into that blob.
I mean, that's going to be the tough question is,
yeah,
who manages to get the bulk of their guys logged back in first, and whether or not they want to jump back into that meat grinder. And that's going to be hard. I think that's going to be a very difficult thing. But it's as far as I can tell, nobody is extracting. Everyone here is committed to trying to push this through. This is probably the best shot we're going to have, at least in the short term, to take out this Keepstar armor timer. So I think everybody wants to do their best to make sure that we give this our 100% effort.
I think there's a salvage corp going on. I think there's a salvage operation going on at all those wrecks down there from the fight earlier.
I mean,
because there's still a bunch of orange down there. There were people had dropped not one, not two, but 6 MTUs in the middle of the fight.
That is a standard for everyone. Anybody who's ever been on an Asher fleet will know that if he loves anything, it's shooting an MTU. But I think we have bigger fish to fry right now, unfortunately, or those things would be dead.
Folks asking, is it over? It has just started. At least the official part of the fight has just started. The Keepstar came out about half an hour ago.
And we've managed 3% in that time.
We've managed to do 3%. We have managed to pause the Keepstar timer at 7 minutes and 11 seconds, and it is ticking down slowly. It is not repairing.
I mean, also, like, we only have, 2 fleets shooting the Keepstar, and we're not at max DPS. If we got higher, closer to the damage cap, we would definitely be going down faster. Right now, we're at, the bare minimum.
That is true.
I see a blue fleet moving.
I was going to say, it looks like we've got the Tempest fleet is moving back in.
Oh, that must be Havish then, I think. I don't know. I think that they might be going after that orange fleet down there to eliminate some threats. Or because they're bored. One of the two.
And it looks like from where I'm sitting that they are landing very close to that NC Dot Nightmare fleet. So.
Oh, is that where all the NC Dot guys are? Salvaging?
Yeah, they are out. Yeah.
Just as a quick point, we do have 3 FCs running Tech Fleet in this fight, Dawn. So it could be Havish, it could also be Piggles or Asher, depending upon where they are.
I think someone said it is Havish, but I'm not. But oh no, PGL. Sorry, we're getting conflicting reports. It's PGL. Okay, so PGL is big dicking down to go shoot those guys. Good. We brought him in here. Let's let him do some work.
The thing that's interesting for me is that this fight is still spread across these two different focal points. You've got the Keepstar on one side that is just being paused and held at the minute, and then you've got this other fight that is a mass of wrecks, a sea of wrecks on your screen, viewers. What's going to happen if we actually do manage to bring that jammer down?
Who knows? Does anyone have the jammer percentage? Galley or whatever it was? I'm assuming it's in the 20s.
It was 31%
24.
last time we checked. 24%, so
24, thank you.
more progress being made on the jammer than on the Keepstar. That is not a surprise. But once that jammer goes down, that's the last jammer in system. We could see an attempt to jump some higher DPS ships in here, get some dreadnoughts in, maybe, to apply some just actual DPS to the Citadel.
Alright, so we see some movement going on to the bottom left of the Keepstar. There is a small fleet there shooting the Keepstar. I don't know who they are, but props to you. And there is a orange fleet. I don't know if it's the Paladins. They're moving a little fast for Paladins, but there's a fax coming off of the Keepstar. So that fleet looks like, and there's some fighters moving too, so it looks like they're going to try to drive off the DPS this smaller fleet over here is providing to the Keepstar. It's orange
Yeah, that's what it looks like. That they are over there
Paladins?
fighting the Paladins. I thought it was the Nightmare Fleet, but it looks like it's the Paladins instead. Or at least some of them. Some of
the
them.
left side?
I'm not sure. I'm looking at. It's hard to see anything on Bufune Street. I'm looking at my screen, and they seem to be on the right-hand side, but like in the front of the Keepstar.
Yeah, I'm just. I'm trying to collaborate what the viewers are seeing with what's on my screen.
Progod appears to be on the Paladin fleet. That's where it looks like they landed.
Yeah, my screen is also working at frames per minute in terms of rotation, so that's always fun.
That's a Tempest fleet that moved out to that little blue fleet on the bottom left area of the Keepstar. So we got PGL with the Paladins such inside the original fight site on the right side. And then we've got the Typhoon, the orange Typhoon, or TFIs are coming off the Keepstar with their fax, which that fax was moving and grooving, so that thing is propped out. The Keepstar, I assume is at 96%, maybe? We're lucky?
You are correct, Dawn. We are definitely seeing a Typhoon versus Paladin showdown, kind of off to the left of what the viewers are seeing on the stream. I'm not sure how well Paladins, actually, I'm not sure how well Typhoons are going to last against Paladins in this particular environment. Missiles in tie-dye are notoriously unreliable. I wouldn't trust them, but I hope this goes well in the sense that those Paladins go down and we can get some more damage on this Keepstar.
Well, I'm glad that you guys are enjoying eating some of the Goonie ships. That's what we're here for. We're here for fun, we're here for conquest, and we're here to entertain. So I'm glad that we can provide.
Someone's yelling at me to look at Discord. What?
Hey, if you want to tell us something, you fucking come on. Some of you know how to get in here.
Right. So what I've been told is that I should be talking about Tempests when in fact on my screen I'm looking at Typhoon. Please stop pinging me with random information that is not correct.
Please keep pinging Dirk with random information that is not correct. I think it's funny. And of course it's Colton. Colton's
I'll start announcing it, and that'll be what keeps us through downtime and through the maths. Okay, I'm being informed that the person who pinged me is in a Tempest shooting paladins. I think we may be talking about different paladin fleets at this point, as I try and look around the grid. It's taking a hot minute.
I mean, there are
like,
multiple paladin fleets here. You've got, I mean,
Horde has
there's some that are
800
over.
here alone.
Yeah, there's plenty of paladins around this grid. They're not all in the same space.
Also, as Brisk has asked
special.
for me to, as Brisk has asked for me to be pinged with completely irrelevant and false information. Apparently, the Keepstar is refed already, and we can all go home.
That's a solid win right there.
So Centron, what's going on is this all started because Fraternity got uppity and they wanted more space when they don't even need it. But Fraternity wanted more space, so them and Brave and their buddies have been fighting over territory for a while, literally in little slap fights. It's like little hands just bopping each other for a couple months. Well, Fraternity was like, this is embarrassing. So they're like, we're going to call Horde to send their, just one of their SIGs to come help us. And so then we were like, oh, okay. Well, we're bored. So Imperium has come up to help push Fraternity out of Brave space and Brave holdings, as well as have fun. And because we moved, Horde was like, well, I guess we'll go over too. So now we're back at face fucking each other on a Keepstar, like old times. Yeah, literally, FRT they paid for Horde to come over and deal with Brave.
They are renting Horde's Bean Foreign Legion SIG to come fight.
This is more than
B2.
the Bean Foreign Legion, so.
Well, I mean, think about it this way. You're in a major group like Horde, and all your PvPers are out having fun, and they're getting in these big fights, and you're seeing them talk about how great it is and how many fights they're having and all this other kind of stuff. So, of course, you're going to run over and want to join and participate. So that's what's happening.
And if you want to participate in these types of fights, you're always welcome to reach out to your local Karma Fleet member or Imperium member.
Except me.
Or if you want to be in Horde, I don't know why, but hey, if you have fun over there, go ahead. We need people to shoot, so you're more than welcome to join us and have a good time. Make sure this is your reminder to get up and move and groove. Everyone's been sitting down for a while, so shake that booty. We don't need anyone having a fucking heart attack here, so.
That would be bad.
Because we've actually had somebody almost die during the fleet before, so. And Asakai, Harley Q, that was sitting for, I think, 8 or 12 hours straight.
That's not good.
He had a blood clot, so. That is why we take it very seriously.
That is very weird.
Well, he's also like 450 pounds, so that doesn't help.
So that's really the issue. It was less than blood
don't do that either. The blood clot
is 450 pounds.
Just a complicating factor.
Something's happening.
So, what is happening, Dawn? You got very excited for a second. I'm seeing some
unit
people
fleet is warping back on grid,
We see a
and
blue
there's
flame on the
two fleets warping in at the same time.
Yep, here we go. They will be applying damage to something in the near future. Brisk, I'm sure you'll be able to tell us what the init fleet at least is doing damage to, as and when that happens. We did have a question in Twitch chat that I'm trying to find real quick. What happens when the jammer hits 0% shield? Do people care to comment on what's going to happen as and when the jammer hits 0% shield?
Do we have to go through armor to reinforce it, quote unquote? Or is that only on the bridges? How close am I to this thing? Can I put my drones on it?
It should be as I understand it, for jammers, it should be a shield plus armor reinforcement. It hits hull on the first reinforcement, and it hitting hull also stops it working.
Oh god, okay. So we have to get through the armor because it'll repair
Correct.
the shield
It's still
immediately. Oh god, it's already taken 2 hours to get to this point.
From our reporters on the ground, can we get percentage updates on both the Keepstar and the Jammer? 96% says Nobi in Twitch chat on the Keepstar, and 19% shield on the Jammer. There is progress being made here at a snail's pace. That's what we're seeing. Progress at a snail's pace.
It's happening, guys. It's happening. We are here for it.
Vexel Zero, yes, paint does in fact dry faster than EVE Online fights go in tie-dye.
I'm doing laundry. I hope everyone else is taking advantage of the fact that we're sitting around doing nothing in between shooting. Like, I've already done a load of laundry. I'm gonna clean out the cat box here soon. Some people have been cooking in between things.
I have to say, I'm rather surprised that your cat has not been screaming at us like he normally does during.
She is past
Your
her
cat is now a
time
he because
mood.
I said so.
Well, I have a he, but he doesn't scream. He has asthma attacks sometimes, but he doesn't scream.
My cat is passed out on the floor right here.
I mean, he would definitely pass out from asthma attacks if he was screaming as much as your female cat.
That's true.
Is the Keepstar getting shot? Yes, the Keepstar is getting shot. It is still paused at 7 minutes and 11 seconds. There are 7 minutes and 11 seconds remaining on that repair timer, and according to our reporters on the ground, we were at 76% armor remaining on the Keepstar only a minute or so ago. We are now 68 minutes away from downtime, so we are managing about a percentage every 20 minutes or so, 15, 16 minutes or so. And words.
Yes,
words
he
are
said
hard.
76, but he means 96. That is correct.
There's a lot of things.
Words are hard at this point. It's a bit early for me still. But yeah, we are 68 minutes away from downtime, and so at this current rate, we'll have managed another 4, maybe 5% by downtime, and then we get to the login race.
You can suck my nut saying it's early.
Yeah, it's late over there across the pond, isn't it?
Oh no, it's early now. It's 6 a.m.
It's 6 a.m. Well, almost 6 a.m.
Yeah, and you've been up for how many hours? It's late for you still.
By the way, I'm gonna kick Mifuni's ass. He cannot start.
This is to be expected. I mean, worst comes to worst, if I have to, I think I can probably yank the stream from him, but I don't want to do that. Because it's live and we still have stuff on the screen and people can see. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching INN continuing coverage of the latest Keepstar armor timer in X47. We have been going for about 4 hours now. We've been streaming for 2.5. The Keepstar came out at 4 a.m. Eastern Freedom Time, which was, I believe, was it an hour ago or was it 2 hours?
It was about an hour ago, Eve time.
It came out at 9 a.m. Eve time. We've been here for quite a while. You have a number of fleets on grid. There are tons of people here from both sides. We have thousands of players from Horde, Fraternity, NC Dot, Pandemic Legion. On the Fart side, we have thousands of pilots from the Imperium and B2 on the Imperium B2 side. Currently, as of right now, there are 2 fights happening. There's a fight over the Sinojammer, which you can see at the top of your screen, which is currently paused at 10 minutes and 40 seconds. It is below 20% shield right now. In order for us to knock this Sinojammer offline, we have to get through the shield and the armor. We are almost through the shield. We will then have to start on the armor. The Keep Star itself is also paused at 7 minutes and 11 seconds. It is at 96%. It is slowly ticking down. We are 1 hour away, at 1 hour and 5 minutes away from EVE Online's daily downtime, when everyone will get kicked off the server will reboot, and then the race will be on to see who can log in first and keep this fight going. But for right now, what you're seeing on the bottom of this, actually, I guess you can't really see it from this angle. We are converging on the Fraternity Paladin fleet. All of the Imperium fleets are, and these guys are going to eat shit here shortly. It's going to be fun.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. I don't know what our plan. I don't know, and I wish I could tell you guys, but I really don't know if we are truly super focused on taking down that armor timer, or if it's, let's just take out as many guys as we can. There's no way we're gonna get this done, but we're gonna try. We are trying
to push people to be logging in on a holiday weekend for a lot of Europe, and kind of early for a lot of Europe as well. To not go for this armor timer in a wholehearted manner, I would think would be potentially a bit disingenuous. I don't think people would be very happy about waking up early on a holiday to get shanghaied like that. I do think the interesting question is what happens when the jammer goes down. Because as somebody in Twitch chat, Asaventura suggests, once the jammer goes offline, we can try and bring in other capitals and super capitals to increase the rate of damage.
I think we have space for 100 more people, so it would be very few.
The server stability is the server stability is a big question.
The other thing that I think everybody needs to keep in mind, which I think is going to be interesting, is if something happens and we're having trouble with the login servers or those types of things, CCP is on vacation.
Yeah, this is
Iceland gets 3 days off for Easter. They get Maundy Thursday, which was yesterday. They get Good Friday, and they get Easter Monday. So this is a 5-day weekend for our friends in Reykjavik, and it's going to be a little while before somebody wakes up and checks on the servers. Just saying.
I mean, we do have to remember that CCP does have on-call staff, and the primary servers are based in London, not Iceland. But even still, here in the UK, Friday, Good Friday is a bank holiday, and so it's going to be whichever poor soul is on call, and that's about it.
So we are currently watching. So there's this whole mass on the right side of the Keep Star where you see more blue with some orange. Basically, there's a zealot / paladin fleet.
They have some APOC navies in there too.
Yeah, it's kind of a conglomerate.
It's a fraternity fleet full of Omar ships, and we are shooting them now.
But so we're shooting them, and a bunch of our fleets have come over all together to shoot on them at once. Because there is one big fleet that's off to the left that's kind of extended out from the Keep Star, shooting that blue fleet over there. Well, now I'm watching a fleet just slowly rise up from the Keep Star and head towards us. And I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna die.
Once again, I'm having fun trying to rotate my screen to orient it the way that the stream is seeing things. Because unfortunately, stream, you are restricted to one view and one view only. That is Mifune's view, and Mifune has passed out into his takeaway, from what we have seen. But I am seeing a nightmare headed towards that lovely blue bulb off on the left.
They are moving fast, so it's got to be the nightmares. Cluster shutdown alert. So
There you
Buster
go. We
is gonna go
now
down in
have
an hour.
our first alert that we are getting close to downtime.
Yep. 60
That 1
minutes
hour is going to pass
remaining.
very quickly.
Oh yeah, sure. that 1 hour is going to pass very quickly and also very slowly. But yeah, based on what I can see now, I can confirm that is the the Nightmare fleets are moving towards the Typhoons. They're on the left of what the viewers can see. Meanwhile, we still have the slugfest going on over at the Jammer, which is a lot of Typhoon fleets and Tempests. Typhoon fleets? Tempest fleets and Tempests just slugging it away over the Jammer. This is a lot of fights in a lot of places that aren't the Keepstar, primarily. However, the Keepstar is still paused, still at 7 minutes 11 seconds remaining on the armor timer, and probably still somewhere in that region of 96 to 95%. Reporters on the ground saying 2 Nightmare fleets and 1 Paladin fleet shooting the poor Typhoons. Typhoons aren't gonna hold up against that sort of damage.
That's actually a Mifune issue. Mifune, you gotta work on our volumes.
I'm sorry, is the volume...
Apparently, I'm still a little bit low, and Dirk is a little
You're
high.
always low. Thing. I always have you at like 200%, and then people start...
I don't know why.
I don't know why.
I'm like right next to it.
I don't know why
volume
either.
low.
You're set at 94% for me, and you're perfectly loud. But people are also saying that I'm apparently quite loud, and this is also a regular complaint. So I'm not sure if that's just how the stream grabs different voices. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I am alive. I am alive, and
You just say fuck hanging out with us for like an hour and a half?
No, it's that my eyes were hurting staring at the screen, and my butt was hurting from my chair, so I ended up laying in my bed and waiting for like 20 minutes, and then I eventually took a tiny nap.
Like I say,
he did wake up. He did wake up.
He passed out into his food.
So the chat's running theme was that you were, doing stuff for the DoorDash guy. That was totally coming.
Well, also, Twitch chat, Mifune just might have a minor issue moving, depending upon whether or not the server wants to let him do things.
The excuse that my eyes were hurting from looking at the screen is one of the most pathetic things I've ever heard, let me just tell you.
Wow. Okay, Brisk.
That is pretty disappointing, to be fair. Also, my butt was hurting from my chair. Get a better chair.
Well, you know what? Though sitting down for a long time, it's gonna hurt. Shut up.
Well, actually, I just got one of those secret lab chairs, and I'm still breaking it in, kind of. So it's more like a rock than an actual cushion right now.
You'll be breaking it in forever. The one thing, all of the gamer chairs, it's a secret, is they're all shit. They're all horribly bad.
Unfortunately, my parents bought me a chair for Christmas, but they had a certain budget that they were willing to stick within. So I asked for the best one I could get. But I would love to have one of those nice, thick, plush executive chairs that, you never want to get out of.
Yes, all gamer chairs, gentlemen and ladies, these are designed for looks. They are not designed for sitting in. They're just supposed to look really cool, but they are all the most uncomfortable shit on the planet. They all are exactly the same. The design is exactly the same. You can buy them from 15 different vendors, and they will all be the same. It's a shame. Get yourself a nice chair, a nice office chair.
It is a shame, and yeah, I would echo that. I spent... I don't want to think about what I spent on my Noble chair. But then when I was fitting out a home office, I picked up a nice ergonomic mesh chair, and I actually prefer that so much more. So yeah, and the office chair was like half the price. So don't cheap out on your chairs, but also don't go gaming just because it's fancy and you like what you see.
Running into the long calls time of the game.
I fully expect that. So if we get a quick breakdown about what's happening here at the CubeStar.
If you were here, you'd know. Just saying.
Yeah,
okay,
we've
so
been doing that every 20 minutes, but you're new here.
So for all of our friends that are joining us or just waking up, 95% exciting. Yeah, exactly, Zarek.
Including the food.
We are. The Imperium is in blue. The Horde is in orange. Horde has at least 700 or 800 more people than we do in system right now. So at least their side does. We are trying to get the armor timer for this Keepstar. I think this is our third serious attempt. It is paused at the moment. We are also shooting a jammer at the top. It seems like Horde and them may have just abandoned trying to fight over that, because I don't see that much orange up there anymore compared to what it was before.
There is a fleet over towards that area. I'm trying to figure out what it is right now, but the client is responding as you would expect in this level of
What, on the far left where all the little fighters are coming from, or
not on the left of where the Keepstar is, but over towards the jammer there is a group of Tempest fleet issues at some range, and then there is the main
the fighter
blue-orange
ball
blob.
Okay.
So there is a Tempest fleet issue trying to shoot at range our guys on the jammer, but the jammer is still slowly going down from what we've seen from our reporters on the ground. Please carry on, Dawn. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you that badly.
So, yes, and so we're fighting over the numbers are not even. No, not at all. They definitely have almost 500 to 800 more people than we do on their side. Now, some of them could have a significant number in capitals that are not engaged in this fight, but they definitely do have more than us. It's definitely still doable. As I said, a lot of them could be in capitals that are just not really doing that much, but yes, the forts are completely fine. They're not reinforced. Yeah, as I said, numbers-wise, it's probably pretty close, but right now we have basically 3 main conflicts happening. We've got the group on the right, which is where I'm at. The group on the far bottom left, which is, I don't know who that is, and no one's told us. And then I think PGL was originally over here by all these dreads at the bottom right, but then I think he warped over to us where Asher's at.
This other Tails.
It's a Brave Typhoon fleet. Okay.
And
good luck to them.
It is the Nightmares heading down there. It looks like that we have the Tempest fleet issues and the Paladins kind of going for the Goon fleet over here and the Init fleet. And then it looks like the fighters up at the jammer. So the Keepstar is taking damage. We still have an hour until downtime. I'm curious to see how far the armor can get down by
then.
So in terms of the battle report, the last battle report that I saw linked that was semi-accurate, this does cover the Ansablex that was killed a couple of hours before the Keepstar came out, but currently has it at 217 billion-esque lost by Horde et al. A total of 596 ships lost as of my refresh, versus the Imperium's /B2's losses 299 billion and 665 ships lost. So over the course of the last something like 4 hours in this system's seen 500 billion ISK in damage easily, and probably more than that.
And we'll likely see more before this fight is over.
And we'll certainly see more before this fight is over, just as long as the tie-dye holds.
Oh my god. Being Logi in a tie-dye fight like this is absolute torture. Because it takes like 15 minutes sometimes to get your shit to do anything. And you're just watching people die and you're like, I would love to save you, but no. I can't.
This is also the pain of a DPS pilot sometimes. Is like, I would like to kill you. Let me press a button and see if it works. This is, unfortunately, this is what I would refer to as beyond tie-dye in this sort of fight. The tie-dye indicator will tell us that we are at 10% tie-dye, but I would actually guess that the server is applying something closer to 2 or 3% tie-dye. And, the servers slow down, modules stop responding. Anything beyond 10% tie-dye is going to have some breakages.
Yeah.
It is inevitable.
Uh-oh.
As we've already covered, it's a numbers game. And the number of fighters do not necessarily help, but it's just a question of numbers and a question of what the server can handle.
So my game decided in the middle of a giant tie-dye fight to open up the new Eden store. I'm so excited. So I don't know how long this is going to take.
They want you to buy a
sitting here. Stuff. Obviously, you need to buy a skin.
Yeah, you need to buy things.
I mean, it's not as if you'll be able to see your skin in the morass of what's going on here on the Skeep Star, but correct. You should buy one anyway.
Oh, okay. We're going. Oh, man. I hate when I'm like, turn on, and then you turn it off, and you're like, well, fuck me.
While you're at it, would you like some Plex?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely better than it was when we were down at that bottom right fighting. It's gotten better, but it's still rough. But I see a lot of laser beams going on. There's a bunch of ships coming up off the Keep Star. I don't know. I really don't know who's shooting the Keep Star anymore, honestly.
Somebody is shooting the Keep Star because it is still paused.
Kamatu is 100%. Broadcast spam is hell, especially when your fleet is being bombed and you have a bunch of scared people who are afraid that they're going to die, and they start broadcasting for bomb damage when everybody knows you don't broadcast for bomb damage.
I'm in an armor tank ship, but I was reduced to 60% shield. Please let me spam all of the broadcasts because Logi won't get to me otherwise. That is a terrible attitude. People should be ashamed to use it. And that's all I have to say on that. You should be ashamed if that's you. Know your tank. Know when you're dying. Stop being terrible players. Also, reports of 6%. I'm going to assume that's on the jammer. We were on shield timer, so give it 4 or 5 minutes, and the jammer might be into armor.
Someday.
The jammer might die by downtime, guys. It might die by downtime.
It might actually die before downtime.
Okay. And the thing is, there's still some more things in system, but I think that we might be waiting for downtime to use some of those items that are in the system. And I don't know if that's also affecting some of the choices that Horde of them are making. The fact that downtime is coming soon. So we'll see what happens at downtime. 94%!
94% keep awesome. Okay, I will be
I don't know who the fuck is shooting it.
I'm gonna go put a hoodie on because it's cold.
Don't you? You better come back within 5 minutes.
He's not coming back. I guarantee you he will
back.
fall asleep.
I'm coming back. Don't you worry.
All right, everyone. Mifune stepped away for the next hour and a half. You are back to Dawn, Brisk, and myself. In terms of the coverage you're gonna get, we are currently 45 minutes to downtime, and I do think this downtime countdown is one of the biggest parts of this fight. It's gonna be what makes or breaks this armor timer, is whether or not people can get in after downtime, get shooting this timer, get paused afterwards, because at 96% armor remaining, 94% armor remaining, sorry, on the Keep Star, we're gonna see a mad rush and just a hope that people can get back in before it repairs automatically, because that repair timer starts when the server comes back up and not when people are on grid.
Oh, my thing's turned on in under 30 seconds. What?
Don't jinx
I know, don't jinx it. I know. I know.
The server weather smiled on you for a minute. Don't jinx
I know.
it.
Once again, if you are enjoying the coverage or you just want to support us in all of our coverage we do with all of our shows, you're always welcome to throw some Bezo bucks at us if you got a free Twitch Prime or an Amazon Prime. You also, if you have any,
bucks?
that's what the bot says. I know it's not Bezo bucks anymore. Someone else is in charge. But if you got some bits or whatever, you are more than welcome to show your appreciation. All of that money goes towards all the future stuff for the stream, such as music and licensing as well. So you are always welcome to support us. If not, no big deal. We don't do this for the money.
Okay, so after that wonderful advertisement, we did have a question in Twitch chat that asked, do we lose 1 minute or two on timers just due to logins? Brisk, do you want to talk a little bit about how logins and repair timers work in terms of downtime?
So my understanding of the way that it works is the repair timer starts over at 15 minutes at downtime, and then it starts ticking. And as people are trying to log in, it's going to tick down. And it doesn't matter how many people are on grid or who logs in first or whatever. As soon as the server comes up, that timer is going to start ticking. So it's always a race to get logged in and to try to make sure that you are shooting and getting the Keep Star locked and paused again as quickly as possible. And that's going to be a giant pain in the ass. So we shall see. That's going to be the big question. I think anytime you have a structure timer that crosses downtime, it causes all kinds of headaches for everybody involved, which is one of the reasons why China time zone has a defender's advantage that's even greater than anything that we had seen in the last war with, M2 and the other structure timers that we were defending on the Imperium side. The reality is, if you can straddle downtime with a big timer, you have a significant advantage, especially if people are having trouble logging in. What happened last time? The first I shouldn't say last time. The first X47 armor timer that we fought on was in such bad tie-dye. Right, this war. Right, there's multiple X47 Keep Star fights over the years, but in this war, in the last month and a week, the first Keep Star timer, we were never able to get on grid fast enough to be able to pause the timer. By the time we got on grid, calls were taking 6-7 minutes. We had locked the Keepstar. We could not put enough DPS on it before the Keepstar repaired. In the second timer, if I recall correctly, it was, and in fact, the downtime, there was another downtime issue logging in, and it wasn't even about the timer at that point. It was just trying to get back in. We crashed the login servers when you had 6,000 people bum rushing them, trying to log in first in X47 in that first fight.
Awful.
And it caused all kinds of problems. And then as soon as we got back up, we had a node crash that CCP has still not figured out what happened there. And the result was everything was rubber banded back to right after downtime, which was the last time the server had a good save. And people thought, oh, they rolled back the server. No, it wasn't a rollback. It was a rubber banding, and it caused all kinds of problems. So we'll see what happens today, but I'm not sanguine that we're going to have a good experience, because that would be the opposite of what we have seen throughout the rest of this war.
Yeah, I hate to break it to CCP, but what happened there is the hardware got overloaded and then went, no, I need to go back to the last safe state. That's what happened there. It was just...
Correct. That is correct.
It's unfortunately not that difficult to understand what happened. It is very difficult to figure out how to mitigate that, though. And I don't envy them for that.
Now, in chat, so Real Desert Rat says CCP skip downtime. Okay, yeah, that is a thing. That is what CCP wants to do. They have tested this before. They are trying to get to the point where they don't need to do a downtime every day, and that would take away this defender's advantage that you get in Chinese time zone, which would be great. We're just not at that point yet.
Yeah, they've done a couple of experiments, and they've also got some technical write-ups. If you're interested in the technical side of how CCP's server architecture works, they do have some technical write-ups on their no downtime experiments. So far, those no downtime experiments have been 48 hours only. There's some issues with memory consumption that just consistently rises over time that they've been addressing. But apparently they're making some really good progress. And so we could be looking towards a future of not no downtime EVE Online, but fewer downtime.
I've never had to play like this in my life. We have to turn auto repeat on everything that like matters. So I'm like auto repeat off on like all on my individual. No, when you're lodged, no
tie-dye function.
Okay, when you're logi and repping, auto repeat usually doesn't have a problem, so you can leave it on.
No. In this sort of tie-dye, if you leave auto repeat on, you will potentially find your modules cycling forever.
Doesn't always happen.
Turning that off is a standard tie-dye mitigation technique.
I know, but I turn auto repeat off, but it's not actually turning them off. So I still have to individually just click on the buttons and watch them cycling around like trying to get it to fucking go. Ah! A rotating downtime, so your people aren't screwed all the time. Listen, I don't do DPS during tie-dye fights other than a Titan, okay? And auto-repeat works fine on that too.
I like the idea of a rotating downtime. I think that's an interesting idea. The issue is not... The issue is not that that's technically impossible, right? The issue is that CCP servers are based in London. And as such, they do downtime when they have engineers in the office they host their own servers, primarily. That's the first thing. For most things, they do have some stuff out in AWS, etc. But the reason that downtime happens at 11 UTC is because it was originally based in Reykjavik, and they could always do it at 11 UTC because that's when people are at work. And now it's in London, that's still when people are at work, right? You can't just say, oh, hey, we're going to do downtime at 2300 Eve time and expect that there will be people around to fix the problems if a downtime goes wrong.
And there goes my normal alarms to go to work. Can we get a percentage check on the CubeStar from someone in chat? That'd be lovely.
Our unpaid interns.
Yeah, you're right. As of Intra, I actually have off of work today. My alarms do their stuff regardless. 94%. Interesting. I don't think it's going to die before downtime.
So I've just dropped in Twitch chat a link to the last no downtime dev blog. That in itself includes a link to the first no downtime dev blog. These are kind of semi-rare experiments, so that doesn't include a link to the first no downtime dev blog. That includes a link to a video they did for the first no downtime. But yeah, they've done these experiments a couple times overall, and just generally, yeah, they're trying to figure it out, but these things are complex. So, just saying, hey, we could change downtime or move downtime or not have downtime. It's not a concrete fix. It's not a shot to the arm or whatever that will immediately figure out all of the problems that we see here.
For updates on the armor timers, we are right now at 94% on the Keepstar. We are at 98% armor on the Sinojammer, which is very good.
Nuts.
And we are 33 minutes, pardon me, from downtime.
That's semi-reasonable in terms of the pace of the Keepstar going down. We are 4% or something from our last update, which was only 15 minutes or so ago, 20 minutes or so ago. The Jammer at 98% with 33 minutes left on the clock to downtime. I'd agree with Artificial Beauty in Twitch chat that the Jammer is probably not going down before downtime at this point. But it does seem that some of the focus has moved from the Jammer onto the Keepstar because the Keepstar has accelerated in its reinforcement rate. We will still be here for multiple hours depending upon what goes on after downtime. This is going to be a long fight. But this is what happens when we get to 10% plus tie-dye.
I don't think there's a chance that either of the that the Jammer's going to get done by downtime either. So I think in the long run, this is going to be a race to get back on, see as fast as we can to see if we can put damage back on the Keepstar and get it paused again, as well as put damage onto the Sinojammer and see if we can knock it offline. If we can, then I expect we'll probably bring caps in, more caps in. We do have caps currently in system, but it's very difficult to position them in the right place when they have to warp through bubbles and those types of things, which is why, generally speaking, you don't like gating caps into a system. It makes it very difficult to put them where they need to be, and instead they get caught and trapped on gates and waterboarded by bad guys, which is not good. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching continued INN coverage of the latest X47 Keepstar Armor Timer. This is the third time that the Imperium and B2 Coalition have put together a armor timer fight. in X47 on this staging Keepstar for Fraternity and Horde. We have been fighting for about the last 4 hours. We've had Keepstar came out at 9 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Eve time, 4 a.m. Eastern time here in the United States. It is 9 a.m. in the UK, 9 a.m. in Iceland.
It's 11:30 a.m. in the UK, and it's 10:30 in Iceland.
Well, no, I was talking about when the timer came out, so I guess you're wrong. It was 10 o'clock because you guys are on summertime, so it was 10 a.m. when the Keepstar.
Unfortunately,
10 a.m. when the Keepstar came out, and now we have been fighting for about an hour and a half. So it is now 10:30 Eve. The servers go down at 11 o'clock Eve, and we are in the process of making sure that we do as much damage as we can before downtime, because after downtime, it's a crapshoot as to whether or not we're going to be able to do anything. We shall see.
Yeah, that race against time after downtime is going to be a question of just getting DPS onto that Keepstar, pausing that timer, and then other objectives such as the Ansablex can be addressed. Realistically, everyone on the Imperium B2 side will want that jammer down before downtime to not have to worry about it later on, and then, as you say, bring in those other capital assets that nobody wants to gate through into this system with this many bubbles on grid. We have a question in Twitch chat. Is the jammer already in armor? Yes, the jammer is already in armor. Our last update on the jammer was that it was at 98%. This was a minute or two ago. The jammer has been steadily going down faster than the Keepstar, as you would expect, but it has slowed up a little bit over the last 15 minutes or so. We may not see the jammer die before downtime, and that would be a big blow to Imperium / B2 efforts on this Keepstar. Thank you, Galiantito, for the update on the jammer. 95% armor remaining. And Nobby keeping us updated on the Keepstar. 93% armor remaining on the Keepstar. Still a whole lot remaining on that Keepstar. But it is going down, and we are still at 7 minutes, 11 seconds paused on the Keepstar. So it's been a slog so far. It will continue to be a slog. But it is happening so far. Downtime will be a key decider here.
It is a slug. I still don't know who's shooting the Keepstar. Keep it paused, but I'm not going to argue with it. Okay. Oh man, I was hoping I was gonna get infinite nanite paste. But oh well. Everybody's still there?
Yeah, we're still here. There's just not much else to comment on. We're just chilling as the tie-dye rolls out. With these 10% sub tie-dye fights, sometimes there's just that moment where nothing's really progressing as the fights are slowly grinding to a halt.
We are seeing comments that Havish's fleet in the Typhoons are potentially having some fun. We did see earlier on that Havish's fleet was taking significant damage from a couple of Nightmare fleets and a Paladin fleet. They do seem to be holding on. On your screens here, viewers, that is the fight happening over to the left of the screen. Over to the right is an ongoing general slugfest, and then up above the keep star, where you can kind of just see the reinforcement dial and a lot of icons, is where the jammer fight is happening. So yeah, fights in multiple locations, but the keep star is still paused, and the grind still goes on.
Guys, it's Goon Friday.
The local is dropping, not significantly, but at least it's noticeable. We're down from 4,300 or so to 4,163. I assume that is simply people finally being able to self-destruct their clones and get out of here, probably to go reship and come back on. Now, my understanding is that the Ansiblex that we killed earlier, the fraternity folks dropped another one, and that one has since onlined. It took a couple hours for it to online, but it did, and that means they're probably going to start bringing people in if they can. We shall see.
More people in this system is exactly what the system asked for.
Yes, exactly.
Well, we have some time, so let me explain, because there's some information in the chat that's not correct about what time dilation is. Time dilation. What this is a solution, not a problem. In the bad old days of EVE Online, this is in the pre-2013 time frame, when you were in these big, large fights and the server started chugging and things were not doing so well, what ended up happening was you got lag. And a lot of lag. And the server simply just stopped working in a variety of different ways. And the winners of the fights in that time period were the people who were able to mitigate the lag as much as possible. And you had people coming up with all kinds of creative ways to do that, turning the audio off, going into potato mode, which is what we call when you drop all of these settings to the bare minimum, graphic settings, I should say, turning off all kinds of different things so that the only thing running is EVE, and it's the only thing that is running in EVE is what you're seeing at a bare minimum on the screen. Time dilation was created to fix the problem of lag. And the way that it does that is it slows time down so that at its maximum 10 seconds of in a real life time for every 1 second of in-game time, and it scales up from 100% to 10%. 10% is the maximum tie-dye that you will see, which is, like I said, where 10 seconds of real time it takes for 1 second of in-game time. The whole point of that is to slow the amount of stuff that's happening on the server down to the point that the server can keep up and the game is playable. Yes, it is very slow, but things work. Bubbles work. You can push buttons and guns will fire. It takes a while. You can warp around. You can do things. These big fights that we have that last hours and hours and hours, they last that long because of tie-dye, but they're only capable of happening because of tie-dye. So for those who are out complaining, oh, tie-dye sucks, oh, tie-dye is horrible, oh, I wish CCP would fix the tie-dye, they are coming from a position of not remembering what it was like in the bad old days, where...
Or just not knowing.
Right.
So, not everyone has been around as long as we have.
As we have, that is true. That tie-dye is not the problem, it is the solution. And it's what makes these big fights possible. Otherwise, what you would see would be lag and mass disconnects, which is what EVE was like in the pre-2013 timeframe.
But yeah, so you can basically think of tie-dye like a big action cue, where every kind of... I actually think it's every half second or so, technically, but every action that is taken in that half second is a kind of a snapshot, kind of, and it's processed by the servers at that rate. So if you hit an action, it gets queued up, and then as and when your action gets to the front of the queue, it gets executed. That's how you kind of think about tie-dye, and as Brisk has already pointed out, these sorts of fights would not be possible without tie-dye. We would not have these world record-breaking fights with so many people without this mechanism.
That is correct.
It's not a problem, it's a solution to a problem, which was that the servers couldn't cope with these huge fights, and so they added tie-dye, and they added better hardware to the servers, and as a combination of the two, these fights run so much better now than they did 8-10 years ago.
They run so much better now than they just did 2 or 3 years ago. I mean, they did a bunch of different things that have been a benefit to these big fights, not the least of which is they turned the bounty system off, which was a complete waste of time, a system that was useless and not actually doing anything for most of the game for a very long time, but it was causing all kinds of problems with random server calls that were unnecessary in the middle of these big fights. They turned that off. The old Eve client was a 32-bit client, which meant it could use 8 gig of RAM, and anything above that, 4 gigs of RAM, anything above that, it would give you a memory overload, and you would get disconnected. And that was per client. So they recoded the entire game client. We now have a 64-bit client that lets you use 8 gig of RAM. And that means it's less likely, almost very rare these days, to, even if you're multi-boxing multiple clients at the same time, to have a disconnect simply because of a memory overflow, which is good. That is a big deal, and it has made a lot of these big fights possible. They've upgraded the servers multiple times. They have removed different types of systems from the monolith so that they are running on cloud servers outside of the main server. The chat server right now, for example, is not run on the same server as the rest of the in-game stuff that you're seeing on your screen, which means it's not contributing to lag. I know the chat servers have had problems, but it's not an issue in tie-dye, which is the point.
No, you do make a very good point. And CCP did throw out a dev blog on their current monolith technology just the other month. I think it was potentially all of about 5 weeks ago. They are on Tranquility Tech 5. Tech 4, sorry, Tech 4. But getting back to the fight,
so hold on,
is still paused.
Before we
hold
on, Dirk.
Dirk, stop. Let him talk.
Okay, so there is a very severe thunderstorm outside of my house right now. There is a very good possibility I will lose power, and in the case that I do lose power, Brisk, can you just keep stuff in the background to resume just in case?
I will throw OBS up. Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, continue, Dirk.
All right, yeah. I was just going to throw a quick keep start update. We are still paused at 7 minutes and 11 seconds. The Cyno Jammer is still taking damage. We are reliant on some of our friends and reporters on the ground to give us updates. Nobby, who has been giving us keep start updates for the last hour or so, is no longer able to lock the keep star. So we can't give you a specific update right now, but it is probably somewhere in the region of 93% on the keep star remaining. And based on the time it's taken to kill this jammer, the jammer is probably around about 80% or so armor remaining. We are, at this point, 16 minutes, just ticked over into 16 minutes from downtime, and it's unlikely that either of these structures will be killed before downtime, and then the after downtime scramble will begin. As somebody whose name in Twitch chat I can't pronounce says, we are 16 minutes from chaos. That was a good attempt. Well done, Dawn.
I try. I did watch some dreadnoughts jump out from P-Ward side. Not many, but a couple. So could have just been somebody who's like, fuck this shit, I gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, interesting note. Since Brisk brought it up a little while ago, that local had dropped. Local has continued to drop. We are down to 4,076 in local, according to my client.
Okay, you know what would be a big brain play? All right, big brain play. So Horde is the one shooting the Keepstar, right? Let's say Horde shoots their own Keepstar just to keep us like enticed to stay on field, and then when it gets down to 20%, they stop and just to have fun mowing us down.
What
I'm tired.
What the hell was that, Dawn?
I'm just saying, would that be hilarious? I would do it.
This is why we don't trust you with our military strategies, I think.
You know what? I was right most of the time during World War B too. Like everything that I was like, we should do this. Other much smarter people agreed with me. So I can actually make some good calls. I also make a bunch of bad calls. Yes, Eve Roman. That's exactly what they should do. Is Horde should shoot the Keepstar, help us with this DPS thing, and then just leave FRT to defend on their own and watch them crumble.
Yeah, for those in Twitch chat who are suggesting Dawn thinks this is a Horde Keepstar, she doesn't. She was just asking if Horde wanted to help us out here.
Who fucking cares who Keepstar it is? It's orange. I mean, it's orange, so who gives a shit?
So, can anybody who has a client that will move give us a bit of an update on the ancillary fights around the Keepstar and what's going on there? Because we do see a number of blobs potentially breaking off, and my client is still waiting to update.
If you look at the bottom one, I think that's the Havish one down there. That's the Brave Typhoons.
Potentially give it in context of what the live stream is seeing as well.
So on the far bottom left is the Brave Foons. I saw them in there, plus some others. They seem to be doing pretty well against the Orange Fleet over here. The Nightmares, they're over there. And Tempest Fleets, because there were some Tempest Fleets there. Hey, you never know. Horde's got friends. Brave's got friends. The fight going on over on the right here seems to be going pretty well. Like, I'm seeing a significant number of orange pods. But who knows? I have friendlies turned off just to save my computer some brain power. So it could be going horribly, but it looks and feels like it's going pretty well on the right side. Splitting their forces up like this. So far so good. And then up at the top is mostly fighter v fighter action going on. Does anyone have an updated D-scan? Oh, we're down to 4,000. We've lost like 300 people in system. That's either people saying, fuck this shit, I'm out, or going to bed. Nice.
I mean, that's to be expected. That's pretty standard. Folks don't like these big tie-dye fights sometimes. They just don't.
Hey, if it makes the tie-dye a little bit more manageable, that's fine. As long as it's all the orange people who are probably, they've got enough. Meh. And I don't know, it could be some characters who aren't in the fight yet that are going to go ahead and just get ready for downtime and log out now. So that could also be part of it too. That way their client is ready to go.
No, that's not how that works. But perfectly well.
It might be easier on their system to just be down and ready to go. I don't know.
Restarting the launcher during downtime, not a bad plan. But leaving the client right now instead of when downtime kicks you out will have exactly the same effect. Leaving 10 minutes before downtime is not going to change the way your system reacts after downtime. That's not how that works. We do see Kamatu in Twitch chat saying he dropped out because he tried to launch a second game. His 16 gigs of RAM wouldn't have it, and he couldn't do anything. He'll be coming back after downtime. So yeah, these sorts of things are to be expected in these big fights as memory gets consumed, and you know, Brisk mentioned earlier that the memory limits don't exist anymore for EVE Online in the same way as they did when it was a 32-bit client. That does mean that EVE can, and sometimes will, chew through memory. I'm currently running at 6 gigs of memory used by a single client for the purposes of watching what's going on for the stream. And this is at potato mode. So, yeah, sometimes it can be a hefty thing in these big fights. For anybody who's experiencing more than like 8 or 9 gigabytes, though, you might want to think about implementing potato mode.
Yes, Foos. Goons are trying to kill the Keepstar on the armor timer. It is going better than expected, honestly, but I'm pleasantly surprised. Oh, I've been bombed. Ow. That was very rude.
So yeah, we're trying to deal with the armor timer, the Imperium plus B2. We are being we are fighting the defenders in Panda Fam. The Keepstar is currently paused at 7 minutes and 11 seconds. According to our understanding, this timer will reset at downtime, and we will have 15 minutes to get people logged back in, enough people to pause this timer again. There is also a fight over a jammer in the system going on, and the jammer is currently probably somewhere around 80%. We haven't had an update in Twitch chat for a little while from reporters on the ground, but yes.
Our unpaid interns.
Over this Keepstar
85
in the X47 system. This is, as Brisk has mentioned before, the third time that we have tried to fight over an armor timer in X47 in this particular war, and it will continue to happen until this Keepstar dies. We have a bit of a history with this system.
The Keepstar reffing will continue until morale improves. Or reduces, I guess. It's starting to get light outside, guys. I see the gray before the sun rises. I have to remember to call work and be like, I'm not coming in today.
We are now 7 minutes from the downtime chaos at this point. Downtime typically at the minute takes roughly 90 to 100 seconds. So people should be able to try and get back in after about 2 minutes of the downtime situation. So there you go, everyone who's watching. You will have about 2 minutes to stand up, do some exercise, make sure that you are not gaining blood clots or anything like that, and then sit back down and try and log in. The login rush is going to be real. Be ready for it. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. 6 minutes to downtime at this point.
Now, do you think there's people who are just not going to log back in? Be like,
I think that's definitely going to happen. There will be people that decide, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to.
All right. We're still at about 4,100. 4,095, but yeah. Shutdown initiated. Oh yeah, let's get this party started.
All right, a few minutes till downtime. Can we get a Keepstar armor percentage right before we hit downtime?
I think it was 92 before. I assume it still is. Nobi, if you can update us. Yeah. Thank you.
Who is shooting at it? I want to know.
I don't know. So one of the fleets must have drones on it or something. Because some of the fleets aren't that far away.
But what fleet is shooting it, Nobi? Like, is it the Tempest? Is it the Leshaks?
It says the Foons are shooting it.
Okay, the Foons are shooting it.
With cruise missiles. Ah, nice. The fuck you option.
Missiles, just lovely for tie-dye. Really, really great.
Oh, they work fine in tie-dye. We've already proven that.
Missiles do not work fine in tie-dye.
Nothing works well in tie-dye. I mean, Leshaks don't fucking work in tie-dye, apparently. Oh, we're getting raided. Hello, Z-Drone.
Welcome
from Ghosty
from
Gaming.
Our boys in Ghosty Gaming to INN's continuing coverage of the latest Keepstar fight in X47 LTEQ in Pure Blind. We are 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes away from downtime. We will see what happens with this fight. Right now, we are in the process of watching the Keepstar slowly tick down. We have had it paused at 7 minutes and 11 seconds for the last 2 hours. That all is going to change in about 2 minutes and 45 seconds when the server shuts down and we are all trying to get back in to get back on and pause this Keepstar yet again. 2 minutes and we'll see what happens.
Yes, emotes are always welcome.
This is going to be a chaotic, probably 10 minutes while we see what goes on with the servers and whether or not they can keep up with the rate of people trying to log in. It will be a race for Imperium / B2 aligned forces to log in and get damage on this Keepstar, keep it paused in its repairing cycle, and also, of course, for the Panda Fam forces who will be looking to get back in and avoid us pausing the timer is possibly one of the best ways to phrase that. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a mess, I think.
We'll find out.
For some of us, we've been up since 3 a.m. For others, we didn't go to bed tonight. And then for Dirk, he arrived right at the right time, 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Didn't have to do a damn thing.
Perfect time.
I mean, you were actually awake when I was answering questions, so you were awake.
I was up through the Ansablex fight that happened this morning before we got into the main Keepstar fight. There was a fight previously to kill an Ansablex in the system, and I was awake through that. Then I took a short nap and arrived precisely when I meant to, as the timer came out on this Keepstar about 2 hours ago. I mean, I couldn't have timed it better, really.
There's some things jumping in onto the capital blob.
The Sinojammer is cycled down at the moment.
Really?
It is.
30 seconds.
I'm gonna suggest that jumping supers and titans into a system
Yeah.
with 30 seconds to downtime to go is
Yeah, what-
not the most sensible decision.
Yeah, I'm watching a couple Titans come in. It's not a bunch. It might be just their Bridger Titans. But they are bringing them in. Oh, no, there's some definitely some more capitals coming in.
Like,
it's not Titans, though.
Jumping at downtime is a bad idea, guys. You heard it here.
I am currently stuck in the jump tunnel.
Good job, Brice.
And the server is about to shut down.
It is Horde and Fraternity that are currently jumping in stuff.
How many more do you need, people? Less than 1 second shutdown.
Alright, clients are gonna die in a second. Stream, you will see an issue. It'll go black for a minute, I think.
There we go.
But there we go.
There we go.
Connection to server loss. We
have
probably 100 to 120 seconds, a minute and a half to 2 minutes before the server comes back up.
I'm going to take advantage of this to reboot my client computer. I'll be right back.
Normally, I would say let's take this opportunity to run to the Waffle House across the street, but then I realized it is literally pouring hell outside.
Also, you fell asleep into your DoorDash not like 3 hours ago. So.
Look, I'm sorry that I had to take a nap, Derek. When I got tired, I got tired. I got back before downtime, which is an improvement over M2, okay? I'm not a perfect person.
We very much know you're not a perfect person, Mifune. That's fine. We've got enough experience managing you. Don't worry about it. For the viewers, what you are seeing is Mifune frantically trying to reconnect his client.
Starting at
40.
Starting up in 45 seconds. No, Mifune, you can see the countdown right there.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Also, for Twitch chat, I've never claimed to be perfect. I'm just good.
That's not true at all.
I've never claimed to be perfect.
Okay, now everybody else in the game
10 seconds from server startup. Server startup is not necessarily when you can connect, by the way. That's just
but this is when the timer starts. This is when the timer starts.
This is when the timer starts.
So we have 7 minutes from here to pause it again.
Our understanding is that it resets to 15 minutes, but we will find out as we log back in.
It's constantly doing it's constantly checking its status.
The login servers will be being hammered. The login servers are different from the game servers, and are less resourced. So you've just got to be aware of that, really, and get what you can get.
Ugh. Ah, you're back.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, log it in! Log it in!
The connection to the server was closed.
Oh!
Come
on, Tranquility.
Oh no, don't tell me Tranquility crashed with the sheer number of people.
Oh.
You might want to close the client and restart it.
Yeah.
Oh. No, don't crash it. We want it to work. We were having such a good fight. You guys want to see stuff?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't.
Closing and reopening shows another starting up timer. So
Because Dirk, the server's done.
Servers are not
Server's
liking
down.
us.
It's fucked.
What else is new?
Yeah. CCP servers not liking us once again.
God, hold on. Brisk, we just had someone in the chat say, as an Aussie, I've never seen a 2-minute downtime. Brisk, do you remember when downtime was an hour and a half?
Oh, yes. We've had
Like-
some long down times over the years. Let me
Like,
tell you.
so what you
Let
can't...
me in.
Oh, there goes the character. I'm on the character
Oh!
section. And
Okay.
I got a Mauler skin, which I hate. God
Hell
damn it.
yeah.
No, it should have been a Levy fucking Halicarx stun.
You're not gonna get a fucking Levy skin.
I want
At least I got a filament, so.
But yeah, I mean, in terms of downtime bugs, I once got trapped in a system for 6 hours because the gates wouldn't work. After downtime. Like,
Woo!
just couldn't go anywhere. All you had was one system, and yeah, chat to the people you can see around you, I guess. Downtime has considerably improved
You know
over the
what,
last few years.
Brisk, are we able to play the Key and Peele clip without copyright on Twitch?
No.
Ah,
Which one?
the one where it's the two guys, what's his face? The other two guys from Comedy Central, and he's standing outside the White House. He's like, "Let me in." Let me
Oh
in."
yeah, I know which one. Let me in! You could post a picture, but you wouldn't be able to show the clip.
Yeah, I know. But I want to play the clip because it's funny.
There's.
Is this gonna be
Hey,
like
I
last
fly
time?
more than Rorquals, thank you. I fly a lot of shit.
She flies mining barges for a start.
And porpoises, and sabers, and Zarmazads, and...
Is this gonna be like
stuff.
last time where we're gonna be stuck at character selection for 45 minutes?
Oh my god, if the
Entirely
server's...
likely.
If the server's going and we can't get in,
It's
watch it
it's
repair.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that this will
Oh,
go
we got-
exactly the same way. With
We got
the
about
login.
5 minutes. We got about 5 minutes. That thing is repaired.
It didn't reset?
I
And we
doubt
don't
it
know
did. We
because
don't
we
know
haven't
because we
got
haven't
in.
gotten in.
Well, we would have had...
The assumption that the timer resets is just that, an assumption, because nobody has been able to confirm that for us. And yes, at this point, you know, just stuck looking at a processing circle on a login screen is what EVE Online is like.
If they move to England so you get better connection.
Um,
I'm in. I'm about like 100 miles. I'm not even 100 miles away from the server, and I'm seeing exactly the same screen as Mifune is. This is not a location problem.
Pando's back.
Panda is back, but we're not.
I just got a warning saying character selection failed. Your character is located
Yeah.
with an X47, which is currently loading. Please try again in a moment.
Well, if it's loading, that means that maybe the timer hasn't started yet.
The server is having fun.
Yeah, Panda's not near X47. That's why he's in.
Where the fuck is he at?
I don't fucking know. I don't fucking care. Yeah.
Oh, yep, you failed. I'm
We're
gonna
just
fail here in a second too.
We're just gonna have to keep going, just like last time, and do this for 45 minutes.
Pando might. Looks like Pando's in J-Taxi, maybe?
That's next door.
Yeah, he's next door watching the gate. He's not in X47. We have no idea, Wims, because we have no eyes. We have literally no idea what's going on right now.
Well, we do know what's going on right now. What's going on is everybody is desperately trying to get back logged in as quickly as possible.
So, who wants to guess that Horde of them can log in before us? That's what happened last time.
That's a very dangerous comment to make.
Yeah, guess what? That's what happened last time, so I want to fucking hear it.
I'm not gonna say that anyone can get in before anybody else. What I'm gonna say is that this sort of login event is Russian roulette, and if you get hit with the magic bullet of no, you can't log in, then you're not gonna be able to log in.
Listen, we never said we weren't unbiased. We just try to keep it, reasonable. But I'm running on no sleep for almost 24 hours, so...
No, bias is fine, but turning around and saying that CCP are actively favoring other people on
I didn't say that. I just said...
Impossible. Like,
just saying...
You suggested that. You intimated that, and I'm not...
Yeah, because that's what happened last time.
No.
I was here. Were you? I was here struggling for 2 hours to get logged in.
And luck happened last time, and the server failed so hard it had to roll back to a safe state. Like, last time is not a representative example of what the hell happens with these sorts of things.
Yeah, last time sucked. Actually, this is looking like it's gonna be...
Last time might be representative, but in terms of who gets in and what happens in terms of timers, if the server has to roll back to a safe state 2 hours after it starts,
hell yeah!
That's just...
But
that's just the
timers don't reset. But the timers won't reset either, so you're just fucked.
Listen, for those in the chat who are taking Dawn seriously, don't take Dawn seriously about the logging in thing. Okay,
just don't.
It feels sometimes like the bad guys manage to log in before we do. There is no way for them to game that. There is no way for anybody to game that. It depends on a lot of different reasons why you are able to log in faster than somebody else, and it has nothing to do with the ticker after your name. So we can say things like, yes, it feels like these guys log in faster than us, but there's no way for them to do it.
Sarah Kick, thank you. I would like to announce that we did save some people through all that tie-dye bullshit, so I finally
here's part of the problem is right now X47 does not appear to be up, or at least the node is not up yet, or at least it's not accepting anybody coming in right now. I am in JTAC on the gate trying to jump into X47, and I'm being told traffic control is currently offline and unable to process your jump request.
Well, stop trying to jump in. The rest of us need to log in first.
Everybody needs to jump in. Everybody needs to get in there. We're desperately trying to get in here and pause this timer, which is ticking down in real time. And we probably have another 2 minutes before it is completely repaired. And that would not be good if this is what is likely going to happen. We shall see.
Depending on how the mechanics work, if the timer is ticking down from the 15 minutes after downtime, as some people have suggested it happens, we have somewhere in the region of about 8 or 9 minutes remaining to get in there and get this paused. If it is ticking down from the 7 minutes 11 seconds it has, we have about 90 seconds left to get in and get this paused. And the server is not liking us at the minute. The login server, specifically the X47 node, is being hammered right now with people trying to get back in.
Okay,
it's significant.
So we've gone through this twice now, right? I'm trying to do this quick login, 4,000 people, blah, blah, blah. It's not working, right? What is this kind of force our hand in the future? Like, are we gonna have to make sure that the timer
have to make
is
sure
out
that-
of downtime?
Yes.
Like it's after downtime,
I mean,
so we don't
that's
run
the
into
only
this?
way to really do it, Dawn, is we need to keep hitting this and trying to get good rolls that catch us, on the other side of downtime. That's the only way that we're going to probably be able to hit this on an armor timer.
And then also
From what
the
I'm
subsequent
seeing-
hull timer also be after downtime.
Yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, there is no such thing as an unkillable structure in this game. This Keepstar will die eventually. It's simply going to take time. And again, as we noted earlier, and this is a meme, but it's true, we only have to win once. They have to defend every single time. So at the end of the day, we will find a time when it's better, and we'll see. But it looks like right now it's 7:15. I'm not aware of anybody that's been able to log into X47 yet. Our fleet is sitting on the gate and cannot jump in. That tells me that this Keepstar timer has repaired, and we'll see that whenever we are able to get back in. Which is an unfortunate, sad kind of result today, but that's what's going on.
Greg, welcome to the party. Wake the fuck up. Where have you been?
Well, Dawn is always so nice to people. Have you noticed that?
Because he disappointed me. I gave him the night off, and this is how he repays me by making me and Mifune do the whole thing for the first 2.5 hours of the show.
I heard a message that someone was taking you seriously, Don. What's going on? We won yet?
No. I mean, if by winning you mean having fun, then maybe. If you mean by actually killing or taking the Keepstar armor down, not yet. But we don't know what's gonna happen because the server is just like, ah.
Yeah, I was here about an hour ago, and I got into X47, and then I just kind of sat there. Then downtime happened, and here we are.
Yeah, Jixum, we were saving some people. It was exciting.
So your Logi's doing good, Don?
Yeah, when they they're
Last
just not
she checked.
Yeah, I mean they weren't when they so when we warped at 0 to a bunch of paladins and other fleets with just a Lashak fleet, that was rough. But it's gotten better.
This is good that we're on at this time. We had an idea the other day. When I say we, I meant me. INN doesn't have an AUTZ /
Because
EU
no
talk
one
show.
cares.
Yeah, but we could have a talk show in AU
And
/
30 people would watch.
Well, hey.
Well, if
Why
you want to
not?
run it, go ahead.
No, you can call it the Steve Irwin Memorial Show.
Well, no. For a start, you do not call it that.
I don't know, man.
See,
I like
Dirk,
Steve
if you're not
Irwin.
on the show to help me coordinate these people, this is what
Yeah,
happens.
Dirk, why don't you have your own show in late AU, early EU?
Because I work regular hours now.
Oh, damn.
This is why I don't come on your show as much anymore, is because I'm normally asleep. when it
Anymore,
happens,
as
because
much,
I work
never.
regular
Never.
hours
I
now.
miss you, Dirk. I miss you, buddy.
But
You should
no,
come on and say hi occasionally.
You cannot ever name a show after the late great Steve Irwin. That's just not okay.
I have a Steve Irwin doll behind me. It's an action figure.
Does nobody see the irony though in Steve Irwin's
Nope.
death? He was a good guy, right? But
No,
he spent his entire life as the crocodile hunter, and in the end, it wasn't a crocodile that got him; it was a
The,
fish.
the crocodile hunter meme was only part of what Steve Irwin was. Steve Irwin
Do you
was.
think Yeah, I know he
Great.
was a really good
you-
environmentalist. But do you think the crocodiles were a little upset with the fish that they weren't the the ones to finally get them?
Like, no.
That's an old Norm Macdonald bit.
Here we are, chat. This is what happens when we can't log into the game that we're all trying to figure out what the hell is going on with.
I'm halfway tempted to start streaming RuneScape.
Do not do that.
Okay, listen, if we get a level 5 hype train, we'll switch to RuneScape for like 20 minutes.
No, we won't.
Go. Yes, we will. You're not my dad. You're not running the stream either. You are along for the ride, buddy.
No, we won't.
Level 5 hype train. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's make this fucking happen.
but also, we did just see a reference in Twitch chat that the timer isn't running. I'm not convinced that's accurate.
Nobody
the
knows.
Node is just
like
breaking.
it is all speculation and confirmation bias from everybody, including us ourselves. So it's all just chill out, wait until the freaking node stops shitting itself, and then we will see what the truth is.
So the funny thing, Mask. Oh god. Oh my god. It's happening. Ah!
So we won't know the truth until
CCP on fuck.
Omri, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate it. So Masquerade, fun story with your little like David Attenborough thing. I have a degree in zoology. I could actually do that. I could be a natural. Actually, I've done naturalist stuff.
You know what? No, hold on. I gotta point out GB's chat. It's Schrodinger's Keepstar. It's both repairing and paused at the same time.
That's hilarious.
You're not wrong.
Good job, GB.
And as for Dawn's nature stream, it would just be a dinosaur conversation.
That's not true. I don't even care about dinosaurs. I just like that game. If there was a normal animal version that actually worked well, I would do that instead, but dinosaurs is what I've got, okay? I'm not a dinosaur person.
Alright, so Burstaholic is reporting that X47 is now stuck instead of loading.
I'm not gonna believe a random person. Like, where's CCP?
No, it's
even if it got stuck, we are now 12:22 or 11:22 server time, which is beyond the potential 15 minutes that we could have had here.
Brisk abandoned us, I assume,
Brisk
for
is probably talking
initiative.
to CCP about...
He's taking his kid to school, said.
Oh, he is? I didn't hear that part.
It's Easter.
People are getting in. That's what I'm hearing. So I think a couple people...
You're watching this on INN, the continuing coverage of the fucking fight in X47 over the Keepstar, Frat's Keepstar, which they said ain't their staging, and it probably ain't, but they care deeply about it, and we want.
It's a good content star for hell.
Fuck yeah.
So the question is, what's the timer at, if at all?
We don't know. The overview's loading.
Is it pretty loud for anybody else, or is it just me?
Just you. But then again, I turned him down a while ago, so...
Oh man, he's at like 200%. Why?
I don't fucking know, Greg.
No, like,
oh god, they're just like... Oh my god. Yeah, I'm with the person in Twitch chat. Where did Brisk go? Like, these nerds are... something.
Listen. We are the breaking news team, because I have nothing better to do, and Mifune's just like me. We both like attention. So, we are here.
All right. I'm seeing people reporting that they are in with black screens and such.
Okay.
But that's not what we care about.
I appreciate that you have black screens. Please let us know when you are not black screens, because the rest of us here are still
black
waiting.
Black screen! Oh, okay, we're getting there.
Oh my god.
I am now my character.
Dawn's so excited she's pounding her table, and we can hear it over comms. My God, what has happened? This stream has gone downhill so fast.
I've literally.
Please, somebody help me.
Well.
Oh my God, John, you've missed
What on earth
everything.
has gone on
You've
here?
missed everything.
I think I've missed nothing.
Oh, you missed everything.
On earth.
Well, we had
Please help me.
we've already had a half a trillionist battle just leading up to the Keepstar that we're fighting over right now.
But
It's
why?
gonna be more than.
Because
Why on earth
we're
would
taking
we
the
go
armor
for
down
this timer. Why?
because of the holiday weekend. So and it was
But it's
and we
is-
had the Keepstar paused. It was working. Okay, it
but
is
it's
working.
The worst time you
It-
could actually ever roll is this time.
2 hours
what?
before downtime.
Yeah, because
It's-
it's absolutely prime time for mainland China.
Well, yeah, they showed
yes,
up in numbers.
we know. They showed up in numbers. We wanted the fight, John. Like,
Yeah, we're here for good fights and
right.
good brawls.
So, I'm actually gonna armchair strategy a little bit here, but
can we get to the point where we're figuring out the Keepstar first, Dirk, before we start talking shit again?
No one knows yet, Mifune. As soon as I
Yeah.
hear, I will tell us.
like Dawn's still black screened. Everyone in Twitch chat is still black screened. It's fine. But what I'm gonna say is that I actually think going for the Ansiblex a couple of hours earlier, the system hasn't been untie-dyed since then. I think that was potentially a mistake in that it induced tie-dye earlier, and it meant that actually getting into the system for the Keepstar timer itself was potentially more difficult. I'm gonna wonder whether or not fighting over an Antiblex for the sake of stopping people coming into a system that's already tie-dyed to hell was a good decision. I'm gonna ask that question.
Well, I mean, all the fleets were already in system, so we didn't have to have.
I definitely get that. Content for the bank holiday weekend. I'm just very amazed that we did it for this.
Oh my God!
because-
Oh my God! I'm here. What's happening? Where's the Keepstar? Oh. There's no Keepstar. Oh, it's the emergency warp. Okay.
Oh my God, Dawn, please.
Shut up.
My God,
Don't
please.
Don't be
My
a bitch.
hamster wheel is still spinning.
My client has waited 5 minutes for a remote call to complete. This could mean that the server is very loaded. Please be patient. Chances are the call will complete eventually, but depending on the load, it might be a considerable time.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you, CCP. Thank you.
Flying in. Let's add Asher to the watch list.
If people are logging in at some 23 minutes after
Keepstar's not
downtime
repaired yet.
completed,
Keepstar's still ticking down.
What's the
how long's
ticker
that
at?
timer?
I don't know yet. 9 minutes.
Oh my-
9
Oh,
minutes.
Okay, there's an option. This might be possible. All right. If it, I mean, it's 10% of the damage cap. It's 7,500 DPS to get the Keepstar paused, and 9 minutes to go. This is potentially still possible.
It is.
And as Asaventura says in Twitch chat, there goes 4,000 people's Friday.
I don't know. There's a lot of
People
us
are gonna
landing
get-
right now. So
If this can be paused, this is going to be a long Friday. This is going to be a slogfest. Because you've got to think as well, the Chinese time zone are starting to get home from work now. It's hit downtime, we're getting into their time zone, we're getting into that Asian time zone. A lot of people in the EU have holidays, some people in the US have holidays, but we are going to start seeing an interesting fight evolve here if this can get paused, which is still a big if, because people are still trying to log in, get landed, X47 may start having issues, potentially. We will have to wait and see how this plays out.
Right now,
While
we're
we
all
wait,
still getting out of
just
work.
wanted to name and
I'm
shame that ISK
still
on the
trying to
malediction
get
there.
past the
Look at
login
that.
screen on the character.
523 million. ISK.
It's okay.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, Dawn, can you throw up a Discord stream or something that Mifune could grab to actually have
No,
some
it's just
idea of the
I'm
keeper?
I'm really sick and tired of this downtime bullshit, honestly.
I can, but oh, okay.
Yeah, if we can at least get some general coverage of the Keep Star up there.
I mean, we're trying to. Like, there's nothing, like you said, there's literally nothing I can do but sit here.
This is why I asked Dawn to throw up a stream, because she's in the system already.
My stuff isn't set up to hold that from
Yeah, but
Discord.
what else are you doing? So you can take a minute. To do it.
Trying to get one of my other 12 cameramen in said system. That's what I'm trying to do.
All right. Well, I have this stream up, so.
Okay. So, Dawn, you are our sole source of information. We're going to need you to focus for a hot minute here.
Look at that.
Okay.
Look at that.
What's going on here? Keepstar is repairing at 6 minutes remaining, by the way.
Yeah,
just
5 minutes, 53 seconds.
Various. We've got lots of ships coming in and e-warping back. It does seem as if there are a lot more hostiles than there are friendlies, but we're still in that initial moment of everyone's getting logged back in, so we're gonna have to wait and see what's going on here.
The locking's taking a while. I think we might get screwed.
We've learned from previous.
We may or may not get
attempts
screwed.
here that it's the timer is real time, is not affected by tie-dye. By some miracle,
that is a controversial topic, but yes,
it is. But by some miracle and the crash, it should have repaired by now, but with the overloading that's happened, obviously it stopped. So there is a small chance that the Imperium can pause that. But looking at the stream, there's just so many reds coming in and not enough blues to really sort of get going again. We can't complain too much about the tie-dye, the structure timers, because it was in Vietnam that the Imperium relied on the exact same mechanic.
No, we didn't.
Survive.
No, we did not rely on downtime because all of our structure timers were in late EU, early US. We did not rely on the literal mechanic of servers going down.
Mifune is tilted, as we can see, I think.
Yeah,
So
you would
right
be
now-
you would
hold
be
on,
too if 12 characters of yours could not get in, but you know.
I mean, do you think you're the
took
only one having
me-
issues here, Mifune? Like,
Okay, so right now
chill.
we're on the wire because it took me almost 3 to 4 minutes to lock as soon as I landed.
My friggin' wheel's still spinning, boys.
But yeah, so what's going on here is server weather. It's not anything that players can affect. In Vietnam, as John kind of mentioned, we did see server weather affecting some of the Keepstar fights, and we did see people who were trying to invade Delve at the time suggest that the server weather went in our favor. Now we are here fighting in Pureblind and the region surrounding it, and the server weather is doing exactly the same thing, only other people are defending Keepstars at this point. So there is a very fair point in that this is just the server weather. We know what happens with the servers. It's an issue that we have to account for. I will acknowledge that some people in Twitch chat are talking about downtime. Downtime tanking is a thing. It does appear that the repair timer resets at downtime, so it does go. It keeps the damage, but it does allow for 15 minutes instead of the 7 minutes and 11 seconds we had it paused at pre-downtime. We could potentially have paused this if we managed to get enough people logged in and what have you. The server weather looking like it's not going to do that. This is, yeah. Downtime is adding to the server weather is not a great experience, but this is what we have to deal with, guys. It's just
where is the blues on this picture?
Oh,
where are the blues?
you want to see that? Sorry, I was just trying to make it a little bit cleaner to see. Okay?
Yeah, it just looks like there are no blue. Oh, okay. A look.
They do exist. They're just not on particular overview settings. That's kind of how it goes.
No, I just.
So I unfortunately was in bed when this started.
You missed out.
I would have put money that we would not form for this, so I would have lost money. How did the siege begin? Did we put the carriers on grid? Did we do subcaps?
Nope.
So
we shot an Ansiblex. That's what happened. Pause! It's paused! It's paused!
Oh.
It's paused!
1 minute
46.
What? Okay, we are paused at 1 minute 40 seconds. This could be a long day. Buckle in, everybody.
Jesus fucking Christ!
But yeah, so John, the fight.
No, my cat's like, why are you screaming, Mom?
The cat has decided that it also wants to scream. What a shock, Dawn. So yeah, John. What actually happened here was the fight started with an Ansiblex shoot about 3 hours, 2.5 hours, something like that, before the actual Keepstar timer ever came out. Asher led Leshax into the system, and the system got very tie-dyed, and the Ansiblex went down at around about would have been around about 0730 or so Eve time, I think. But the system has been tie-dyed since then, as people have come in to try and get on this Keepstar. We're also going to hope that somebody takes a look at the jump bridge, not jump bridge, the jammer, the Sino jammer that was being shot before downtime that is probably repairing at this point. But yeah, so it all started with a battleship brawl on a gate and then on an Ansiblex to then tie-dye the system up for the rest of the day. And yeah, when we've been seeing fights on this Keepstar, it has primarily been subcapitals, battleships on the Keepstar. The carriers have generally been putting fighters on the Sino-jammers surrounding the Keepstar, and there is only one left in the system at this point. It does look as if that Sino-jammer might have just repaired, so the time spent shooting that Sino-jammer was
a complete waste. Good job, guys. I'm so glad we spent 3 hours shooting a jammer with fighters that weren't working.
I mean, our tilted American friends notwithstanding, yes, that does appear to have been a questionable decision.
But well, I'm signing comms now with Asher and the Capital comms and listening to what's going on there.
No problem.
I'm hoping that they're going to be calling for reinforcement fleets so that I can try and get involved here. But there are certainly some developments that I'm sure you will start to see on the cameras as the Imperium starts to slowly commit more and more to this objective now.
Yeah, we do look to be in a situation where the only objective that really matters at this point.
Oh, the jammer's
is
still down. They have not turned the jammer back on. It is
okay. So the jammer has repaired, but it is still offline. That does mean Sinos into the system are possible. This could be an interesting
for at least 5 minutes.
Then.
Well, 5 minutes from.
Oh,
when
is
they
the
turn
jammer
it
on? Well, okay, maybe one of the other jammers is on.
Oh
Sorry.
my God, Dawn, turn
Listen,
the
I
system.
don't know where they are.
Turn the system information on. Like, click the little arrow next to X47, and you'll see.
God. Okay.
Act like I fucking use that shit.
Right. So, Twitch chat, just in case you hadn't noticed, we are watching this from Dawn's improvised stream as our camera individuals are still getting back into system. We are trying to bring you continuing coverage of the X47 round armor timer round 3 for this war. The Keepstar is paused at 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the repair timer. This could be a long slog.
Also, we're probably not going to get to see the Keepstar all the time because I am still actively fighting. So once again, we appreciate your patience while we work through this technical hiccups here. But we'll get there. And I closed all my fleet windows so you can't see fleet chat. I know you're gonna get to see some stuff about the fleet, so no telling anybody anything.
It's not as if they would be able to see it on screen on the stream in time to actually use the information any.
That is true. I have a black screen now. I'm pretty happy.
Oh yeah.
I've just landed.
And yes, John, I think you'll be able to join us on something, so. Someone will have to let me know if the gun bug is fixed or not.
Yeah, John, a bunch of pings just went out.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that now.
So it's paused at 1 minute 40. Unless I remove all the characters, there's no way for you to see it. I can't. I'm too far away.
I could try and load mine in, but it's a weird aspect ratio because I use ultra wide.
Yep, that is it. The reinforcement pings have gone. This is a hard committal now. We are going all in for this objective. So long as this timer remains paused for the reinforcement fleets to get in there, we will be spending the rest of the day bringing this down into Hull.
And it may well be the rest of the day.
It may as well.
It's been going.
With the fact that people are literally jittering from their emergency warps, it's going to be a long day.
I'm actually seeing things relatively smoothly with my potato mode situation. It doesn't seem as if the server is breaking quite so hard this time around, but we will see what happens we'll see what happens in the coming minutes and an hour or so as to whether or not this will.
Oh my god! If this thing rolled back because we were working on it, I'd be so sad. Oh, Mafune's finally
in after 40 minutes.
I mean, yeah, the Keepstar is paused. We are seeing people land on grid. So, yeah, knock on wood, fingers crossed. The server weather is holding thus far post downtime.
Barely holding.
It is worth noting that even with a 15-minute reset on the timer, people weren't getting into X47 until about half an hour after downtime, and so these things are continually questionable.
Yeah, it's quite a controversial one to say that a timer has held this long, even though we were way past the downtime. I'm sure on the fart side, they were probably sat there feeling pretty happy with themselves that they knew that the timer was gonna elapse. But,
I mean, they should be happy as it is. They get to continually shoot us. This is a win-win. They get to blow more of us up. We get to shoot their Keepstar. Do it all again another day.
Yeah, they probably did not anticipate the fact that they would have to defend this Keepstar all day today. I would not be surprised if some of them are a little salty about that. But you know what? Yep. This is what you signed up for. What I would say probably happened here is because the node was being hammered so hard. I think this is pretty solid proof, by the way, that this is on a reinforced node. But yeah, just because the login to the node was being hammered so hard, the node took a lot more time to come up, and therefore we actually managed to...
Local is 3,000 something. I can't see in Stanley.
Yeah, I don't want to say take advantage of the fact that the node took a long time to come up, and therefore the timer didn't restart for a while after downtime finished. But I think that's probably what happened in terms of the underlying machine. We are seeing references to 3,300 people in local in Twitch chat.
Yeah.
That is still somewhat lower than we were seeing pre-downtime. Pre-downtime, we were somewhere in the region of 4 to 4.3k people. But yeah, we're looking like things are okay-ish. Knock on wood, fingers crossed. And yeah. Server seems to be mostly holding at this point.
And holding more like pasting and glued together.
I would like to say that it went from being smooth watching everybody kind of like emergency warp in to it's becoming slideshow.
That's going to happen as the numbers in local continue to rise. My local just literally is not working. But that is to be expected. As long as the Keepstar continues to be paused, though, we will be here bringing you continued coverage of this X47 Armor Keepstar timer. This is the third time that Imperium and B2, B3, whatever we're calling the B coalition nowadays, have tried it. And this, on this holiday weekend for most of Europe and potentially some of America, is ongoing.
Yeah, myself, I'm trying to burn over there in a shuttle. I just recalled
you can do
that
it.
I left my Tempest issue in the Fortazarin system. So I'm on my way there to join the Asher fleet so we can take down some paladins and keep the timer paused. Do we know what it is that has managed to keep the timer paused? Did we have a dedicated fleet of something that was just there to hold the timer?
There have been multiple battleship fleets in the system. They've kind of traded off keeping timers paused. I do believe currently what is responsible for the majority of the damage is certain typhoons from Brave, but also I am seeing a what is this? A Tempest APOC, a TFI fleet from the Imperium that is also in range of the Keepstar to throw some damage down and make sure that we keep this paused. Can we get an update on the jammer at this point? Because it might be worth... it might potentially be worth a Sino for some Dreadnoughts at this point if the jammer is still down. System is jammed according to Twitch chat. Thank you very much, Twitch chat. You are our reporters on the ground as ever. If one of you that has the Keepstar locked could give us a percentage update, that would be very much appreciated.
It's going to be a very, very low. I recall when we were attacking it on the previous downtime attempt. It was really going down at a snail pace. I also recall one of the Keepstars that we destroyed On the day that we killed 3 Keepstars in one day, the system that was tie-dyed, it was very, very long, very tedious, and this is going to literally take, I would say, another 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah, we are seeing reports in Twitch chat that it is at 90%. I am going to say that in Eve time, that has been nearly 3 hours that we've managed. Nearly 3 hours for 10%. There have been other fights going on during...
Okay, yeah, you're right, actually. It's almost, because it started at 5.
And... It started at 0900 Eve time.
We paused it at 20 minutes in.
Yeah, the timer started ticking 0900 Eve time. We are now past downtime, 11:50 Eve time, and we're 10% here. I would expect that things will change as time zones transition, but yeah, this could be a very long day here. And also, with
maybe they can just kill us all.
Yeah, that's an option. We do have to remember that the Keepstar only has 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on its repair timer, so...
How do I know if it's jam? Oh, it is jam. Okay, there we go. I've never seen that. I've never looked at that before. Okay. Good to know. I don't know if they actually have this Keepstar fit with much.
This is an anti-capital Keepstar with the Doomsday for the anti-cap.
Do you think they thought, hey, if we just shove a bunch of people in here, we'll make them suffer like we did? And we just said, okay, bet.
I mean, that sort of question is always a consideration for Keepstar fights.
Could be 2 downtimes. I would cry. I would absolutely cry if it was 2 downtimes. All right, well, I already called into work and said, hey, I'm not coming in today. They're like, okay. If I get a nap in, I might come in the afternoon, so I'll only miss a half day. But we'll see. You know, even though I want this Keepstar dead, sometimes you're like, man, if it had refed, or if it had repaired, I'd be done by now.
What's your tail in Twitch chat asking, would that be a first in history? Yes, a fight spanning 2 downtimes would be a first in history, because nobody has ever been stupid enough to go, yes, we are coming back after downtime twice.
I believe BTEC-R was the longest at 18 hours.
So
yeah, you'll have to fact check me.
That's roughly accurate, yeah. Mostly, downtime becomes a decision point. I know a lot of people probably haven't been in the command and control room.
Oh, 22 now.
Go on. But, yeah, downtime tends to become a checkpoint where you can basically go, no, we don't want to do this anymore. And so, as mashed potatoes are neat in Twitch chat has said, it's a free disengage if you're losing. If you think you're losing terribly and you can't afford to continue throwing people into the meat grinder and trying to push, downtime becomes a get out of jail free card. But
so far, though, with the Imperium's credit, it's been the call to log in, because we are here. Yes, we're here to fulfill our objectives. We are also here for the content and for the fights. It's not something that we're shying away from and only engaging when it's in our favor. We've taken plenty of fights so far where we've been outnumbered and had heavy losses, but it was fun. Whereas the other side, we've seen some colossal stand-downs. It brings to mind when the first Fortizar was anchored in X47. They spent the whole day pinging, and then 45 minutes before the timer was due to come out, they stood down and that was mind-blowing to me. Absolutely incredible. Whereas the Imperium side, yes, we're here to fulfill our war goals, but we're also here for good fights and good content.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as these long slogs are not fun to be in, they are historical, potentially in the making. It's always an interesting.
Is this the longest fight with basically no real caps involved? Because normally the long slogs are like either a dread fight or a titan fight or something. But this is mostly subcaps actually fighting.
You say no real caps involved. I'm looking at a hell of a lot of capitals that are currently
they ain't doing shit
on the X47 undock. So I don't think you could really say anything about that, Dawn.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not a Titan v Titan or a Dread Brawl.
No, and I don't think it's really needed. Neither side needs to commit that kind of, it's not escalated to that point. You can see a hell of a lot of dreads undocked on the Keepstar, but nothing particularly moving at the moment.
Yeah, Carrier spent 4 hours reffing a jammer that did them no good because they turned it off anyways.
I mean, fine. The thing about it as well is that even with carries involved and in terms of long fights, FWST which time, but we saw that for 8-9 hours. We've seen fights in this very system, X47, in previous wars take 8, 10, 12 hours.
Oh god.
These are not unusual time frames for I-Die Eve fight.
We can just breaking news. The Imperium carriers have now undocked from the sieged Fortizar. You can start to see now the fighters are slowly making their way over to the Keepstar. Caps are now committed. The carriers are off tether, and the fighters are making their way over to the Keepstar to keep that timer paused. As soon as those fighters get there, that is it. It will be paused, and we don't have to worry about the degrade of the subfleet.
So
that's not quite.
There, we're committed.
That's not quite what's gonna happen. You think that, but CCP's got this new bug going on with the gun thing where like you shoot it once and you have to like turn it off and cycle again. Yeah, it's affecting the fighters too. That's why the jammer was taking so long, is because they'd have to send them up, plink it once, and then bring them back and send them out and in, out and in, out and in. Okay, I don't know. Some people in my fleet said the bug was still going on. So
I mean, that was
there's
first fight.
There's 2 points I want to raise here. First,
that was happening today.
2 points I want to raise here. First is that the carrier fighters are definitely coming towards the Keepstar. Those carrier fighters pre-downtime before John joined us were on the jammer, so that is a huge amount of damage that will potentially be coming on this Keepstar and making this move along a bit faster. We'll see what happens. But also, that's not a bug. That's just a function of the way the servers work. That's modules not working beyond 10%.
Stupid.
Modules not working beyond 10% tie-dyed is a known effect. It's known behavior. It's been happening ever since tie-dye was introduced. And you saying that it's stupid does not mean that it's a bug. It's just how the mechanism works.
Well, the fact that you have to tell the fighter to shoot, recall it basically, and then send it back out again is a little stupid.
Yeah, I had never seen that prior to when it was happening with Lashaks. XCCP did acknowledge that it was a system-specific bug, too.
Yeah, but
If
wasn't it the first time in 5ZXX? We're not even in that system. So how can they say it's a system-specific bug? It jumped systems. Just saying, like, they need to figure it out.
I would agree, Don.
Especially, for fighters, like...
I'm loving Twitch chat at the minute. Like,
half of
this
them
has
agree
been
with me.
yeah, they do. But this has been behavior that we've seen for fucking 8 years at this point. Auto repeat as a function just generally does not work when you dip below 10% tie-dye in the same way
I don't know what you're talking about.
And module functions don't work. It's been known for years. We've been dealing with this for years. I mean, sure, we can call it a bug if you want, but it's certainly known behavior at this point. Like, suggesting that this is something that is new or
now,
is
Dirk,
something that
Dirk, what we're
CCD
saying, no,
wouldn't have dealt with if
Dirk,
they could, is
Dirk. What you're not understanding is that, yeah, server weather is a thing, and things don't affect things the right way when tie-dye is sub 10%, but we're saying this very specific server weather effect of guns not doing anything, but still taking ammo, and still cycling and all that, this very specific instance is brand new and happening a lot more often than other server weather effects.
Right. So
don't get twisted on the deets.
So Mifune, first up, well done for that very condescending attitude. That was almost a British condescending attitude. That was great. I was very impressed with that. And also, like I say, this has been going on for years. We've seen this for years. We know this is how the thing works. When I don't know how much more clearly I can present this than it has been this way since tie-dye was introduced. We know it happens. Everyone knows it happens. Or everyone who's been around a while knows it happens. And you cannot do anything about it.
Sorry, guys.
It's just a function of the way the server works. And I'm sorry, sure, we can call it a bug, I'm fine to call it a bug, but it is known behavior. It's behavior that can be mitigated by doing things like disabling auto-repeat, and I'm not gonna sit here and be condescended to about the fact that this is new, because it's not.
I mean, this particular one is... I've never run into this before. So, personally, out of the tie-dye fights I've been in. The specific where... Because I've had it where, like, you tell it to turn off and it just doesn't turn off. But this is where, like, you turn it on and it just doesn't... And it keeps going.
Yes,
but it doesn't actually...
This has been... Right, so Dawn,
what I'm saying is, I've not run into this issue before.
Rep thing, but I can point you to multiple Logi pilots who have seen this in this system years ago in fights that we had. Like, we know this. We know how this fucking goes.
So the Sinojammers, they are fine in that no one's shooting them. So
anyway, yes. So what are people watching here, John? Other than us arguing about behavior that's been going on for years. What are people watching on stream?
Is an incredible story which is unfolding before us. You've rightly given us the information there that this all began when we started to ref some minor objectives just to nip at the heels of X47. No one would have thought a hard committal of the Keepstar would have gone forward. I, for one, would have put money that we would not be forming for this Keepstar timer, because it is literally the worst possible timer that could be rolled. But it turns out that it didn't begin this way. It began with minor objectives that escalated and escalated, and fortune has leaned in our favor, and now we are here with a paused Keepstar in the armor. We have caps on docking, we've got subcaps on field, we've got reinforcements coming in, and as of right now, it looks to be, with the resources committed to the Keepstar, that we will be sieging for the rest of the day this Keepstar to bring it into Hull. You can see there on the camera that the fighters are making their way over there.
Well,
there has been reports of some issues.
They're
We've
making
seen
their way up
the
towards the
issues
jammer
of the
again.
cycling guns previously on an attempt, where the Lashak fleet had to manually press F1 to stop the gun and start the gun because it was not cycling. We also had the bug previously where when the FARC coalition paladins entered Bastion, they were not able to leave Bastion, resulting in the trillion ISK loss when we seized and destroyed 3 other Keepstars in one day. Now, whether or not those bugs are present today, we're not 100% sure. It's downtime, everything is reset. We are hoping that we're not going to see a repeat of that. And as those fighters approach the Keepstar, to hold that timer, this will allow the subs start dismantling the FARC coalition forces, to start laying into those paladins. And hopefully, we see a capital escalation, which, for the first time in the war from the Imperium, which is all we really want. We want to see caps on grid, we want to see a big brawl, we want to see a big battle report. So that remains to be seen at this moment whether it will escalate to that. But as of right now, this is sensational.
Phase. Okay.
Yeah. So what I've kind of been asking for there is what people are watching right now, which is ongoing coverage of the fight in X47 over a Keepstar armor timer. This is the third time the Imperium and the B2, B3, B something coalition has reinforced this particular Keepstar. It is timed specifically for a pre-downtime timer. This time around, as we come into armor, we've been very lucky to pause it after downtime. There is 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the timer. There are a couple of different fights going on around the Keepstar. We do see on stream a small group of brave Typhoons still shooting the Keepstar, and you see the Imperium massed on the left and also fighters coming in. Massed on the right in terms of the Imperium battleships, and then Imperium and B2 fighters coming in from the left as well. Some of those fighters are heading towards the Sinojammer again. We may see some fun over the Sinojammer coming up very soon, depending upon where those fighters end up. But either way, the system is maximum tie-dye. This could be taking quite a while.
So you said that some of the fighters were going up to the jammer?
Yes. It does
Can
look
we
like
look at the jammer?
the jammer's up there at the very top of the screen.
I don't see any fighters heading towards it.
Yeah, you do. Look at the Fortizar where all the characters are, Don.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see a giant arch
Oh.
of innate fighters heading straight for the jammer.
Okay. That kind of does look like just ships Mifune, so. Brisk took his child to school. So Brisk may come back later.
Yeah, this is going to be a war of attrition. This particular fight, because of the tie-dye, because of the units that are on grid. We've heard some reports on both sides that nothing's really dying. Logi is able to catch quite a lot of things. It is difficult, but nothing's really dying right now. So everybody's at a stalemate. But with the capitals and the fighters on grid to really reinforce and be able to take on some additional timers, as we can see there, if some of the fighters make it over to the jammers, disable the jammers, then a cap escalation, it looks more likely. And so it is a stalemate, and it's really who wants it more, who is going to commit more to this grid to push it through. And with it being a glorious bank holiday weekend, not sure about the holidays in America, but over in England we get Friday and Monday as a bank holiday off. I don't know how that works over in America.
Do we ever get the holidays? No.
We usually get, like, in Canada here, we get, like, Good Friday or Easter Monday, one of the two. We don't get both.
We have now seen another battleship fleet from the Imperium warp in onto that big kind of ball over on the right-hand side of your screen there. I'm trying to figure out who's seeing it right now, but they are in range of the Keepstar, and they do appear to be a full additional battleship. So that's it.
No, that's
it have joined the fray once again, and will be doing some damage, no doubt, coming up.
Keepstar's at 85%.
So during this kind of lull in the action, and if everybody that's watching, they can take some time and scroll down beneath the screen and check out some of our great sponsors. So there's Blue Crew, Sector 6 Apparel, get your INN and Fat P Gaming gear there. And also, did you know that the official server of INN is Nitrado high-end prepaid game servers for all your high-end prepaid game server needs?
Well, we are having a blast. And I can't wait to take my nap.
I'm stuck in a bubble, right? And
Stuck
so
in a bubble with you.
I can't get to the main fleet, so I'm shooting a bubbled Revelation that's like 40 kilometers away from me.
Like a gnat.
Figured, why not?
Pestering an elephant.
So I would imagine at this point, too, the Keepstar will remain paused.
For now.
Pre-downtime, there were a couple moments where the Keepstar was not paused and did start ticking down again. But pre-downtime, it did stabilize at 7 minutes 11 seconds remaining for a solid hour or so. And I would expect that as long as the Imperium / B something coalition can keep damage on the Keepstar, it will remain paused at this point until the battle is decided. The battle is ongoing in various locations, but I would expect Keepstar, the Keepstar not being paused again will be the deciding factor.
So as time marches on, who does this benefit? Does this benefit the EU, the Goon EU people, or does it benefit the Chinese time zone people?
I think the Chinese time zone we are coming into more and more mainstream there, but at least for the Brits, we've got the bank holiday off, so we should see some more numbers coming in as they're starting to wake up from their hangover of Thursday. And so it kind of works in everyone's favor. Everybody working remotely can get involved. So it's really even on what's happening. I mean, the numbers were kind of decided before downtime. Trying to get anything in now is going to be difficult, but it seems that we do have the critical mass to hold what we need to hold. And so right now, the tie-dye is working in our favor by keeping everything nice and slow to allow our forces to do what they need to do.
Yeah, I kind of echo those comments. The pre-downtime position for the kind of Asian regions of the world was definitely really positive for them. They were somewhere around 1900 local time, 2000 local time pre-downtime. They are now getting into that point where things are starting to get late for them, starting to become a question where they need to be dealing with families or going to bed before work tomorrow. Whereas, as John said, here today, in most of Europe, we have a holiday. We have a bank holiday. This is not just in the UK. This is across most of Europe. There is the Easter bank holidays. So definitely, as we move further and further into the day, you will start to see this tip towards the European time zones and in that benefit. However, that does also have a question about how many European members Pandemic Horde have, and the wider PandaFam coalition can cover a lot of the world's time zones. So this might end up continuing to be a fight, even though theoretically with the timer of the Keep Star, this should have lent towards Fraternity and their timing here.
I think what's helped with that is the information that you provided, that this all began over very, very minor objectives, which wouldn't have prompted much of a response from the FARC coalition. 2 hours before the actual timer, some various fleets going in there, bit of misdirection, perhaps the FARC coalition looking at it as these guys simply are not foolish enough to form for this timer. So it's probably just, they're just having little skirmishes on small objectives, antiplexes, jammers, and we've just amazingly surprised them and gone all in. I know I'm surprised.
No, I mean, we did see pings over the last 12 to 18 hours about this timer, both on the PandaFam side and also on the Imperium B2, B3, B something coalition side about this timer. But certainly going all in quite so early. As you mentioned, that Ansiblex was initially killed about 2 hours before the Keepstar even started repairing. It was a relatively large fight. It has been included in our battle reports that we've seen so far, and definitely it's escalated from there. Just to give everybody an idea, the last updated battle report that I've seen is somewhere in the region of 275 to 340 billion ISK lost. That is PandaFam losing 275-ish, and the Imperium / B something coalition losing 340 billion ISK so far. In this fight, it is a 500 billion ISK fight so far, and more to come.
By the way, John, yes, it is.
I'm going to go ahead and walk to one of the forts to try and get in on this action rather than try and risk it, because there's so many bubbles there right now. I'd rather not lose a Tempest Fleet issue.
There's not that many bubbles if you know what you're doing.
Even if you don't know what you're doing, like me, I'm just sitting in a... Oh, actually, I'm out of the bubble now, but I'm going to keep shooting this Revelation, because he's started to piss me off a little bit. His name is E-I-L-L, Eel Woomy of the GECL. He has my full attention, both my guns.
Both? What fucking guns do you have?
I'm in a TFI, I split my guns.
Okay.
We are seeing reports in Twitch chat of blue dreads on the field towards the bottom of the keep star. I'm just trying to confirm that myself.
Yeah.
I see
You
one.
see like one.
I see two. There's at least two.
There's three.
No, look above it. There's another one above them too. A little bit higher.
Like probably.
No, not above. So, yeah, there's just at least 4 down there.
And
I'm seeing potentially as many as half a dozen dreadnoughts on the grid, but I'm not seeing them in any coordinated position.
No, it seems to be brave. It is brave.
Now, are we getting shot at, Don? Are you doing any work?
Nope, not at all. I'm just lazing out in a cabana over here.
Apparently, server calls are taking up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, it is slow right now.
This is the time dilation factor. Server calls are always going to take a while. But the timer is still paused. We are still here bringing you this coverage of the X47 Keepstar Armor Timer on this Good Friday holiday weekend.
Here on INN. We got some other shows too. We took a break last night for Theta Thursday, but I think tomorrow, is there going to be a push to talk tomorrow, Don?
Yeah. I don't think there's a plan to not have it.
What time's that at?
Usually 1 p.m. Eastern, so y'all figure it out from there.
That's 17.
That is 1700 Eve time. 1700 Eve time for Push to Talk tomorrow, and then 2000 Eve time for the Meta Show as well. We'll be back with Brisk Rubal and
damn it! You mean Mifune isn't hosting again this week?
No.
So there'll be lots to talk about tomorrow. That's for sure. After we get done with this today, or you can just continuing coverage tomorrow because this may still be going on.
Hello.
What happened? What have I missed?
We paused it again.
Hey,
we're still going.
Amazing.
Yeah, so
just barely.
To catch you up, Brisk.
It's rough.
Logging in took a long while. By all laws of physics, we should not have been able to pause this timer, but because the node didn't come up properly at the end of downtime, but took a little while extra to come up due to being hammered, the timer, it seems like it did reset to that 15-minute point, and then we managed to pause it with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining at about 11:32 Eve time. Which, as I say, kind of exceeds the laws of physics in this front. But the timer is still paused, 1 minute 40 seconds remaining, and it was at 82% armor, according to our wonderful reporter on the ground, Nobby, in Twitch chat just a moment ago. So we're doing okay so far. This could become a slog today.
I mean, I would count this as a slog since it started at 2 a.m.
That is certainly a fair
Or
statement.
1:30, maybe. I don't remember.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
It's all a blur.
Did you sleep, Brisk?
Say that again?
Did you sleep?
No. I had to take my kid to school, so I just got back and got a cup of coffee. I got 2 hours of sleep. I went to bed at midnight or so and woke up around 2:30, and then realized, oh wait, we're actually fighting now. I should probably get my shit together.
Nah. Not required.
I got up around 6:30 Eastern.
And you didn't join us until fucking 8 o'clock?
Don, I'm like absolutely useless when I first wake up. Like even more so than I am now.
Wait, you're more useless than now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tigger. Hey, we're slogging and we're punching. And yes, Smithy, I do see it is much clearer now. The two different groups of fighters, one heading up to the jammer, it'll get there in about 40 minutes. And the other one's heading to the Keepstar, that'll also be there in about 30 minutes. So, just you wait. They'll be there. You can see the flurry of orange fighters heading towards the dreads that we had spotted the head warped in. So I don't think those dreads are much long for this world, but they're doing their job.
Well, I have just returned from having my breakfast of crumpets with cheese. Hi, Brisk. Nice to have you back with us.
Good morning. Dreads are supposed to die. In this situation, they are designed solely for one thing and one thing only, and that is keeping that Keepstar paused. They're going to die, and we'll just throw as many as we can in.
I would actually... I'd actually argue with you on that point, Brisk, in that I would suggest
if you want to be wrong, you can.
I would suggest that they are designed to keep the timer paused for sure. But actually, what I would suggest, given that we are able to keep the timer paused with these battleships, is that they're actually there to accelerate this armor timer, accelerate the amount of damage that's going in, and just throw as much damage as possible into this Keepstar to try and reduce the amount of time that everyone has to be here for. I think that's the purpose of the dreads, more than pausing the timer this time around.
I like Silex. Imperium Dread Keepstar policy, C-Twist.
Correct.
Send more.
I'm pretty sure, though, that the
Keep
firing, assholes.
The armor? No?
What?
Sorry, what was that, John?
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Yes, it does have a damage cap.
It has both a maximum DPS cap, which is almost certainly not being applied, and a minimum DPS cap to keep it paused in the form of 10% of its maximum DPS cap. And yeah, it's paused, but as long as it's paused, there's always room for more damage.
I have to say, I am very pleased to come back and see that this fight is still happening. I was driving my son to school, and I was a little salty in my head thinking, man, how is it possible we're ever going to kill this thing if we can't get in the system fast enough before the timer ticks down? But it looks like, as long as no one was able to get in the system, that the timer was not moving, which is good. It gives everybody a chance to get in and keep this fight going, and it doesn't turn downtime into a weapon. More of a weapon, since we already know that it is a weapon. But I will say I am very pleased that this happened. Now, we only have a minute left, which is kind of frightening, but hey.
It was touch and go.
Better than nothing.
It was touch and go. But yeah, we made it happen this time around.
And it could change at any moment, so we're just enjoying the ride. But let me tell you, server calls are dragging. It is getting worse.
Well, FRT is trying to shove even more paladins through, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, we are officially now back over the 4,000 in local mark. This is still down from our high water mark this fight of something like 4,400 people in local. But yeah, local is steadily going up post downtime. We've been here for an hour and a half post downtime, not excluding the time it took us all to log in. And yeah, we are still a minute 40 remaining on this Keepstar. The last update that I saw is something like 81% remaining on this Keepstar. These fighters, by the way, can we talk about these fighters that are moving towards, just slowly moving towards this Sino jammer that is becoming completely irrelevant. Right. Could we see a different tactic, perhaps? Would they be better utilized anywhere else, or would they just die in the middle of the Keepstar bubble? Does anybody have any opinions?
You see a lot of them moving down, so I'm wondering if they're
moving
changing
down to take care of Brave. The thing is that you have, if you guys look at the Keepstar and all the various shit going on, you have this giant line of paladins just approaching the Brave Tempest fleet, issue fleet, trying to kill them. You have fighters from their supers going all the way down to kill the dreads that Brave brought in, and then the entire FRT 400-man paladin fleet is just sitting here trading with the Goon TFIs, the Lashaks, and the Typhoons. All while we slowly wait for the next 2 hours while fighters are moving across 6,000 kilometers of space.
So without tie-dye, how long would it take fighters to move that distance?
Still
About-
roughly
Not that far.
maybe a couple
About 45 seconds, maybe a bit more, but yeah, it wouldn't be long without tie-dye.
A couple minutes, yeah. Just depends on your skills too. People are just bad at or commanding fighters. Make sure, by the way, for all of our watchers, stand up, shake your booty, move around. We don't want anyone to have any embolisms in here. So,
Do your
Make sure
butt
you stand
kegels.
There you
That's
go.
what I do.
All right, I hate to come back for 5 minutes and then leave again, but I am getting yanked into a meeting, so I will see you guys hopefully in a little while. Hopefully this fight keeps going and we win. But
just
good luck, and we'll see you soon.
set something to shoot the Keepstar while you do.
There you go. Right. All right, I'll be back soon, guys. Well,
Okay.
I'll be back. Hopefully, we'll see. You're watching continuing INN coverage of the latest X47 Keepstar fight with Dawn, Dirk, Greg, Mifune, and John.
And we'll see you real soon, Brisk. Dawn, you should type in Morse code and
that would
see
be
if
fun.
see if the stream can understand what you're saying.
It might be time for me to stand up and get some breakfast.
Just don't fall asleep on us.
What are you gonna have,
Good.
Mifune?
I don't know yet.
The DoorDash man.
I don't know. I might DoorDash some, honestly.
Oh,
With how much it's raining outside, though.
Do you have eggs? Eat some eggs. How do you like your eggs, Mifune?
What?
Not creepily.
Oh God,
You're saying it like that, Greg.
But eggs?
that was a reference. I mean, it's a national holiday over here in the UK. It's a good excuse for a full English.
Oh, there's fucking egg hunts this weekend too. Eggs.
No, eggs are too expensive. It's just gonna be
Not here,
rocks.
they're not. They're still the same price here in Canada.
I literally just read an article about you guys doing an investigation due to price gouging in grocery
No, not
stores.
on eggs. On bread, maybe. Galen Weston gave himself a $3 million raise and was like, yeah, okay, that's great, but we're going to fuck it up the price of bread by 50 cents just as we can.
Okay, so a couple of points for Twitch chat. No, Dawn does not know Morse code, but it would be cool if she did and could use her keyboard that way.
I could do SOS.
And the other question of what's a full English? It's bacon, sausage, eggs, generally baked beans in tomato sauce, some toast, some black pudding, roast grilled tomatoes. It's a very hefty, very greasy breakfast, but it's great.
I will
wonderful.
save you, Maxis.
But also make sure that you have like proper back bacon and none of that streaky shit, because that streaky shit is questionable. Alright, Nobby, our reporter on the ground, reporting that the Keep Star, which is still paused at 1 minute 40 seconds, it has 79% armor remaining. This is probably going at about, 5% every 25 minutes or so at this point, I think?
Roughly.
Can somebody roughly confirm that maths?
Roughly.
Great, thank you, Buffooning. So we will be here for
a while.
Another few hours. Why is this Keep Star important?
Because it's the staging Keep Star of Fraternity and Pandemic Horde for this entire war. So killing this Keep Star means pretty much the end of the war.
No. Well,
what other structures is there, Don? What, the random Tatara that they have 3 jumps away? I mean, like, come on. We kill this Keep Star, it's basically over.
There is always the option to follow them further north.
I doubt it. I think it would be a completely stupid decision to forward offense into Fraternity space.
Also, Samuka in Twitch chat does point out that there is always UMI-KK, which is another historic system in EVE Online, and would be a good target.
Oh, there's a bombing run going on at the bottom. There's too many blues in the way for you to see. It's where those dreads were, I guess? I don't know.
Those dreads, by the way, have been absolutely swarmed by fighters.
Yeah, they are not long for this world. But I think their whole point was to just keep the DPS going while the fighters make their way over.
Yeah, we are still seeing that. We are seeing that slow line of fighters come towards this Keep Star. I think the battleships will probably be able to keep it paused, but those fighters will be a huge amount of extra DPS as they arrive.
We are showing more and more people coming through the jump bridge. Who else can be here? If you weren't here already, like...
It's just Fraternity reshipping and the 300 paladins that they've lost already. That's all it is.
Hot. No, they put a new one down.
Yeah, I haven't looked at Z-Kill. What does Z-Kill look like?
Oh, it is a mess.
Yeah. I don't have a...
I don't want to look at it.
I do... I have a br.eve tools that I linked earlier that I am gonna link again, but the battle report currently stands at 292 billion lost by PandaFam and their associated alliances.
292?
Versus 376 billion lost by the Imperium and the B something coalition. This is a preliminary ongoing battle report, and it should not be considered to be 100% accurate, but yeah, at the very minimum, so far this fight has been somewhere in the region of 700 billion-isk, 650 billion-isk killed. It's it's an ongoing fight, and it's very interesting that everything is so even so far. Like 56 to 43, 44%. That's pretty even, all things considered, when you have to remember that we have to keep this Keep Star paused as well as fight opposing fleet. It's not just brawling.
Mm. God, looking around is so hard. Everything's like a slideshow. All right, here we go. That's point.
I try to do like one like small little action at a time rather than trying to maneuver my ship and my camera as I would without tie-dye. So I do things very slow and deliberate when there is this kind of tie-dye.
Greg, how's the dread that you're shooting going?
Not shooting anymore, but one of them died.
Good. Murder more dreads.
But I'm now with the main pack. I got out of the bubbles and we are somewhere else.
Oh, the fighters are heading
something.
towards the jump ridge. Interesting. They're either going to ref it and take forever, or they're just going to try and kill the dread.
They're going to kill dreads and paladins and shit that are jumping through.
Hot.
I actually think they'll probably go for the structure itself and try and just...
It would take too long, Dirk. It would take way too long.
I was gonna say nuke, but nuke in this kind of terminology, when it would normally take 25 minutes for fighters to kill an Anti-Blex, in this kind of context, we're talking about more than
78%.
So,
Woo!
yeah. But also, the question is, are the bubbles around that Anti-Blex enough to hold people? These are...
You're gonna have sirens and stuff mixed in with those fighters, Dirk. It doesn't matter. Anything in about give it another 2 hours and you'll see an FRT that says don't go through the fucking Anti-Blex.
I mean, that's probably a reasonable point, you know. Give it 2 hours and there will be a reaction to what's going on.
Well, sorry. Here, let me just let me push the fast forward button on life real quick.
No. I'm actually saying you're probably spot on with that. In about 2 hours' time is when we'll see the proper reaction to what's going on that jump bridge.
Yeah, there is a lot coming in through the jump bridge. They are bringing in another fleet. Look at all the little lines.
It's not another fleet. It's just reinforcements from what we murdered. Like we've.
I know that's what I mean. Is they're bringing so many.
It's another fleet's worth at the very least. Yeah, it's a lot of ships. That's a fair point. It is a lot of ships.
Okay. Someday I'll wake up. Oh, the jump bridge is getting shot. It just got up. Just put its symbol up. Maybe they are gonna shoot it.
It is repairing, but more fighters are coming in.
Yeah, I think those are all initiative fighters. I think they broke it up with the goon fighters go to the keep and the initiative fighters down there.
It's safe to say that they are taking the initiative.
Yeah. Fucking dork. Actually. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're gonna be cringe.
Cringe? What? Wait a second. What does cringe mean? That's what I was that show, wasn't it? With that guy, Cringe. Remember?
Cringe
and it was
is
like
your entire existence.
The guy was like a time traveler or whatever. Cringe. It was like all like X-Files type stuff. And there was that old guy.
Be glad we're not talking about Asher's Riz.
Oh, dude, I don't think that's appropriate for Twitch.
John, are you crispy? John, John's muted himself. That's okay.
What you, Don? What makes a healthy breakfast for Don Raya?
Peanut butter bagel. It's like a bagel with peanut butter on it or butter. Basically like a homemade McDonald's sausage biscuit sandwich would be cool too. A nice bowl of cereal, biscuits and gravy, pancakes, a lot of stuff. Healthy, no. Delicious, yes.
It's really good. Get some fresh strawberries, right? And then get some peanut butter and put the peanut butter in the microwave and make like a slurry out of it, and then pour the peanut butter over the strawberries. It's like reverse strawberry jam. It's really good. Relatively low carbs too.
Okay, so Nobi in Twitch chat keeping us updated on this Keepstar percentage timer. It is at 78% as of about a moment ago. We are here somewhat bringing you ongoing coverage of this X47 Armor Keepstar timer. This is the third timer that the Imperium and V Something Coalition have reinforced this and tried to contest this fight. We did manage to... This fight did start before downtime today. It originated with an Ansiblex that was killed by a Leshak fleet, led by Asher Elias, and then continued through into this Keepstar slugfest that you are seeing here on stream. What we have going on right now is the Keepstar being paused by a number of battleship fleets, while some carrier fighters are making their way over to add to that damage. Also, the Ansiblex, which the Panda Fam Coalition are using to reinforce their forces in this system, is being reinforced by init fighters from carriers as well. There's a lot going on this grid. Hopefully you can see it all on your screens.
Yeah, I can confirm that I am now dead. Walked back to Asher just as they left grid. Completely alone, being primaried by everybody. And I have died, but I've not yet ejected into the pod. Can you Tempest fleet issue down?
Can you break my record, though, of the most amount of Pappy people on a Goon kill mail?
What's your record?
I have a monitor loss mail with 4,332 pilots on it.
I also love that we're getting an education on biscuits and gravy in chat. For
biscuits and gravy. Stop making me want to go to Waffle House, damn it.
I know.
I want to correct everybody in Twitch chat. This is scones and sausage sauce.
It's biscuits and gravy, Dirk.
Oh my god,
no,
Dirk,
they are not biscuits, and that's not gravy. But I will admit to scones and sausage sauce.
It is biscuits and gravy.
Yes, but the Italians refer to what we call spaghetti sauce as gravy.
There's a video.
I'm going somewhere.
There's a video somewhere. This guy who's got this Italian roommate, and he put ketchup on top of pasta just to get the Italian guy's reaction, and it is absolutely priceless.
Does anyone remember regular, ordinary Swedish mealtime? Pre-dinner meal. That's some early internet shit right there. Somebody else here has to know it.
If I saw somebody put ketchup on spaghetti, I might consider punching them in the face too. I'm sorry for being violent, but that is a crime.
Listen, we always have a food segment at some point.
We always, never not. We inevitably all get hungry.
Never not.
And then
talk about food.
Hungry turns into hangry, and hangry turns into us all eating at various times.
I think what hangry turns into is me berating you for being wrong, but we did that already today. In the meantime, we are seeing a Tempest fleet from the Imperium repositioning here. They are
That's me!
Warping around, trying to get a better position. Dawn, you say that's you. Can you give us an idea of where you're going and what you think you'll be shooting next?
I have no idea. We just kind of like moved to a spot.
Plus, that's
away.
OPSEC. I'm in the same fleet. Don,
Yeah.
if you could put me on watch list, please.
No.
Come on.
You want to know what's on my watch list right now?
Can someone?
Asher and the LA. The rest of y'all have the same priority. Get fucked.
Can someone who is currently shooting the Keepstar give us an update on what the armor is like?
They said it was 77, but it might be 76 by now. 77 still. Get fucked. Zara Kick says they got you. Listen, no one's more important. Everyone's got the same priority on my watch list, which is nobody makes it on there.
My question actually for our reporters on the ground, also known as our wonderful Twitch chat, is how is the Ansiblex doing that is currently being shot by Init fighters? Is that actually paused? Is that going well? Or is that just a wasted effort?
I absolutely cannot turn the camera right now. Ansi is going down.
I'm seeing it paused. The Ansiblex is paused at 10 minutes 7 seconds remaining on the repair timer. So okay, it's going down and it should be soon. Apparently, it's paused but hardly any damage to it as well. I'm not sure like who I should be believing here. I think Nobby is our guy generally.
Yes. Nobby is our best intern ever. By the way, you will get college credit, but we will not pay you for this.
Dawn specifically is giving you college credit.
Yeah. For your journalism class.
What would the degree be in journalism?
Yeah, be journalism. Or photojournalism, or
erotic photojournalism?
Investigative journalism or something. You could still use a course outside interviewing people for that.
Oh dear Lord.
What?
Yes, Dawn did get a degree in cat taming. That is what she is professional in.
I actually have a degree in zoology, so yes. I worked at a vet office for 2 years. I've worked in multiple zoos for taking care of various critters.
Okay, we've got an interesting ping. I'm not going to spoil the surprise, but things are hopefully starting to heat up.
Must be an important thing because I didn't get it.
As we start to ramp up and the jammer's going down, we are going to see hopefully a very interesting escalation chain going on.
I don't know. I think
Imperium has yet to fully deploy their caps and supers on any battlefield in this war in the north.
You say the jammer's going down. I'm not seeing that.
I don't know who's shooting it. Are they taking it down?
I'm seeing the system still being jammed, but I mean, I did also see the ping you're talking about, and that does look as if the Imperium is not backing off and instead going straight into the fire face first.
A degree in watch list management. All right, and since it's a new hour, once again, a reminder, if you are enjoying the content you're watching, or if you're enjoying us, or if you've got a free Twitch/Amazon Prime sub to hand out, if you feel inclined, we would love it if you throw it at the screen. All that money goes to us paying for our music and all the tools that we use to bring the continued coverage. Also, I would like to get, booze for everyone at some point. So,
what?
Thank you, Nobby. Appreciated. So, if you guys feel like subbing, go ahead. If not, no big deal. We do this for the fun, not the money.
We are also seeing a couple extra people join Twitch chat. John, we've not heard from you too much. What are people watching here? What's going on in this situation? What are we streaming?
Well, it's beyond belief for me. I did not for 1 second believe that I would be waking up to see a full siege on the X47 Keepstar and downtime to have passed, and the CCP gods holding the pause timer way past the actual real time to give us a chance to continue to keep it paused so that we can continue to hold grid and successfully siege this Keepstar. I think that may be part of the reason why we are doing so well, is that nobody expected it. It's a surprise attack. The dice can roll from the time that they pick, 2 to 3 hours before, 2 to 3 hours after. An ideal time for us would be around about 1400 Eve time. And obviously this rolled completely the opposite way, around about, I think it was 10...
0900 Eve
0900. So it rolled completely in their favour. But yet, here we are. We are being told that this began as a minor skirmish for minor objectives. Kind of like the frog in the boiling pan of water at this point. It seems that the Imperium has slowly been increasing the temperature to the point where the FARC coalition has seen, hold up, this is getting real, we need to scramble. But obviously with the downtime, with the tie-dye, this is not something that you can quickly address and remedy. So now, with the timer being paused on the Keepstar, we are seeing more and more Imperium forces being committed, and the escalation pathways are there. We can see that there are capitals on grid. We have carriers hitting key objectives, and in the back lines, we're having more and more pings for more and more reinforcements. This is not something that the Imperium is going to tell us, sorry, they've outformed us, they're better prepared. No. This will be ongoing for the foreseeable future, and it's only going to get more spicy. So,
I mean, they have outformed us by a significant amount, and they've outshipped us because they do have Supers, Titans, and more Dreads and Carriers than we do right now on grid. They have the defenders advantage, they've got the numbers advantage, they had the downtime advantage, and yet we are still throwing it down. And we are, I mean, as I said, this could change at any moment. The server could crash. We could end up losing DPS. Enough people die. Shit happens, right?
A tree could fall in Asher's house.
A tree could fall in Asher's house again. Like, you name it, I've seen it. We did not kill it yet, but we're working on it. We are putting in the work. We are trying to earn this timer.
Yeah, so as people said, this is
y'all need to believe
the armor timer for the X47 staging Keepstar of a couple of the Panda Fam alliances. Killing the staging Keepstar is a huge step in throwing them back from Pureblind, from the general galactic east. We've been here since 0900 Eve time today, and before with the Ansiblex kill earlier on today as well. They have online another Ansiblex that is now being shot by Init fighters, and yeah, the Imperium is going whole hog into this. Lots of reinforcements being thrown into this fight from both sides. But we are now moving into more of the EU time zone situation, as most of the European Union and European countries have specific holidays today and over this weekend. I wonder if we might start seeing the Asian cohort of Panda Fam start to flag and start to decide, no, they need to go to bed. Any thoughts on that, guys?
Well, let's have a look at the mainland China right now. The time for them is 2100. And so if you were sat right now at 9 o'clock in the evening, you'd be comfortable. You'd be happy to stay on in this. So it's not exactly hitting that
that
point where people
point.
are going to have to move on. It's still very much prime time for China. If anything else, we're going to have a lot more of the American bros starting to wake up. I know in this My Alliance in Sigma, a lot of people are starting to come alive and come awake and read the relevant pings and start to get into the reinforcement channels. So if anything, the Imperium side is only going to grow now. And I believe in the FARC coalition, can't see much more movement there unless they start rage pinging Pandemic Horde more. But for now, we're going to see more Imperium coming onto the stage as we try and push this down to Hull.
Can we get a D-scan from someone in the audience of the alliances that are here? So I just like to see the numbers of who's really participating and what. Because I know what we were a while ago. So if someone's got that, pop it in chat. Or message me.
So, what you're saying there, John, though, was that we'll be getting towards an even fight coming up soon as more Imperium members potentially join the fight, and the kind of P-Horde Panda Fan group stay pretty static.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, the time zone is bad for us. Nobody wants to siege China. Nobody wants to go to war with Fraternity for the longest time because of the time zone advantages. Because it means that everybody has to alarm clock, and it means that everybody has to do these crazy shifts. So I believe that what's on grid from the FARC coalition is what's on grid. They've got their supers out, they've got their dreads out, they've got it out. They've kind of shown their hand. This is their escalation right in front of us. And so now Imperium leadership can have a look at what's on grid, start to and analyze what we can, what we can't do, how can we escalate, can we outplay this, can we have can we get a decisive victory, can we strike a devastating blow? Because in the war goals that were clearly stated, the goals are to remove the FARC coalition from B2 space. And so we've already destroyed 3 of the keep stars of the 4 which exist in B2 space. So once this keep star is removed, there will just be some minor skirmishes around the area to create a buffer zone in Vale to remove some more of the FARC coalition. And then really the war goals are finished. And we could declare victory and go home. Don't think anybody wants that. We want to find more excuses to fight in the north. But as it stands right now, this keep star is the last thing that is keeping the war in the north going.
So let's go over some numbers real quick. Currently, right now, we're rocking at 921 FRT. They are definitely putting it out. They are showing up for their home. Or for their conquest, right? It's not even their home. Goons are rocking out at 783. P-Horde has dropped pretty significantly to 616. Initiatives at 330, which is kind of what they were before, so they've stayed pretty strong. NC Dot has dropped down by 100 people to 275. I'm still amazed they even have that many people. And then Dracaris is at 163. Brave is at 107. You would think Brave, if they were defending more, would have more people here. But it's just a baby because of time zone being early. Or they could have just a bunch of people in these weird alt alliances that are a part of them, just not under that banner. So
and also that PL number, a 105 for Pandemic.
I'm fucking surprised that they even have that many.
Yeah, and NCPL historically very, very powerful alliances, barely scraping the bottom of the barrel at this point in terms of their numbers for this sort of fight.
Ansiblex is at 85% shield. They're making some significant progress over there.
I think your microphone's completely gone there, Dawn.
What?
You sound like you're a million miles away.
How about now?
She's okay.
Yeah,
She's okay for me.
She's fine now. So as we hold this grid and gain more grid control, things are only going to improve. As some people in the comments have said, Brave comes online in about 3 hours or so. And after that, the EU time zone's really going to come into its own. People are going to be finishing work, logging on, seeing the pings, seeing all the exciting things that are happening. So the fraternity population is going to start shrinking, but the Imperium and the B2 coalition are only going to start increasing. And so it really is the case of holding the grid while everybody gets more and more in.
Well, right now, what we've seen is that Horde dropped by 200 from earlier this morning, and FRT went up by about 150 to 200. Yeah. So right now, FRT actually went up, which is their prime time evening right now. So that makes sense. And some Hordelings that either they gotta go to work or we're tired or whatever, they're like, it's not our Keepstar, who gives a shit? So they went to bed. I'm sure those numbers will flip as we go later through the day.
In terms of general numbers, the Panda Fam side do have a significant advantage. You know, in terms of the Goon Swarm and the initiative presence, that only adds up to some 1,100 characters in system. And FRT and Pandemic Horde alone add up to 1,500 people in system. This is before we get into the smaller alliances and all of the other different aspects that go into those numbers. But yeah, we are seeing definitely that Panda Fam have a significant additional presence over the Imperium plus the Be Something coalition. However, the this is also reflected in the battle report that I've been sharing for the last couple of hours, which shows that the Panda Fam side have lost 310 billion ISK at this point, roughly, to the Imperium / B2's at 437 billion ISK, roughly. I'll share this in Twitch chat again, but the Imperium / B2 definitely taking a bit of a beating to keep this Keepstar paused and ensure that this timer and this huge effort is not continues to be worthwhile. Let's put it that way.
That numbers, like that difference, really hasn't changed since after the Ansiblex died originally, because they were crushing us in that fight. But we've been basically staying relatively steady, kill to kill, since then.
It was definitely better about 2 hours ago. We were somewhere in the region of 53-47% in terms of the differential, but now we're up to 58.5, 41.5 in terms of the Panda Fam to Imperium B3. But it's also not terrible, right? It's more ISK lost on our side, but this Keepstar is still paused. It's still going, and the Ansiblex that in it have been shooting with their fighters is still paused as well. It's going down, so this may well be worth the ISK cost.
Also, because of all of this stuff on the jump bridge, it has effectively put a halt to them using it for now, because unless they bring a significant fleet together or move one of their fleets over to that area, it is just it's not you can't go through that jump bridge anymore. You're just gonna die.
That's right. So you can see there that the fighters are taking and making work of the cyno inhibitors. We've got a lot of grid control, as you can see from this this bird's eye view. All we have to do is keep this timer paused, and as the more and more people start to log in, the time zones start to tip more in our favor. This is only going to increase because everybody who's deployed wants to fight, whereas the defenders, they're not exactly going to want to log in and get into a tie-dye slogfest for an objective which isn't really that strategically important. This is mainly trying to eradicate the FARC coalition from B2 space. There is no strategic advantage here. During this war, the FARC coalition have made no further aggression to the B2 coalition. They've not reinforced anything. They've not attacked or pushed anything. They've just literally sat and defended the X47 and some outlying objectives. And so, for us as the Imperium, when you wake up or when you finish work and you see the pings, you're excited. You want to get on. You want to get going. You want to stay up. You want to do some crazy things. Whereas the defenders, as it starts to get later in the evening, they're just going to be, just turning off, logging off. This is not. It's just not something that they, as a defender, you would want to really hard commit to and sacrifice your evening, your nights, and your mornings.
Well, I beg to differ on that, because Pandemic Horde, they don't give two fucks, right? They really don't. They could lose this entire war and not give two fucks, because the only thing Pandemic Horde cares about is the fact that...
Are you begging to differ, Fune?
Is the fact
never got that saying.
Is the fact that they get to kill goons.
Kind of a strange phrase in English. I beg to differ.
Yes.
Greg,
why would you beg to have a different opinion?
because sometimes you want to be polite, Greg. Like, Jesus Christ, you're putting me on the same side as Mifune, which already today is a stretch. Please.
Okay, but no. The only thing Horde gives a shit about is the fact that they get to shoot goons. Horde especially also has a very, very strong US time zone presence. And it's a Friday where a lot of people have off. So if this fight ends up hitting into the early afternoon, you're going to start to see the Horde numbers really jump up and really, really climb farther than we
Did
even
we lose
see right
stream
now.
audio?
No, we haven't. Why?
No, they were asking if he's alive or not, Greg. Anyways, keep going.
Just as an update on the fight, we have now seen a couple of battleship fleets, not just in it, but also from the wider Imperium. This is two fleets come in at different angles on this Keepstar and on this fight. They are trying to make sure that they can keep this timer paused. Ships are still trickling in on the Imperium blob that is dropped in. It looks to be somewhere around 100 to 150 kilometers from the Keepstar on the back side of it. You can see this on the very right-hand side of the stream as people drop into that blob. But yeah, it looks as if they are going to be shooting fighters and potentially also this Keepstar as we continue to keep this staging Keepstar in X47 in a pause state, in armor. We're looking to reinforce it.
Yeah, so time for a little bit of a true story a moment while we reflect on how did we all get to this position. And it all began with Fraternity deciding that they wanted more space, be it for botting, be it for a rental empire. They wanted to take space from Brave. And so they heavily started to club down on Brave, because that seems to be what they love to do, club seals. And in response, smaller alliances. Everyone knew that if you wanted content, put a clone in Torino. Put a clone in Torino's and work with Brave, because right now in the galaxy, that's where the fight is happening. And to begin with, it was an overwhelming response from Brave and all the different coalitions that were up there at the time, which is now turned into B2. And I think the whole universe was surprised when they were sticking it to Fraternity, and they weren't rolling over. They were contesting structures and timers and iHubs, and they were holding. They were doing a good job. And then obviously we know that with the declaration on war on the Fire Coalition, they in the end decided to go north and join the Brave and the B2 coalition, bolstering those numbers. But Fraternity, with themselves being pushed back and not able to get the gains they wanted, they asked Pandemic Horde for help. Now, up until that point, Pandemic Horde had said they don't want any part of it. They don't agree with the advancements of Fraternity pushing into the Brave space. And they would stay out of it. They're not going to get involved. But what happened then is Fraternity flashed the cash and said, we will hire some of your mercenary SIGs to come and get involved in this fight, to fight in those time zones. And looking at that money, Horde went back on what they said and shamefully got involved in the conflict to help Fraternity push B2, Brave, all the guys up there out of that space. And that was the trigger point. That was the point when the Imperium said, no, that's a dick move. And so we have deployed everything up north to really push and eradicate them out of the B2 coalition space. And that's what brings us here today. The war targets were to remove the 4 keep stars, which Fraternity dropped as a show of force to say that if you want to stop us, you're going to have to siege and kill keep stars. And that is a monumental task for such a small coalition. So that's why we're here in full response, fully deployed, not just a SIG, to push this out. This is the final war objective. Once this keep star is down, we will have fulfilled our pledge, and then it will be down to Asher to look at how we go further. Do we go home, mission accomplished, or do we push a little bit more? So that is how we are here today, trying to get rid of this X47 keep star.
Yeah, we as the Imperium don't like to see people punching down on people like Brave, because like they're not bad dudes, right? Even though they were involved in Vietnam, not on the good guy side. But I mean, hey, you know, they're just trying to make a living, right? Work a day life, kind of going out there with their space lunch boxes, having fun.
I wouldn't call it a workaday life, but certainly we have to take a look at the overall galactic situation. Just in the past couple of months, we've seen an agreement to make sure that the galactic southwest is free for new alliances, new coalitions to take space and grow. Whether or not all parties are adhering to that is not something I would necessarily want to comment on, but the point was that it seemed like all of the major parties wanted to make sure that EVE could grow, that our nullsec ecosystem could grow, and then also at the same time we see Fraternity trying to punch down on this B something coalition. And I think I'd agree that we have to, you know, stand up and say, hey, that's not okay sometimes. We have to be there and provide our velvet glove. is not necessarily the words I'm looking for there.
Very sexy though, Dirk. I like it.
But here we are because, hey, just being around people because you can isn't okay. Let them live in Nullsec if they want to live in Nullsec. Just because you are a huge coalition that can take space and do things doesn't mean you should take space and do things.
No, Derek, are you still a working diplomat for the Imperium?
I am not. I've been out of the diplomatic scene for a number of months now. Probably almost a year, something like a year at this point. But I do keep an eye on what's going on, and like I say, just because you can punch down on something doesn't mean you should punch down on something, and that is definitely a tenet that the core diplomatique of Goonswarm kind of lives by. It's never a question of throwing force at an issue just because you can. That's not a positive outcome for anybody. Anyway, so coming back to what we are seeing on your screens here in the live stream, this is our ongoing coverage of X47 LTAC-Q. This is the third time that Imperium and B something have attacked this Keepstar armor timer. It is being defended by PandaFam consistently. We have been here since 0900 Eve time. It is currently 1320 Eve time. It's been a lot of hours. We are still somewhere around the 70% mark of the percentage remaining in terms of its armor timer. There are other objectives on the grid. You can see on your screens that fighters are shooting an Ansiblex over on the left. And yeah, this is an important Keepstar because it is the staging Keepstar of P-Horde and a couple of others in the region. It is the last Keepstar in the region. And nobody expected us to get this far. Everyone expected that after downtime, things would break and it wouldn't go on. But here we are. Here we are a few hours later. We are still paused with 1 minute and 40 seconds left on that Keepstar repair timer. And we've just kind of got to wait and see what happens here as this brawl continues.
Do we have like a catchy name for this yet?
X47 yet again. I mean, we've only been in this system fighting over a Keepstar 6 times by my count.
I've got it. We can call it X47 Lucky Number 7.
We have X47 is a pretty critical system in the geography of Pureblind, and so there have been a lot of structures in this system over the years, and a lot of fights that have happened over this system over the years.
Isn't this interesting? We're looking at 71 on the Keepstar and 70 on the Ansiblex.
Yeah, that's certainly interesting. 70% on the Ansiblex. The Ansiblex is going down slightly faster than the Keepstar, but realistically, the key note here is that the Keepstar is still paused after some, like, 5-ish hours, 4.5 hours, something like that. And yeah, we managed to downtime through that. So here we are. If they can't stop us with the downtime, can they stop us at all?
I don't think they can necessarily stop us from killing it at this point unless they unless they murder the fleets that are damaging it enough to where the CubeStar starts to repair again. But even then, I think this is very much like the Fury of FWST, where we're just going to keep throwing money at the problem until the problem goes away.
Well, I'll have to see what happens. Regardless, I think we're in for a bit of a long morning.
It's already been a long morning for some of us.
Yeah, man, it's almost lunchtime. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's only like 20 after 9 a.m.
Yeah, man. You know what my lunch hour at work is? It's at 11 a.m. Like...
Or are
me,
you
it's
working
only
too,
lunchtime.
Fune?
No, I am not. I have off today. It's holiday.
Are we able to get any different kind of camera angles? Potentially zoom into the fort, the keep. Sorry, look at the time and get some perspective.
There's not much that you can do here because the thing with this keep star is that the entire front face of the keep is literally just a blanket of capitals.
Okay, see if you can get behind the keep star then, in which case, and look through the arches.
See, that's kind of the unfortunate part too, because that is just one massive Pikachu tail of bubbles.
I mean, the fact that they have the Pikachu... You mentioned the Pikachu tail. The Pikachu tail is something interesting. Somebody in the collective PanFam group definitely having some fun with that tail.
Well, I mean, if you zoom in a little bit more, so we could look through the arches of the keep star from the back.
You're not going to see much because of the bubbles. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make here. That this grid itself is too chock full to pull out any info of value.
Fuck is a Pikachu tail?
Keep going. Keep zooming in. Keep going. Keep going.
Yes, cool. It's the
can we not zoom any closer to see what they've got on tether there and see what's happening?
They've got everything on tether.
It's literally
it's literally just capitals.
A lot of capitals.
That's all it is. They're all tethered.
They're waiting on tether.
Well, this is what we want to see. This is what the people want to see. What is engaged? What is on tether?
Nothing's engaged. That's kind of the point of what's going on right now.
Well, that's until I don't know that. Is there any fighting going on, or is everybody on tether?
No, most of the paladins are trying to get within range of the people killing the keep star and failing miserably at getting into range. The brave people are fighting off fighters. The fighters, the Imperium fighters, are fighting off the Anciplex, and the other goons are just shooting the keep star, trying to get it down.
There's potentially a bit of a fight going on the right-hand side of your screen, Afune, between those blue and orange blobs. But it does seem as if, just generally, people are trying to figure out what the next steps are in this tie-dye fest.
Yeah, we just want to really see the sweeping camera angles of, what is tethered, what is not tethered, what caps do they have out.
We're not going to get that kind of info with graphic settings like this. We're not going to get that cinematic type of view.
No, but when you zoomed into the capitals, you could see that they were clearly tethered, that they had a huge ball of dreads, supers.
That all of them are tethered and none of them are untethered, so no, there is no target of opportunity.
He still wants to see him because nothing else is going on screen. Please accommodate.
Just like show us the
nice
there, but when
ships.
No, we want to see zoomed in so we can see the actual ships and the tethering.
There,
so that we've got something more to look at than just the overall.
There, does that work better? Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, if you didn't move it quite so quickly, yeah.
It looks those revelations don't have skins, do they? What the fuck's up with that?
Graphic settings, because
It's
potato
about-
mode.
I'm
And
not
new
fixing
graphics.
potato mode when there's 4,050 people in system.
Okay.
Yes.
Do skins not show on potato mode? I thought you could see
No.
them.
They will sometimes recolor the entire ship, but they do not show up in anywhere close to the detail that they do in like top graphic. Like, even a beautiful game, when you have the ability to show all of the graphics everywhere. When it's at potato mode, well, it's called potato mode for a fucking
I mean, like in the
reason,
top right of the screen, I can see an
unfortunately.
apostle there with a red skin. So I mean, the skins are viewable.
Barely.
Yeah, if Mifune swivels to take a look at that apostle real quick, you will see that apostle is entirely red.
Let's see.
When the skin is
Well,
probably
the skins are
only
there. We can see the
slightly red.
turquoise there. We've got some skins.
It's red and yellow versus black and white, or
Yeah,
gold
I
and
dig it.
white.
I dig it.
There's a light blue. Oh, there's a light blue Erebus there that's actually kind of cool. That's interesting in potato mode. That Erebus still actually looks that nice.
So now, with the new perspectives, we can see that there is indeed a heavy capital and Titan presence on the Keepstar. So far, all tethered. So we can see there that they are, you know, that they're waving it around. That, you know, if you drop, we have this. So we just now look to see what else is on the grid there. Are they tethered? Are they engaged?
I mean, if they're trying to show off their capital fleet and say, hey, if you show up, we have this to fight you, they're not doing a very good job of fighting us, given that the Keepstar is still paused and still going down, and they are not using this capital fleet for anything currently. Like, the fact that the Keepstar is paused at 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, it has remained so since people could log in at around 11:30 Eve time, and it's been there for the last nearly 2 hours. It
Now, is this
tells us a lot.
Can we see our fleets? What is holding the damage? What is pausing it? Can we see what Imperium fleets are actually engaged with the Keepstar holding it?
That's a very good question. I
The
would
fleet's
think
engaging the Keepstar, sitting back here. Basically,
Let's have a little look.
you have the Tempest fleet issues that are guarding the Typhoons, and the Typhoons are taking very light fighter damage, but the Tempest fleet issues are killing all of the fighters, and they are continuing to shoot the Keepstar. The Paladins, however, are attempting to approach the two fleets here, and that's going to take a while because it's about a 300-kilometer burn in battleships in 10% tie-dye.
Now, is this an older Keepstar or a newer Keepstar? Like, what kind of stuff would you expect to be in here from tests?
This is an empty
for,
Keepstar. They plopped it down at the beginning of the war, right after, and then that's it.
This is a wartime staging Keepstar. This isn't somewhere that's been lived in and has a lot of potential loot. Like, when it comes to wartime stagings always have a lot in them, but you'll see the vast majority of it go to asset safety rather than being dropped as loot. And even still, it will only be what people need for the war. It's not as if this is a home time.
So it's not like a 10-year-old Keepstar that, like, somebody's got all their shit in.
Definitely not. These Keepstars were an act of defiance from Fraternity because alone the B2 Coalition cannot siege Keepstars, especially 4. They literally whilst in the middle of this rebellion of the B2 coalition against the aggressive expansion of Fraternity literally in arrogance chunked down 4 keep stars and said, essentially, you can't do anything about this. We're not going anywhere. You can't get rid of us. And that's why, essentially, the Imperium got involved to siege these keep stars out, because alone they simply wouldn't be able to do it.
Oh, Nobby reports that it was, L2B Leet 1337 said 69%. Giggity. And Don, maybe you'd like to explain why the number 69 is so important?
No.
Symbolizes order and chaos.
It's yin and yang, isn't it? That it
Exactly,
symbolizes?
That's fantastic.
So Don,
So
you're
what's
talking
the
about
Init fleet looking at right now? What's the Init fleet in, and then what are they up to?
They are also in a bunch of battleships, Tempest fleet issues and stuff, and pretty much they're doing the same thing as the Imperium Tempest fleet issues. We're just guarding the other fleets that are shooting the Keepstar, avoiding the Paladins and using perches to get away from them, and that's pretty much all that's going on.
Yeah, we are still seeing that Ansablex over on the far left. Potentially far left of
There we go.
the stream
Are
screen.
you able to-
There we go. That is still paused. I know a couple of people in Twitch chat are commenting about fighters leaving that, but it is still paused. The damage is still going on to that Ansablex. But it is taking a while, as we expected it to. Everything in a tie-dye system is going to take so much longer than you might otherwise hope for. And so, yes. Init are still shooting the Ansablex. The Ansablex still has yet to die. And there are still multiple various fleets shooting this Keepstar. And it's gonna be a grind, guys. The last percentage that we got was 69% on the Keepstar.
Nice.
That is somebody was gonna do that. That is a 20% movement since downtime. So that's a 20% movement since we managed to get in after downtime, or a 20% movement in the last 2 hours. It's currently going 10% an hour for this fight.
It's still
And
forward progression, though, right?
dying.
Like, forward progression is better than nothing, and it's better than repairing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is forward progression. It is a good move for us. It is just a very long and dedicated move for us.
So, a report from our Grand Mosh Master Asher Elias is confirming that there is forward progress being made and a lot of stuff going on. Without bringing OPSEC, yeah, there's a lot of stuff moving around in the background and a lot of fleets having to coordinate this. Now, Dirk, you were an FC or something. Did you ever have to coordinate something like this?
In terms of this sort of scale of fight, I generally did not. This was historically managed by, Sky Marshals, and I never made it to that particular lofty rank. But it certainly smaller fights where there are multiple fleets coordinating. I was the main FC in that sense, and it can be tricky sometimes to make sure that, especially given that there are multiple objectives going on here, right? You've got the Keep Star. Earlier on, we had the Sinojammer. Now we have the Ansablex that's being killed. And when you have these bits of DPS cap, or DPS minimums, I should say. I don't want to say a cap. It's a minimum damage that needs to be applied, and you have a certain number of resources to apply to both objectives. You have to make sure that you make the right decisions on these things. It is definitely tricky, and we are at the very least lucky that this is in the same system. If you're trying to coordinate these objectives across multiple systems, say in a solve fight where you have 6 different small 50-man fleets flying around, it can be kind of tricky to make sure that everyone is going where they need to go. I'm not sure what else you might want from that, Greg, but it is an extraordinarily complex situation to have 4,100 people in the same system trying to combat the same objectives.
So I do want to say that it seems that since PandaFam has decided to put so much pressure with these paladins on the right-hand side of the Keepstar, the Imperium is just repositioning to the other side of the keep and resuming shooting. So now if these paladins want to have any chance to fight the Imperium forces, they're going to have to burn a solid 400 kilometers in the complete opposite direction.
Yeah, so we remain paused in this ongoing coverage of the X47 Keepstar armor timer. This is the 3rd time that we've pushed it into armor as the Imperium and Be Something Coalition. We are being opposed by Fraternity and PanFam. This is the PandaFam resistance in Be Something space over in the Galactic East. We are at 67% on the Keepstar at this point, and 50% remaining. Is that 50% on the Ansablex shield or armor? Because it will need to be put through both before it becomes worthless again. But yeah, if we stop applying damage to the Keepstar, it will take 1 minute and 40 seconds before it repairs properly. This is an interesting fight with a lot of subcaps and not too much capital action going on. The PandaFam side do have a lot of capitals tethered on this Keepstar, but they are not using them at the present moment. If you have questions, throw them at us in Twitch chat, because we've been here so far for getting on for 5 hours at this point, and everything is still in a holding pattern after the downtime rush in which we actually managed to pause this Keepstar again.
Good work for you guys that were here earlier and not like a loaf like me that slept in, but I do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. And remember that you are watching INN, the Imperium News Network. And if you have not already followed us, please follow. And if you have an Amazon Prime sub, consider throwing it our way.
Yeah, so there's a question in Twitch chat about an auto repair. That is not a mechanic that exists. There is no automatic repair. As long as damage that is above the pause threshold for this Keepstar, which is about 7,500 DPS, the Keepstar will never repair. As long as it's paused, we can shoot it until it dies, as Mafuni suggested in Twitch chat. As long as we can keep people on the grid, I think it's probable that this will go our way. It's just a long grind to get there, and this is a big deal because, as I said earlier, this is the third time that the Imperium and Be Something Coalition have actually made it to the armor timer. So if we can make it to the whole timer, that'll be huge.
Yeah. So there's lots of things that we don't always get to see that are happening behind the scenes. These skirmishes are not accidental. They are extensively planned on how if the timer falls in our favor, if we're able to pause certain things, then the next event take place. Right now, we have complete system control with the gates entering into this system covered on both sides from the Imperium. This is very much the same as what you would expect from a wormhole eviction. In order for you to successfully evict someone from a wormhole, you need hull control. You need to secure the in-holes, the out-holes, and make sure that reinforcements aren't able to come out of the wormhole, or people who are podded to get into the wormhole. And essentially that is exactly what has happened here in X47. The Imperium has completely blocked the entrance into the system, disabling the antiplexes. That's what we're attempting to do right now, and blocking off the gates into this system. So currently the Sino jammers which the FARC coalition has put in place are working against them, because they're not able to bring in any reinforcements from external sources because the gates are so well blocked. So currently, as I say, the Imperium has complete control of the grid. There's lots of things on standby. Escalation paths are still in place. But currently, if things hold as they are, if the Imperium is able to hold the system, preventing reinforcements from entering, if nothing changes, this will go into Hull, and once this goes into Hull, fingers crossed for a good timer, but regardless, once a Keepstar goes into Hull, it really is just
pretty
putting
much
everything you have onto it.
There's
Because
the reason behind that is, though, right? Maybe you want to explain the reason why that Hull timer is or the armor timer is so important.
Well, it's the armor. If you win the armor
here,
timer, then you've sacrificed however much ISK to get it through the armor timer. So when it comes to the hull timer, you pretty much have to go all in, or else the armor timer that you've done was for nothing. All the ISK that you've put on grid was for naught.
The key thing that differentiates an armor timer from a hull timer is the sense of urgency, right? In an armor timer, if you lose the armor timer, the structure is still there. You can still tether, you can still dock, you can still jump in and out from it. On a hull timer...
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, is tether.
On a hull timer, once the thing is dead, it's dead. And if you can be bubbled into that situation, you've got to remember, jumping capitals out of bubbles is a no-go, basically. Jumping any sort of subcups, bridging them out of bubbles is tricky. It's not impossible, but it's tricky. These are these are situations where you don't have a reliance on a fallback in the case of a hull timer that you do in case of an armor timer. If this fight was a hull timer, we would not be seeing the Titans and Supercaps and Capitals just sat on the undock casually as we're seeing here. And so it's definitely an interesting decision to defend a hull timer if you have to be put in that position.
I mean, everyone's always going to defend a hull timer because, why not? There's a fight on your doorstep. The interesting stages of the keep is the shield timer is not really contested because that can be hit at any time regardless of defender's advantage. The armor timer is then given the defender's advantage, and then that's when you commit your forces to the fight. You start to commit the ISK into the fight. And then when it comes to the hull, you are really forced to give it everything. Because as I said before, if you lose the hull fight, then all of the resources and ISK and time that you placed into the armor was for nothing. And so it can be a devastating blow logistically, for morale, to replace the ships and whatnot. So if this goes to hull, then the next step for the Imperium will just be overwhelming force straight over it.
This really is the kind of question for specifically when it comes to structures. It's about the defenders and what they're willing to do in terms of the shield, which, as you say, is largely never defended. The armor, which is typically so well defended. We've seen so far today a whole hell of a lot on this armor timer in the Keepstar. We are currently, according to the battle report that I've been referring to, 327 billion ISK lost by the defending forces. And then when you get to the hull, if you believe that you can keep the hull alive, you might choose to go all in. But also, if you don't think that you can keep the hull alive, and that the structure will die regardless, you will say, no, we're not going to defend this at all, we're going to go somewhere else. We're going to move our ship out very quickly and just have the kill. Fine, we don't want this extra hundreds of billions of ISK worth of loss. So, in that situation, certainly I would think asset safety for people who are staged here would be attractive. And the idea that they don't want to turn up for a hull timer that might go across downtime, go for hours on end. How many people want to do this sort of event, time in, time out, every single week for weeks on end? Really? How many people want that?
I'm having fun.
Yeah, that's it's the only source of content right now.
We're having fun. But other people who are stuck in tie-dye...
Of course. I mean, people have spent months, training their dread pilots, their cat pilots, their super pilots. They sit in station. They don't have much to do with it. And so these wars are the only time that you really get to see it. So it's exciting to just have the ability to potentially drop that asset that you've been training and farming and grinding so long for. And so, yes, this is really the only sort of content of its kind in the EVE universe right now. I mean, when it does get to the hull timer, you wouldn't see the FARC Coalition super fleet on the tether. They would be outside the system, prepared as an escalation pathway. We'll probably see the Imperium carriers sending their fighters over, and the FARC Coalition engaging in sub-fleets. And then if the escalation arrives, if there's a chance, that's when we may see the colossal super fights, which has made EVE Online so famous.
So it seems like we have the Panda Fam Supers finally deploying their fighters against the init fleet that is helping keep pressure on the Keepstar timer.
So what do you think command comms is like right now? You think it's quiet, or you think there's like lots going on up there?
Oh,
Depends which one.
It is probably cancer amongst all of them.
Currently, on our side, everything is cool, calm, and collected because we have control of the system. We've got gate control, we've got grid control, and so really, it's Fart Coalition's move. Imperium are here and saying, "We've got it paused. We're applying damage. Your move." And as was just previously reported on, we've just seen some of those supers detether and send their fighters to the init fleet. So now it will be down to the Imperium to react to that, to either try to reinforce that fleet so they don't go down in a blaze of glory, or take things to the next level. But Fart Coalition have now batted back. The ball will be in the Imperium's court now to decide what the next course of action is.
I like the analogy. So is that like a highlight analogy, a ping pong, or a tennis analogy? Or a cricket analogy?
I would say tennis. That's more universally acceptable for sure.
Or maybe tennis, yeah. I would have gone with ping pong, but...
Whatever happened to highlight? Remember highlight? Like, it was like the big fucking sport in the 70s, and everybody's, it's going to be the next big thing, and then nobody plays fucking highlight anymore.
Yeah, just coming back to that, what does command comms look like? Command comms in GSF has been pretty stable for the last few hours. We see a number of FCs available and in fleets, but nobody's panicking, nobody's jumping around like mad. It's all fairly stable. I can't tell you what the PanFam command comms look like, but I would guess that they are wondering what the hell they're going to do with their capitals right now. And other than that, just trying to get coordinated, because for them to have superior numbers, for them to have a lot more ships on grid, and yet still provide grid control to us in the Imperium and Be Something Coalition, especially on the gates, as John mentioned earlier, right? We have the gates pretty well locked down. The only ways in are Sinos and the Ansiblex that is currently being shot, without going through some of our fleets.
So, Dirk, when you're in these big battles, right?
They have so many numbers. You have to wonder what the hell they're trying to do to counteract our control of their system.
Well, although they are starting to engage the init fleet there, which we should see some sort of response from the Imperium fleet at some point, really, the bulk of the Fart Coalition is on tether. They've got supers, they've got dreads, they've got carriers, they've got faxes, they've got it. They've got the stuff they need to push us off. The issue is they won't, because they know that a retaliation will be in place. So they're trying to establish what's a worthy trade. You know, if we untether this fleet, can we kill enough before a retaliation fleet comes in and potentially lose a dread wing, a carrier wing, a super wing? And so everything is there. They are sat on tether watching the Imperium dismantle the armor piece by piece, waiting, snapping at the heels probably to their commands and FCs that they want to engage. Why aren't we engaging? We have the advantage. We've got the numbers. Why are we sat here?
Yeah, and as you say this, I do see an Imperium Tempest battleship fleet repositioning to then probably warp again into the brawl and inflict some more damage. It's taking
really
a while
is a standoff.
tie-dye, but
yeah, it's a complete standoff.
The defending forces are just stood there doing What exactly? We're at 63% armor remaining on the Keepstar. They have hours to figure out a strategy, and they're doing... something, maybe? This is where we're at in this fight right now. We're trying to figure out what the defending forces could do differently to defend against the fact that...
Well, again, just echoing what
time.
Command was just saying there, that the same thing is there's not much to do right now. Everything is working as intended. We're taking the armor down piece by piece, snipping at a few stragglers here and there, punishing their lack of mobility while they're desperately clinging to the Keepstar. It is the case of either they do something so that we can retaliate, or this is just a show of force, and they've already just stood down, and we're just going to take this down all the way, and they're going to make us work for it.
Are they making us work for it now?
Well, yeah, I mean, they have everything on grid ready, and so we can't hard commit. We can't send everything in to try and, hit that damage cap and get this thing knocked on the head, because it's all there. The token fleet is there as a defense.
I mean, I do appreciate the fact that we have to be aware of their fleets, but they're not really doing a huge amount to stop us. They're just, and
this has been
the system up, and
this has been the regular flavor
sometimes, right? Like, this isn't a crazy fight where it could go either way at this point. It's just a slow movement towards what seems like an inevitability.
This has been the same theme throughout this war so far. It's either complete blue balls from the FARC coalition to the Imperium when we show up in force, or there's been a handful of times where we've had to stand down from the Crab Star that was invade because they outformed and they got everything in place. But this has been a regular theme where, when the odds are in our favor, rather than risk something or try a maneuver or a battle strategy or trying to flank something, anything, they will just sit and do nothing, and then we just again, it's a war of attrition on who wants it more.
Yeah, I see some people in Twitch chat talking about the number of wrecks on grid. Just as a point, a lot of those wrecks are surrounding the Ansiblex kill that happened before this Keepstar even began. In terms of the wrecks killed since downtime, you can differentiate those by white wrecks have been killed since downtime, yellow wrecks were killed before downtime, and just generally, there's a lot of wrecks from both sides. It's been a grind, it's been a long day. I'm just gonna double check the battle report that I've been referring to over the last couple of hours. But I do think we are somewhere at a total of, about 800 billion-ish killed, lots of wrecks.
Huh! Now, also in Twitch chat there, somebody asked us if Dawn was asleep. And yeah, that's a good question, because we haven't heard a lot from Dawn, and that's really surprising, because usually Dawn is like, meh, 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 meh.
Dawn's falling asleep in her chair.
It's been a long morning.
I called it, and y'all fucking yelled at me for passing out earlier.
I mean, we can ridicule both of you at the same time. That's not a problem.
Yeah, but now Dawn can't do it.
No, it's more of I just needed to stretch out and...
Dawn's like feeling as if she needs a late morning nap at this point. I'm not gonna lie, it's currently 1500 here, and I'm thinking, could we get this done already? But here we are.
So Don, you were talking earlier about your job at the zoo, your tenure at the zoo. I remember you telling me that you had to leave because every time that you tried to go home for the evening, like the zookeeper tried to keep putting you back in the cage.
Oh my god.
I love how that took her so long to register what he was saying.
No, I had to push to talk.
Oh, I got more, Don. I got more. Don't worry.
Question from Twitch chat: are we back to having the same camera view for hours again?
What else do you want, man?
We want to see
Anyway,
the
yeah,
unit
no.
fleet. We want to see the caps. We want to see the fighters moving across. We want to see
The
all of them.
fighters aren't even moving anymore. They recalled fighters, man. Like,
Fune, zoom in on me, man. I'll
even-
do like really funny things. with my
even
ship.
Asher said it in his comms. There's nothing going on but the two fleets shooting the Keepstar and Horde sitting there staring at them.
That's okay. You got nothing else to do. You can zoom around.
Yep.
Yeah, seriously, just like look at some ships for fun, I guess. Because this is turning out to be a long grind. This is Imperium News ongoing coverage of the fight in X47. This is the third time that we have hit this particular Keepstar's armor timer. This fight has been going on for hours, and I'm not sure what else we can tell you right now. But the Keepstar is paused with its repair timer at 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. It will remain such until either people stop shooting it enough, or people shoot it enough that it reinforces again. There's also an Ansiblex that's being shot by some fighters from Init at the minute. That's continuing to die because PanFam don't want to contest this anymore. We have been here since like 0600 Eve time, collectively. We haven't been streaming it for that long, but we have been in the system shooting various structures since then. And as I say, PanFam appear to have just decided, yeah, they're done.
There's still a lot going on the battlefield, though, as you said, Derek.
There's stuff going on, but it's not anything that we're gonna get to see right now, right? Like, we have Fraternity moving the Paladin fleet to try and catch up with the Typhoons, but the problem is that's a 120-kilometer burn with battleships in tie-dye, so it's gonna be a fat minute before they swing around the Keepstar for that.
So as we move into like the, I don't know, whatever hour this is on this fleet, like in comms, who are some of the people that like are a joy to hear with the global key? Don, Dirk, John, Fune, because you guys all get up in command comms, right? And then who's like, oh no, not this guy with the fucking global key again.
Sorry, what was that, Greggles? About?
Well, just like comms right now, and like global keys, like who is really inspirational person like at this point in the fight when it's starting to get, everybody's starting to get CP tired, right? Like who can really rally the troops with the global key?
Well, I mean, it's a little bit different for alliances, right? You've obviously got the Goonswarm Federation, but that's not what's making up the Imperium right now. You've got the Initiative fleet. You've also got a few other people that have amalgamated together. You've got the Sigma Alliance there, the Curies, and the various other members of the Imperium. And so what we tend to do, at least in Sigma, is we have 2 Mumble clients set up, one for the fleet and one for the Alliance members, so that in the Alliance mumble, we can sort of shoot the shit a bit and sort of chit-chat, ask questions, and see what's going on. So, yeah, on the global scale, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's always nice to hear from Asher come down to say that, everything's going great. Don't forget to stretch your legs. Don't forget to get a drink. But I think it's really important to have those senses of community in the individual comms. Yes, everyone's sat on the Imperial comms, but, many alliances make up the Imperium now. Gone are the days of the swarm of bees and the Imperium being Goonswarm Federation. I believe that under the leadership of Asher, that's one thing that he's been really good at, is bringing in a lot of key alliances into the Imperium to bolster its name, its capability and reputation. And yeah, it's definitely a new Imperium to perhaps what was known in the past.
Oh, for sure, John. Yeah, Me Too brings up a good point. Have you been on a boat fleet, John Calico?
Oh, God.
Perhaps I'm unaware.
Oh, well, then you haven't, if you're unaware.
Yeah. You asked the question of who's really great on command comms. I have to say I bring a very EU-centric view to my approach to command comms, which is, if you have nothing to say, don't say anything.
Why don't you guys got Havish singing, though? Doesn't Havish sing on command comms?
Havish sings to his fleet. Whenever I was in command comms with Havish, if he tried to sing to me, I would tell him to please stop in certain words that I may not be able to say on Twitch.
You're a wet blanket, Dirk. Come on, man. I like Havish.
I love Havish. I really get along with Havish. I think he's a great guy, but he does go a bit overboard sometimes. But my point was more that as an EU-centric kind of FC when I was FCing, I wanted command comms pretty clear so that if I needed to hear something, I could hear something. The thing about it for me was when we moved into the into the US time zone, and suddenly, like, everybody in the US likes to chat, and I would say that Boat potentially was the most you can't stop him person around.
Kind of like when you go on your rants, Dirk, right?
I mean, sometimes. But, like, Boat would do this over command comms.
Oh, would you say, like, you're the English Boat, Dirk?
No, I wouldn't, because when I'm in command comms, I know to shut up unless it matters. But yeah, so I would say Boat was the most exuberant. But yeah, I'd actually say it depends on the time zone and what you're doing in the time zone more than anything else. I wouldn't say there's anybody that I would want to shut up on command comms, but sometimes it can get a bit much.
Asher fleets always have really good comms. He likes to keep the fleet engaged and like ask questions, right? All right, like one fleet, he was like X in chat if you've ever been to jail, and you'd be surprised how many fucking X's were in chat. It was crazy. Like people were telling their stories. It was like a late night. I don't know what we were doing. Nothing too important. But... So I think a big part of fleets are the comms, right? So like keeping your fleet members engaged.
Yeah, apparently, according to some of our commenters, Sickler Rose, there is something going on behind the Keepstar. The enemy fleets are starting to burn outside of fax range to engage some of the bashing. I'm not sure if we can get any sort of visual on the back of the Keepstar to see what is engaging who.
Yeah, it's the Paladins swinging over, and they are just reaching the back of the Keepstar, with the friendly fleets in warping away as we have seen before. Just kind of going in a circle, playing Ring Around the Rosie with the Paladins.
Do you know that entire nursery rhyme, Fune?
No.
Which nursery rhyme?
Ring Around the Rosie.
Wow. Would you not know that?
A pocket full of posy, a tissue, we all fall down. It's not exactly a difficult one. How does Mifune not know that?
Was it a tissue, or is it husha, a husha?
I actually think that depends on the country that you learned it in.
What the fuck is posy? Is it a flower or like some kind of drug?
A posy is a flower, yes.
A big shout out to Ragnar Schwarzkopf, who's joining us this morning. I don't know why he's not here in chat with us. I'd like to have him hang out with us as much as possible. What a good man Ragnar Schwarzkopf is. Big thumbs up to Ragnar.
All right. So, given that we've apparently completely sidetracked what's going on with the stream,
so it looks like that the TFI fleet is coming in to intercept the Paladins and the fighters, while the Typhoons are re-engaging at a different range.
Yeah, I was going to ask John to give us a brief overview of why we're here and what we're looking at.
So once again, we are looking at the Imperium fleet taking the Keepstar for the first time successfully into armor. This is the first time we've managed to bring it into an armor timer that's not been repaired or not been messed over with their tie-dye. One of the first armor timers, we came close to the all-time record for people online. We was touching the 7,000 players in the system, and it was unfortunately stolen from us because of tie-dye and downtime, and we had to go home tail between our legs. And since that engagement, we have been unsuccessful at pausing and moving the timer because of bad time zones and various different logistical issues. But this so far is looking like the keep will go all the way down to Hull unless the FARC coalition heavily engage. Now, as you can see on the screen, we have some new movement where they they are actually leaving the safety of Tether and Fax reps to try to engage these the fleets which are holding the timer. This is the first time since the downtime has passed where the FARC coalition have actively moved against the Imperium fleet holding the timer. There is under 2 minutes left to repair. There is no room for error. The Imperium has locked down all the entrances to this system, but we still have to bring it all the way down to the Hull timer, and this really is going to be make or break at the moment as to what happens. I can't exactly see who is engaging and whether or not the fleet that's doing the damage capping is still in place. But as we watch this unfold, we wait. We wait for a strategic response from the FARC coalition to try to really push us off.
Yeah, so there is a huge amount of drones by the look, by the Init Apocalypse Navy / TFI fleet that is behind the Keepstar. We also see a big ball, potentially repositioning of Imperium Tempest fleets, that kind of battleship fleet. This has been, by and large, a battleship brawl to get this going. though we have seen some support from carriers. We haven't seen huge dreads or Titan gunfights in this situation. It has, by and large, just been battleships brute forcing it through all of these bubbles, through all of these timers. We did have an issue around downtime where the node did not come up properly and took a little bit of time. This was advantageous to, I would say to everybody, but primarily to the Imperium / Be Something coalition, because the timer didn't start exactly as downtime ended. The timer started as the node started receiving connections again. So we were able to pause this at this 1 minute 40 remaining timer as individuals managed to log in. And as we move through this holiday weekend, we will be seeing a lot of more people logging in, throwing chips at this long grind. But we will be here with you through the grind here on Imperium News.
Yeah, I ain't going anywhere.
I could make a joke about how Greg said he wasn't going anywhere and then just shut the fuck up. But
oh yeah, go, dude.
Invite him to say something else. Love you, Greg.
Wow, I love you too, man.
The repositioning of fleets is definitely interesting to me. It seems as if a lot of the carriers are recalling their fighters and then sending them back out towards the carrier, towards the Keepstar, sorry. But at the same time, it does appear as if the Ansible X is still paused and still receiving damage. I wonder if there was a question about whether or not killing the Ansible X, given how long it's taking. They've been shooting the Ansible X for more than an hour now and only managed to get, most of the way through the shield. I wonder if there's a question about focusing fire on the Keepstar and just trying to grind through this as fast as possible now that people have been in the system potentially for 8+ hours.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very delicate dance that we all have to play at the moment. Everything is in place. It's we've got the various different ships cycling the damage on the Keepstar, and then you've got the other ships supporting to make sure they don't get swamped. And so it's not just the case of hit the Keepstar or try and kill the bad guys. There's no room for error. There's under 2 minutes left on the pause. So it really is, one wrong move here could cost so much, and it would be almost a trillion ISK for another failed attempt. And I'm sure I speak for everyone in the Imperium when that's just not what we want. That's not what we're here for. We're here for the fights, yes, but we're also not here to be for the else and standing down or being blue ballsed. And so this is the command has a very good grasp on the situation right now. You can see from the static video presentation that the various different fleets are moving around and sort of running rings around the FARC coalition currently and preventing any one fleet from being swamped.
Yeah, I believe that what's happening now is referred to as brinksmanship.
Can we get a D-scan of... It's been like an hour. Just want to see where we're at, totals-wise.
What are you banging your mic on, Don?
The lack of sleep is catching up to me.
Are you gonna be alright? Have a little nap.
I did lay down for a minute and it turned into a little longer.
Oh, I got good news on my stream. I made 199 followers, and I don't know, it hasn't updated, but I'm getting close to 200 followers on my stream on Twitch,
Nice. Good
twitch.tv
job.
/Azitude.
I just got an interesting comment come through about, couldn't Fraternity just put down another Keepstar? Yes, if this Keepstar is destroyed, or if they indeed try to anchor another Keepstar, that's possible. The only thing is, when you bring any structure online, it's defenseless. It begins anchoring, and it gives you a time when it will be deployed. Once it's deployed, a core has to be fitted to bring the building online. And you've got about 15 minutes of a vulnerability window that a large fleet can easily melt and destroy that structure. There isn't really a more vulnerable time in a structure's life than that initial anchoring. So yes, they could anchor it, but there would be such an overwhelming force to slap the new structure down that it would just be a waste. So now that we are deployed in the north and there is such a presence here, they're not going to get away with Keepstars and Fortizars being deployed in B2 space on our watch.
So, got a little congregation going on back here. And I think you guys nailed on the head, like the idea, or at least Mifune did possibly, is playing the cat and mouse. As it's the carriers and the supers send their fighters out to go attack, if you can warp your fleet away to the other side of the Keepstar, it takes some time for those fighters to catch back up because they got to move across. With all those bubbles, you can't actually recall them very easily if they're in a bubble. If they're not in a bubble, you can, you get them back. But still, like, having to reposition those fighters constantly is a bit of a nightmare for the carrier pilots that have to do it.
Alright, apparently Dawn is still very loud. Dawn's...
She seems fine to me, honestly.
Dawn's volume is an issue on...
But then again, I'm not listening to the stream, I'm listening to the actual feed, so...
Yeah, Dawn's volume is an issue on the side of the streamer, who may or may not be passed out in his door.
No, I'm
meal
here. I'm here. It's just everybody else is talking, so...
But also, Dawn has been away and gone and may have just, like, adjusted the distance to their microphone or something.
No, she got on her cell phone so she could lay down.
Yeah, now I'm back on.
Mifune, you know what would help you out right about now? Fucking shooters, man. Start doing some shots.
I was about to say a shot would be nice right about now.
I've got some more questions coming through from Awaken, saying how much of an impact would losing these Keepstars put on an alliance? Now, an alliance level would be substantial because a Keepstar...
Nah.
Yeah, we're talking about alliances here, though, we're not talking about coalitions. I mean, obviously for Fraternity, it's very different. They've got dirty bot money, and so it's not really going to affect them very much. But the average alliance, it's cost them about 130 to 150 billion ISK to get a Keepstar, to get it online, to get a core, to get it fitted. And if you're a mid to even large alliance, it is going to be substantial. But what Fraternity did here, they didn't really place these Keepstars so much as a strategic advantage. It was more of a middle finger to the B2 coalition at the time, at the beginning of this war, when the resistance was strong. And so they literally blocked one after the other and said, there's nothing you can do about it. It's down. You've lost. And essentially that is why the rest of the galaxy rallied behind, and that's why we're here. We've destroyed 3 of the 4 FU Keepstars that Fart put down. This is the last one. This is where we're getting the fight.
Now, Dirk, do you think
Oh.
we're going to become permanent friends with
Oh.
Brave or B2?
Everybody loves Brave, man. Brave are
Right.
good dudes. They don't want to
So-
just roll into an Imperium. They want to try and be as independent as possible. But just looking at the camera here, we have had a disaster for the Fart Coalition. The Paladin fleet has moved in to try and push off some of these fleets, but the Imperium has managed to get on top of them, bubble them in place, and now the Imperium fleet has completely surrounded them. They are going nowhere. It is going to be an absolute bloodbath. If we can get a bit more visual on what's happening there, what the Imperium ships are, I mean,
So
this is going to be
they've
so
quite
brutal.
literally surrounded the paladins here. Now, mind you, the way that hordes and fraternity fit these paladins, they do not have any kind of self-rep module, and they heavily rely on that triage to keep them alive. So when they have no logi and surrounded like this, these paladins are as good as dead as long as the Imperium can keep them in one place.
I mean, this also has a function in these heavy tie-dye fights of whether or not that Bastion module will decycle properly for them to receive triage reps as well.
Yeah, so far
But
there's been
a
no
lot going on when it
breaking
comes to these
bugs.
paladins.
Yeah, there's been no breaking
It does
bugs
seem
yet.
to have been okay since downtime generally. But there was a question Greg asked as we continue to watch what's going on here on grid and see that the Keepstar is repairing at 1 minute 40 seconds and is probably somewhere around 56%. We just had an update for. Greg, you asked me a question that I can't quite remember right now. Can you just ask it again?
Look at that.
Buddy,
Got
I'm
a second
53-year-old
thought.
Burnham. My fucking brain cells don't work. I don't know what I asked you.
So it seems like Frat is committing a second Tempest fleet issue fleet to try and save the paladins here, while the fighters are slowly trying to move in on the battleship fleet that is currently shooting at the Keepstar. We have Brave over here with their Tempest fleet issue a couple of 100 kilometers here and there. That is pretty much it. You also have the wall of another Imperium, of another Brave. Sorry, moving the camera. Another Brave fleet over here, also shooting at the Keepstar, along with Imperium and Init fighters moving off of the Ansiblex to come murder the sheer number of paladins when they do not have any triage reps at their disposal.
It's a very
could
delicate dance, for sure.
But this could get deadly. It looks like the dance has ended and it is time for the bar fist fight.
What I mean is, it's a delicate dance because if too much attention is placed on this fleet, that's when we could start to lose grip on the Keepstar timer. We've got a huge... It looks like Fart has pulled the trigger. They've left tether. They've left the reps range. And they are in. It could have been a very clever tactic to have put the Paladins in there to bait some of the squadrons to come together so they could bring their more fuller force into effect.
Well,
But this could be the beginning of the counter-offense from the Fart Coalition.
Well, we saw a couple of hours ago, all of the fleets did engage the massive Paladin force while still keeping up with the Keepstar. All it takes is one of these battleship fleets keeping damage, and that's all it takes. And if that's what we need to do in order to murder 400 Paladins, then that's what we'll do to murder 400 Paladins.
I mean, we were just
You
sitting on
say
a perch
that
doing
that's
fuck all,
all
right?
You say that that's all it takes, but we have to remember that we are at 1 minute 40 seconds remaining on the repair timer of this Keepstar. There is very little margin for error, and so any decision to engage a hostile fleet rather than maintaining damage on the Keepstar has to be a very calculated decision. And I'm sure it will be calculated, but as we see more battleships from the Imperium and the B-something coalition land to engage in this big brawl that's going on. There are battleships everywhere, and definitely other ships around to keep damage on this Keepstar. But this could be the bloodiest stage of the engagement. This could be when whether or not this Keepstar reinforces or not is truly decided.
Well, up until this point, Ash has been on the comms quite a lot, saying to us that, right now there's not a lot that's happening. We're taking the armor down. The bad guys are not doing anything. And so we're just waiting to react. And so obviously the Imperium has got at their full disposal, many sort of escalation pathways, reinforcement fleets, but not showing our hand or tipping what it is until they show their hand. We have control. We have the gates covered. We are reffing the Antiplex. We're trying to bring down the Sino-Jammers. And so it really was, until this point, all up to them to make the next move. And it appears they have made that move. And now the Imperium is moving to meet what they've brought.
Yeah, as Mifune moves the camera around, these three kind of distinct battleship groups. You have the one on the far left who appear to keep shooting the Keepstar. Then you have the one up and towards the back, which has engaged another battleship fleet and is encased in bubbles. And then you have a third battleship fleet that is also fighting yet more battleships across to the left of the screen. It's that there's a lot going on in a very small amount of space on this grid, because this all is taking place in the space of about 250 square kilometers of this grid. We are seeing fighters come in to this fight, but they are taking a little while. It's fighters moving in this time dilation is a very slow process. And as I already said, the key point here is making sure that this Citadel, this Keepstar, is paused, even through this slugfest that we see going on.
Yeah, I mean, for people who perhaps don't live in Null, and they're in low sec or high sec, it might look very, very laggy, very, very slow, confusing. This is actually a server forced action called time dilation, where in order to bring thousands of players into one system at one time, they have to slow all the input commands that the server can receive all the way down to 10%. And so, yes, it does look slow, and yes, it does look laggy, but this is the game's intended way to allow thousands of players to fight at the same time. You don't see this in any other online game. The scale at which EVE is able to do and maintain these fights is truly awe-inspiring. You have to really give credit to the developers here for able to pull this off. We put a lot of blame and point a lot of fingers at them for the things that they fall short of, but there just isn't these kinds of story, player-driven narratives and fights anywhere else. It's what makes EVE EVE.
So I'm in the face fucking fleet. No easier way to say it, but I am in the middle. This is just like earlier.
The Kosis is right.
I was in the middle of a bunch of paladins in a Lashak doctrine, and now I'm in the middle of a bunch of paladins in a Tempest doctrine. But there's a lot of lasers happening from all sorts of directions. Everything's kind of congregating all in one spot, actually. Right where we're at. Fantastic. I'm glad that I get to have 3 fleets on my face.
Don, if you're a laser crystal, what laser crystal would you be?
I would be ultraviolet.
Be radio.
Purple.
Okay. Just to give you a final summary from me, we have the Keepstar in the X47 finally into the armor. The Imperium has complete system control, holding the gates, preventing fart reinforcements. The various different battleship fleets were happening right now. The Imperium is ahead of it. They have sent several dormant fleets that were up until this point tethered on Blue Fortizars in. The timer is still paused. There are several dedicated fleets holding and pulling down the timer. Yes, there is combat happening now. Yes, there is fighting, but it's not affected the Imperium's ability to keep bringing down the Keepstar. So it looks like at this moment, unless Fart drastically puts more into this or moves something one way or the other, this is going to go down to Hull and then subsequently heavily go into the Hull timer and the fight that ensues on that. Myself here, John Calico for Sigma Grand Set Alliance, I'm going to have to sign off because my wife is absolutely screaming because she is organized to take the family out today. And so I will be leaving you in the capable hands of the Imperium breaking news team. And maybe after I've been to the cinema and took the kids out, this will still be happening and I'll pop back and see exactly what's been going on.
I probably
but for now, stay Sigma, guys.
All right, thanks very much.
Bye, John.
Enjoy your day, sir.
Yeah. At this rate, we will be here when you get back. Have a good afternoon.
Put a scram on her. That's hilarious. Today's halftime update. Okay,
Being single, eh, Don? Isn't it fucking awesome?
Sometimes.
Let's not dig too far into that commentary.
I mean, hell, I do what I want. Actually, rep someone?
I got Sheldon bouncing around down here, wanting me to open window, but it's still too chilly.
Might be time to take a break for a shower and a shave.
As long as you keep the show running, you can.
Yes, I know.
We need to do that.
You didn't need to tell us, but also, Mifune, given the way you are trying to sport facial hair, you definitely need a fucking shave.
Whoa. I don't mean shave the beard off. I mean shave the sideburns.
That's not a beard.
Oh, buddy, you need fucking sideboards, like huge ones.
No, I don't need to be Wolverine, thank you.
No, more like a hipster, man.
Before you go though, Mifune, do give us a bit of a bird's eye view so that we can at least talk about everything that's going on rather than just whatever you're focused on right now.
Single with cats, yes, that is us. This grid is gross. There is just so many wrecks everywhere. Can we get like clean up on aisle 5?
Can we get
zoom in? Right, zoom in just a bit, Mifune.
Some of those wrecks are gonna despawn.
No. Wait, hold on. I do want to check out something. So I'm curious if we can get just like CCP Swift out here or something, just to clean up all of the wrecks in the area. That'd be fantastic.
It's not gonna happen, but yeah. Go ahead and just like.
Yeah, I got it.
What do you think he's your personal space janitor, Mifune?
Yes, it's clean up on aisle 7.
Remember in
that'll
school?
a little bit more to the right.
I'm trying to get the other one in too.
Yeah, there we go. That'll about.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep
we can
I'm
talk
trying to
about it
keep
from
the
that angle.
Ansiblex. I'm trying to keep the Ansiblex in here.
Yeah, we can talk about it on that angle. That's fine.
That work out good for you?
Yeah, that'll do. We can talk about it. We can
Alright.
make it work. It's fine.
I will be back.
On the topic of talking about it, does anybody want to talk about what's actually going on here?
Not at all.
Oh, what in this chat or in on the space game? IRL?
Actually, on the grid of the space game.
Oh, we're shooting things in battleships.
It is a. I hope someone remembers to keep shooting the Keep Star. I know we like killing stuff, but dear lord. Basically, we've all coalesced to like a single point on the grid in the back there, because it's most of the fighters were in the front. A lot of them have moved over there at this point. But yeah, most of us are in the back there. Horde has a Paladin fleet, Nightmare fleets, and a Tempest fleet issues. The Imperium has a bunch of Tempest fleet issues, pretty much, with some Navy Apox mixed in, and a bunch of fighters coming over from the jump bridge, which I don't even think they were too worried about killing the jump bridge as much as controlling it. I think they're still trying to take it down, but a lot of the fighters that were over there have moved, and I think that they were just trying to control that entrance point to reduce the number of players coming in. Wow. First I get muted and now I'm getting jammed. I feel like the belle of the ball over here.
You are the target of all targets. I'm gonna say though, we have been joined by Froggy Storm, who is a somewhat infrequent contributor to our live streams, but welcome, Froggy. How are you doing today?
Died like 3 times.
Yeah, welcome, Froggy.
Good morning, good morning. I think this might be the first time that I've been on this stream.
Oh dear lord, we're subjecting you to the worst of the worst then, as we slog
think I can hear
through
you
this
guys.
X47 timer. Oh, and he can't even hear us, so that's great. That's a really good start.
We have a.
How can
we
you not
have-
hear us?
I know what I did. I'll fix it.
Okay.
Do we have an initiation for first-time people in breaking news?
No, not on breaking news, because we want to make sure that we're focused on the news, Greg. But here we are. Apparently nobody's talking about the hero typhoons who are keeping the timer paused. I think those are Braves typhoons, just keeping on chugging on.
They are on point.
We are 53% armor remaining on this Keepstar. We've been here since 0900 Eve time. It is getting beyond a joke, guys. We've just about managed 45% in like 5.5 hours. Can we get to the point here, please? Please.
So we've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Get on my level.
I mean, you took a nap while we were streaming, so
I literally
Shush.
I closed my eyes and listened to you guys talk for 45 minutes. It really wasn't a nap.
Anyway, Froggy, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. I have sorted myself out from. In order to get my stream going, I have to send voices and sounds to a lot of different places. So I have unsorted those problems.
Alright, wonderful. We are now officially joined by Froggy Storm on his potentially first time here with us.
I
How
do
are
believe
you
it is the
doing,
first
Froggy?
time. I am doing great considering that I have been up and at this since this time yesterday. All things considered, I think I'm doing pretty well. As I have as one of my frequent mottos, sleep is for the weak. You only need to do it once a week.
Yeah, no, you should sleep a bit more regularly than that, for sure.
Nah, it's fine. As a lifelong insomniac, it is just fine, and my doctor doesn't agree, but what does he know? His fancy law degree and medical training and doctorate and such.
Why would your
doctor
why would your doctor have a law degree? I may be tired, but I caught that. Oh.
Yeah,
Don, I'm being yellow boxed.
That's nice. Get in line, motherfucker. Once again, no one makes it on the list.
No
Except
kidding.
for Kunmi. Kunmi will make it
Oh,
on
you
the
see?
list. Well, that's because his ship actually matters, and it's cool. Your ship is boring.
Hey, you said to me that you tried very hard to keep my ship alive earlier and failed miserably. So what's the real story?
I do try to keep you alive.
I
Blame
appreciate
this
it.
stupid server weather. It's just like, sometimes it's like responding, and other times it's like, fuck you, bitch, is all it does to me.
Yeah, it's
Like,
really bad right now. For sure.
Yeah, it is chugging.
Twitch chat,
seems-
saying that Dawn is spicy right now. This is very true. Dawn is definitely enjoying herself as we hit, 7.5 hours into this stream.
Fuck you guys. Horde, just go away. Let us finish repping this.
So, at this point, Froggy, do you want to introduce yourself to the stream and potentially talk about your interest in what's going on here?
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. I am Froggy Storm. I am a member of the Ministry of Truth. We are the organization responsible for all of the funny memes and winning the Reddit war. We face Reddit day to day so that you don't have to.
You lead Reddit Swarm, then?
I am an esteemed alumni, but I am not the leader of Reddit Swarm. The leader, ostensibly, is Dr. Mibbles. Everybody knows it's Dr. Mibbles. He's the person you go to for your Plex for posting. He is the single most notorious member of Reddit Swarm. But yeah, the meme war has been pretty hot and heavy. It's slowed down for a bit, but this morning has seen a resurgence. I have posted 3 sock puppet updates and an Asher golden crayon meme since the last 12 hours. So the Fart Coalition side has been very quiet so far. I think they're just as surprised as all of we were when the paused in the first place and then paused after downtime. So they are not responding yet. But it's too early to tell. We could very easily make that misstep that people have been asking and talking about.
I mean, what are these sock puppet situations?
I was just about to say, there's sock puppet. So there's news memes that you posted, actually, Froggy, as well.
Yes.
On our Eve. And I feel like they're trying to make fun of us, but not directly. I don't know. But it's like sock puppet news. Puppet news.
My sock puppet news is specifically tries to be a pretty neutral source, just saying what the facts are, with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek here and there. By and large, it's strictly from my perspective. I've got no access to comms or battle planning or anything else. But by and large, it's the exact same kind of things that we've been saying here, or you folks have been saying here for the last 7 hours now, 8 hours now almost. That keep being paused was a big surprise. Hoorah, hoorah. The frat had huddled up and was figuring out what their next move was and hadn't decided what it was yet, and so on.
So apparently there is something going on outside of X47?
Yes, there's a number of fights outside of X47 right now.
Oh, you sound like an expert then. Froggy, what's going on outside of X47?
On the other side of X47 at the CN gate or CJ gate or whatever it is, there's been a number of little skirmishes between. There's about 10 or 12 carriers and a small support wing holding that gate against thoraxes and eagles. We absolutely just destroyed an entire eagle fleet over there with the few of us that were there. So there is fighting on that side of the equation as well, keeping that gate securely controlled.
Okay, and people say that there's fighting happening outside of X47 as well. Do you have any information about that?
That's what he just talked about.
Yeah, I was just...
Do you not listen, Dirk?
No, I mean outside of X47.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
XK.
It's on the gate.
I think what Dirk is trying to get at is if there was anything going on outside of the system of X. Well, forget it. Sorry, just making fun
Dirk,
of Dirk.
He was
now.
literally talking about like the system next door that they're fighting in.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
There's been
Keep up.
several fleet skirmishes on the other side of that gate as well as this side of this gate.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Froggy, for helping out there.
I'm trying my best.
My apologies for just completely missing that one.
Well, when you repeated yourself, I thought you were trying to like throw me a bone that you had something in mind, and I'm like, I don't know what you're telling me.
No, it appears that I'm just that tired after this fucking stream.
So it says that our Tilda reserves are expended? What kind of that news is this?
That was announced earlier today, or yesterday, that the Tilde reserves had been completely expended, and that we were now forced to use gold crayons and trying to make some kind of effective means of getting out important news without tildes. It's all in your pings. Do you not read your pings, ma'am?
No.
Oh, well.
What is a ping, and where do I get it?
The pings are an important first stop for any good growing propagandist.
That was a joke, but
of course. That is our first stop for any bit of propaganda and news, because the hilarity that we enjoy should be shared broadly, especially when what we find funny annoys other people. In a cheeky way, not in a bad way, just a cheeky way.
This is gonna be a good test to see how awake Dawn is, to see if she saves my Tempest Fleet issue.
Oh no,
no, not at all.
I broadcasted.
Listen, sweet cheeks. I don't know if you've seen the rest of the broadcast list.
Oh, I don't care. No, I turn all that
You are
shit off.
number 7 on the list right now.
Oh, dude, you can move me up a little bit, can't you?
They're all plinking away. And I'm still trying to rep the guy I locked like 8 minutes ago. Stop target painting me!
Right.
Stop it!
So okay, we need to deal with a couple of things from Twitch chat. First up, does tie-dye affect the next system to this one? No, but maybe. Right? So, Dawn, stop giggling like that, or I'm gonna fucking mute you.
What?
You suddenly got very much louder, and I don't appreciate it. Right, so, every system on the node is in tie-dye, as Cast Iron Fist says in Twitch chat. That's true, but the thing about it is that reinforced nodes have very few systems allocated to them. So this X47 system potentially has like 2 other systems on the node, or 3 other systems, and they're going to be very low traffic nodes anyway. So it's like it's a reinforced node. You don't need to necessarily worry about tie-dye affecting the next system over, such as JTAC-C, for example. Also, I wanted to address... right, actually, I'm going to throw this one to Froggy to talk about who's on what side. Is Pandemic Horde on fraternity side or against fraternity side, Froggy? What's going on here with the story?
So it really depends on what your definition of is. The Pandemic Horde, ostensibly, in reality, are absolutely on fraternity's side. That they're, let's see if I can phrase this delicately, mealy-mouthed, wishy-washy comments to try and obfuscate that fact are not very effective. It's just a SIG where they went off for a couple of weeks that, it's not Pandemic Horde deploying, it's only one SIG, never mind that it's, 2,000 of their, players that constitute 99% of their PvP wing. Don't pay no attention to reality. Just a SIG. So yes, Pandemic Horde absolutely has been firmly on the side of being a frat pet since the outset of this, when it started to turn south. Now, sure, you can give them some credit that they wanted to be part of things, they wanted to be where the fighting was, but realistically, Frat said, come make this happen for us, and Gobbins appears from all of the diplomatic leaks to have said, okay, but what's it worth? And they reached an agreement, and it was all about cash. So...
Dirk, I told you it was funny. Why do you think I was laughing?
I'm not saying it's not funny. I'm saying that, like, if you keep just randomly changing your microphones, I'm getting annoyed.
I'm not changing. I'm just, like, moving around. That's probably what it is. Because, like, sometimes I'm laid back and sometimes I'm closer to the mic.
At least she's not using some of those weird, not quite human voice changers. That could get really creepy really fast.
Or fun.
When Dawn gets really excited, her voice gets like not quite human. And also when she gets like 5 bourbons deep and gets really excited, her voice gets not quite human.
Yeah.
And Dawn, I am now fucking dead. Thank you. I'm putting it on my fucking SRP thing.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that.
Dawn didn't add me to her watch list. Fuck everybody. Adrian would laugh.
So we have an update on the Ansablex, which we first started shooting like an hour and a half ago. It's currently at 90% armor now. This is going really well.
Yes, I'm still being target painted, by the way. Can I get more symbols? Like, someone damp me, please. I need all of the symbols. So I've already got nuded and jammed and target painted. So I just need damps. And I had tracking disruption earlier. I don't know why. I'm in a Onero's.
Yeah, like, that's going to go really well.
By the way, Nobi, you're going to be promoted to head intern?
No, Nobi is our head intern. That's fine. I approve this change. This promotion. What is happening with the Paladins? They are engaged in a fight. The fight is ongoing, and it's slow going.
What have I missed?
What's going on with the Paladins?
Your mother.
Whoa.
Nothing. Greg died, so he's no longer a backup camera. I'm not being target painted anymore. Fantastic.
I mean, like, literally, you guys, we can hopefully get Mifune to swivel the camera a bit to look at a bit more at the death brawl. But as you can kind of see, it is just 2 lines beating into each other and potentially getting somewhere, and maybe not.
They're getting somewhere, but it is just a slugfest.
It's just hit each other in the face for as long as you can, and when you can't, stop doing it. That's all that's going on.
Have you ever watched Beer Belly Brawling? That's what's happening right
belly
now.
bucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking great, man.
What is sumo for rednecks for 500, Alex?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Kenau's comment in Twitch chat. We're getting somewhere eventually. We just don't know where.
Yeah.
This is going to be the thing. Updated reports. Froggy, you've not done a report on what's going on in the system before. What is going on in the system?
Currently, paladins without triage are brawling TFIs and Napocs at 0, and it's not going well for them. The battle report has crawled up another 1.5%. We were 60-40 for a very long time. Now it's 57.5, 42.5. So it's crawled up since the last one. The keep is reported from Twitch chat. I can't actually lock it to be at 51%. So we continue to make progress. I think it's speeding up some, to be honest. It seems to be going a little quicker, but I may have just been losing track of time.
I think you're more coping right now and hoping.
And that could be
the amount of copium right now for this thing to fucking end faster is.
More importantly, Froggy, what is Reddit saying about this battle so far?
Very, very little. Their only things have been, well, the Mimitar Amar faction warfare memes notwithstanding. There's a couple of complaints about tie-dye behavior, but the rest has been very quiet other than my
just
sock
a bunch of sock
updates every couple of hours. Yeah, it's about it. I fully anticipate that as U.S. time zone, it seems that most of the prominent meme makers and propagandists tend to be in the U.S. time zones. So as the day wears on, I would hope to see. But alternately, throughout this war, there's one thing you can count on. When things have gone less than ideally from Frat, they do one of two things. Either they unleash the AI chatbot meme generator to just say the weirdest random things and you can never quite be sure what the heck they're talking about, or they go absolutely silent, no memes of any kind, until there's some way, some unified direction of which to spin things. Now, I am admittedly quite biased as a prominent member of the Red Swarm, that, you know, the use of Reddit and winning that war is the utmost importance. And Frat and PH just have not been up to the challenge this time. In the last war, there was some very good engagement up until, you know, the defection of Dr. Mibbles. So the meme war is near and dear to my heart, but right now the fighting is very one-sided.
I'm loving the sock puppet stuff. Just look at it now. Now, is Candace based on a real sock of yours?
No, it is not. That is just the I was gonna go with really hard meme names, but instead I went for, you know, the Giga Chad and Candace.
Candace,
one moment,
in your mouth.
My real boss is calling, so I need to take this phone call. I apologize.
Do it live. Do it live on stream.
No.
Do not do it live on stream.
Tell him I said hello.
So yeah, as Froggy just kind of suggested, we are here with the grind in X47. This is the third time that the Imperium / Be Something Coalition has gone ahead and reinforced this armor timer. We have passed the 50% mark, just as a point. We've made it halfway there. It has only been 6 hours since this repair timer started.
Oh God! It's gonna be all the way till when I have to leave for my family barbecue. It's okay. I can sleep with my parents.
I'm here going, I need to go to the shop and get some food. So somebody else is gonna have to take over at some point to make sure that We
When you-
continue bringing this coverage.
Listen, I could literally leave, go to the store, and grab like some more soda because I'm out, and like a snack or something, come back, and my ship would still be here in space.
Dirk, when you said shop there, I heard you pronounce it as SHOPPE. Is this correct?
No, that would be shopper.
Yeah, no, I know, Bo.
Oh god, people are asking me about chili. Based on how much time we have left on the Keepstar, if I had the ingredients for chili, I could make a proper chili.
Yeah.
Because as Colton or Carlisle Gaming knows, my chilies take like 8 hours to do properly. So
you put beans in your chili?
I don't put beans in my chili. I don't like beans.
Stop it. What about your beans on toast?
I don't like beans there either.
I agree. It looks weird. I like baked beans with a meat. So like a hamburger or a hot dog or something. The flavors complement.
Did you know that beans they're good for your heart?
Oh my
Because the more you eat, the more you fart.
But yeah, so I don't do beans. But my chili does take a long while to infuse the flavors and that kind of thing. So
it really shouldn't. It's ground beef.
Yeah, is it chili without beans?
Yes. The beans part is not a normal requirement of chili.
Why would you unnecessarily add random vegetables just for a start?
Okay, guys. The stream. Hey, guys. The stream may not be able to hear you for a minute. I gotta do some fucky-wucky shit because people are not being so nice right now.
For what?
What?
Certain fleets, I asked for a relay in since I can't join the comms, and I got told to shut the fuck up and no. So now I apparently have to mute audio on the stream in certain aspects and fuck with shit around so that the stream can't hear comms.
Nobody is streaming comms anyway. Just like
no, I know that's what I'm saying is that I have to join comms for my fleet, important big toy fleet, because no one will give me a relay. So I have to fuck with shit on the stream so that stream doesn't hear it.
Can't be that hard.
All right. Well, we're potentially going to be here or not and back at some point.
Yeah. So just bear with us, guys.
But yeah, no beans with chili for a start, and yeah, what's going on with this fight? Who hasn't told us what's going on with this fight in the last hour or so?
Let me go.
Go on.
All right, so we're in X47, and appears that we're attacking a fraternity Keepstar, and we are working our way into. I think we're about halfway, 50% of the armor, and holy shit, boys! I'm working up a sweat. I've been killed in my Tempest fleet issue. I'm in a pod right now. Oh my goodness. I don't know. The excitement, it's just driving me nuts. There's a bunch of paladins that are brawling with battleships right now. So paladins are sitting still, I think. And the Tempest fleet issue battleships or whatever are flying around trying to kill the paladins. But the paladins unfortunately got me because they saw my name and they said, we want to take that fucking hero off the field. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're like, Greg is the king, the DPS of this fleet. We must remove him.
With split guns.
You're like, I'm gonna whore on everything.
No, I put both my guns in the same target. Just that it's easier to have two in tie-dye, because then you can cycle them back and forth.
We are not doing this conversation again about tie-dye and the way modules work.
Jammer is downcycled.
So I am particularly frustrated with the tie-dye at the moment because it keeps unloading my lasers and I have to reload them.
Welcome to tie-dye behavior.
I've never seen it unload guns like that. I've seen it stall and I've seen the red circle forever. I've never seen it just for whatever reason unload your guns and force you to reload. That's a new one for me.
You see, Dirk? Maybe you're wrong.
I'm just saying it's not that Dirk's necessarily wrong. It's just that we're not wrong either, saying there are some things that we have never experienced before going on.
I'm happy to say that this is a bug and it shouldn't be happening, but also it has been happening for years, and we've known about it for years.
Yeah, they also say a lot of other things. They let Poshfan have its weird shit for 2 years before they were like, oh, maybe we should change this. Yeah. It was a bug. Sorry, guys. Like, what? No. For 2 years? No. That's just you being lazy.
Like we can call it a bug. I'm not opposed to calling it a bug. I'm just opposed to the idea that this is new. Because it's not. We've been doing this for literally
Also,
years.
Dirk, you have a fanboy in chat. J42W is like, Dirk is right. Y'all are wrong.
Hey, in this situation, I'm happy to call it a bug. I'm happy to say everyone is right. But yeah, we've been doing this for years. Also, thanks, Bo. I'm not sure I would call myself a national treasure,
Which
but
nation's treasure?
like I'm good being a national treasure. That sounds fun.
Your treasure in Wales, and that's it.
I'm definitely not a treasure in Wales. I've never been to Wales.
That's why you're a treasure there.
Who would want to go to Wales?
So can we get an update
Jones?
on what's going on? An update on what's going on is that there's a big battleship roll happening. You can kind of see that on your screen in the center of the screen. To the top right, you have the Keep Star, which is the armor timer that we're trying to contest here. It is currently a little less than 50% available. Probably somewhere around 49, 48, but we are reliant on reporters on the ground to report on the percentage of the Keep Star. And yeah, we're here grinding away. We, the Imperium and the Be Something Coalition, are winning here against PandaFam. PandaFam are trying, but not really getting anywhere to, in the sense that we're winning, right? Imperium, Be Something are winning. The Keep Star is at something around about 49 or 48% armor remaining. We've been here for fucking 6.5 hours or something.
No, 8 hours. It tells you at the bottom of the stream. It says 8 hours, almost on the dot. 8:01.
I haven't been here for the entire stream. I got here as the timer started.
Okay.
We do have another fight happening, which is
sub 50. Woo.
Over an Ansablex, and the fight over the Ansablex is also just slowly chugging along. This is tie-dye. This is how Eve fights work the scale. My god, somebody explain how tie-dye works, please.
Why? Okay, tie-dye. Game get busy. Game say too fast. Game make you go slow. Bam. Tie-dye. I feel like that was accurate.
That was something.
I feel like that was quite accurate. I mean, where was I wrong?
I mean, yeah, it's not wrong, but it was definitely something. Archangel in Twitch chat says that we've said that every time we attack PanFam. PanFam have also said that every time they attack us. This is just how we do.
So I'd like to take a moment to address No Stress in chat. The big question here, and it's been discussed a dozen times already this morning, once the keep goes into a hull timer, there's a real strategic advantage that gets lost. Because on a hull timer, once the fight's over, if the defending group loses any of those big cap assets that they've got on the field right now are at risk. And they've got to decide where the risk, where the value is.
What's up, Don?
Look around.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm focusing on other things. What are we looking on?
Apparently more has shown up.
Where?
Somewhere. I don't know.
Like, this is the question.
Don't...
Where?
Check the fort. Check the fort. Our fort.
The Keepstar grid is so littered with
wrecks.
Ships,
yeah, I know.
Ships and wrecks that it's actually kind of getting difficult to figure out where the hell new stuff is coming from.
Okay, I don't see anything. All right, they lie.
It kind of looks like there might be another battleship fleet or something somewhere, but I'm not convinced by this. I think my client's lying to me. And Froggy, you were trying to address something in Twitch chat.
Just the risk that's inherent with hull timers for the defenders. So at the end of a fight, for an armor timer or a shield timer, the keep goes into reinforcement, and all those heavy, set piece battle ships can just stay there and tether up and be safe. Whereas on the hull timer, if you lose the hull timer, all of those supers and all of those carriers and all of those dreads that are sitting there untethered right now become untethered and need to have an escape plan. So in a case like this, where the grid is bubbled so badly that there is a significant risk of escalation at that point if they choose to really commit to and then ultimately don't win the hull timer.
What is this? Okay, let's look at the numbers. Sure, 4,500 a local, made up of 955 fraternity, 879 goons. So fraternity still has not dropped down in participation. So good job on them. Horde is down on the 673. They started off with a solid 818 earlier, so in it has gone up to 459. So initiative does have I believe a decent sized EU presence. So I feel like those guys are finally coming in. NC also going down a little bit to 250, but most of them are still here. Dracaris is at 155, and Brave is at 130. Come on, boys, wake up. And PL is at 120. They went up like 7 ships.
That's
somehow.
Not a surprise, given that PL are historically USTZ guys who might be waking up and jumping into the fight.
Yeah. And then everybody else is under sub 100. So the main players is Fraternity, Goons, Horde in it, and I guess I would put NC in there too. Those are the main 5 players. Shocker. Everybody else is here just holding little signs. Have you ever you know when you go you start a new game and your friends have been playing it forever, and you're like, I'm helping, as you're attacking a little goblin while they're just clearing out the rest of the room, and they're like, good job, buddy. That's kind of what's happening right now with everybody else. Combined, if you combine everybody else, it doesn't even come close to some of the numbers the big groups are pulling. So yeah, I need to go get some food here soon. I'll probably go to Burger King real quick and then come back here in a little bit. I'll bring my phone with me so I could still listen.
So this might be a camera perspective. It also might be a camera perspective on my end. But that battleship rule still has plenty of ships to be there and potentially be lost in it.
Yeah, but if you look at the battle report, the losses are getting more and more one-sided for those battleship brawl. We have clawed up a whole nother 0.5% in just the 30 minutes since the last time we talked about it.
These TFIs are cheap as fuck.
Yep, and those pallies are very much not.
Yeah, those paladins are something like 3 billion ISK ago, compared to a TFI's 1.25 or something. These are me, like, last I checked numbers, but yeah, the ISK differential between a paladin and a Tempest fleet issue is significant.
Yeah, I think their decision to come over and take this fight without triage support may be really, really telling on their tactical team side. Because from what I understand, these paladins don't have any local reps, and it looks like their subcap logi is just not up to the alpha that's coming out of these TFIs. It's just punching through them.
I love the people coming in going, "Oh, so this why I can't log in very well."
This is not why anything. This is not anything to do with whether or not you can log in very well, unless you're on the same node as we're fighting.
I don't know. Some nodes are connected.
Well, aren't the stagers connected to Jita?
Different server blades, they have a set number of dedicated nodes, and those nodes have less right. So, in terms of the monolith, it has X number of server nodes, right? And it runs Y number of systems on each server node. However, they have a small number of what they call dedicated or reinforced server nodes, like half a dozen or so, one of which is Jita, where when people request a reinforced node, that their system that they've requested gets assigned to one of these nodes. And that node has fewer systems on it. Generally, those are systems that are very much quieter. They don't see much traffic. And so, overall, this gives the best possible performance for whatever node we are on. That's just kind of how that works.
Okay.
And so,
I'm going to be back a little bit. I will be on my phone, so I'll still be able to hear, but just not good for talking. Hopefully my ship survives. So.
Do I understand humor? Give me sarcasm and I'll get it.
Same, right? Aren't those the same thing?
Yeah, sure. Alright, so what else have we got in Twitch chat? Will the Keepstar repair? Anybody want to answer that question?
Maybe. Nothing's impossible, but right now it has gone on far longer than the defending forces have to be comfortable with. I think that's why they tried the Pally sandwich move that has resulted in significant paladin losses. There is a whole just wall of new wrecks that is building up from these poor, not long for this world paladins. So I think that it's possible, but as time continues to go on, I suspect, and this is purely speculation, of course, I am no expert, I am in no way affiliated to command structures, that the advantage and the morale especially shifts further and further and further away from these forces that, ignoring the paladins, could just get on tether and dock up and go to bed. But that is strictly my opinion.
I would like to add that Eve the puppy has officially joined us in my bedroom, laying down, staring out the window. Somebody asked in chat, what will it take for the Imperium to claim victory in this war? Well, we stated that from the very beginning. I mean, we win this war when Fraternity and Horde stop attacking Brave Space. Like, draw the line in the sand. Stop invading.
We got that flea and tick stuff, that Advantix. It's good stuff. You guys get fleas and ticks down where you are there, Mifune?
What?
For your dog, for your puppy.
I'm confused, but okay.
You're talking about your puppy, Eve the puppy.
Yeah. Dirk, are you okay? You sound roboty.
Are you having a seizure?
I think he is.
Do we need to call for help?
So, the thing is, I'm just...
I think Dirk is having a bit of an internet problem.
Potentially have an incident.
I think we've moved beyond potentially, sir. I think we are definitely having some internet problems. If you can hear us, restart your router, turn off the internet, and turn it back on again.
Hello, IT. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Right.
Just the sheer number of paladins here.
Right.
Well, if you've got, do you still have Rex turned on?
Unfortunately, when it comes to this level of tie-dye, there is just, no matter what, we've gone over this during the Delve War, this character has no Rex on overview at all, but because of the sub 10% tie-dye, they just show up anyway.
Fair enough. So if you look right below where it says EVRDI on your screen there, you can see a hint of them. There is a solid wall almost of Rex right there.
Yeah. That's from
these mostly paladins and TFIs in there.
Oh, I know. And that's all from the fight we had earlier today.
I don't think so. I think the fight we had earlier today is clear across the grid. Are you not? I think you're looking at a different part of the grid. You're looking at where this brawl in close range is taking place right now. If you look at the yellow Rex over on the other side of your screen, that's the fight from this morning. Am I wrong?
Wait, say that again? I'm doing two
So if
things
you look
at
at the
once.
left, or excuse me, the far right of your screen there.
Yeah, all these yellow Rex.
Yeah, isn't that the fighting from earlier?
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm talking about.
All... Oh, right here. You're talking over here where we did kill a bunch of the paladins. Yeah.
Well, that was earlier. We're right now. If you look at that on the left side, right where your little Star-Lord logo is, look kind of at the dividing line between the two blue and the orange blobs. There's a solid line of Rex there, of paladins that are getting blown up at 0.
I can kind of see it. I don't know if stream can see it, but it's right here by these cargo containers. Yeah, I see what you mean.
That, and there's also another one, if you were to think about your screen and pulse directly south, there's another one right there too.
Yeah.
Where you can see where they've just been obliterating and pushing this line of paladins back slowly but surely.
I mean, no doubt. No doubt the paladins are dying, but they just have a lot of them, man. They have a
Absolutely,
lot.
absolutely. I am. They're going for the set number of kills, and then the wood chipper turns off strategy. What does our battle report say? Let's
Well,
refresh.
see, the weird thing about these paladins, right, is that we saw these paladins come out from Pandemic Horde right after we got the Marauder buff.
Yep.
And the thing is that the biggest thing about these paladins is how well they work defensively with tethering, right? When these paladins are in tether range, you just don't fuck with them. But outside of tether, man, they eat shit.
Yep.
So,
and especially without triage to back them up.
Oh,
These
dude.
guys are way out on a limb here.
Oh yeah. They're on their last resort. Let's throw everything we got at them levels of bullshit here.
I need to step away for a while, but I'll catch you guys in a little bit.
Of course.
Please continue bringing great coverage from the battle at X47.
I just have to highlight. I have to highlight in the chat. Somebody goes, "Who is fighting?" and Bo just responds with everybody.
Pretty much, eh?
That's not incorrect.
That's not incorrect, but I don't think that was the question he was asking. So the orange and yellow guys is basically Fraternity and Pandemic Horde, and the blue is Imperium and Brave and B2 and all that.
Does anyone have the keep locked and can give us a status update?
I believe the last status update we had was 40%.
Oh, nice.
Now I'm also
I tried to lock it and it didn't work.
I'm also curious as to what the Antsplex is at.
I'm going to throw a Reddit meme in chat here from our sometime ally, sometime enemy, Dirk Dinkle.
Oh, God.
Provided a lovely template for the USA folks to call in to work with.
Work excuse. 2 days. There's a significant battle in X47 L-Tech queue that requires their full and complete attention. I have prescribing 2 days complete desk duty, with plenty of intake of liquids and delivery of junk food. Oh my god. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Alright, food has been secured. We are heading home.
Must be nice.
What did you get, Don?
Burger King spicy chicken sandwich.
Are you gonna eat it on the drive back to your house, or are you gonna wait till you get home to eat it?
I'm gonna eat it fried.
Well, apologies to everybody that is even probably barking at the fight. Hey! Hey!
Nobby is saying 45%. Thanks for the info, Nobby.
Ooh, sorry about that, guys. Dog just bolted out of the room.
Looks like we have Mr. Briskerville back with us. Welcome back, sir.
I had time to have 2 meetings and take the dog to the vet, came back, and we are still in this fight.
Now, I'm going to do something unique here. Chat, I need you to tell me what should I order for lunch from Uber Eats. What do you guys think is the best food to order right now?
Well, it's going to depend greatly on your options, I suppose,
Hey,
and
big
your
ass burrito. Big
and
old.
whether or not your Uber Eats will hit food trucks. Food trucks are always the best answer for lunch.
See, food trucks are great
guys.
and all, but like the closest food truck lot is like 20-minute drive.
So, Brisk, have you been following along with what's with our riveting coverage here on INN?
Well, when I haven't been in meetings and I haven't been with the dog at the vet, yes. So I noticed that we are at 45% on the Keepstar, that we have caps and all sorts of things in system now, which are happy, makes me happy. And we're fighting pretty hard, which is nice. What other updates are there besides the fact that we're almost halfway done with this thing?
We just got an inspirational speech from Asher, and he says that we're doing well.
Good. Well, I mean, obviously we're doing well. Look, if you guys were here, we've been streaming for 8 hours. When we started the stream, I think most of us thought that the chances of us being successful today in beating this armor timer and finally getting it down was relatively low. And throughout the morning, we have seen a steadfast commitment to taking down this Keepstar in multiple situations where people easily could have made a justification to cut and run and walk away. We had trouble logging into the servers for more than an hour. We could easily have walked away at that point. And we could have easily walked away when we were having difficulty in the very beginning in pausing this timer. But you know what? We stuck through it. And right now, it is Friday, Good Friday, 1540 Eve time. This fight started this morning at like 5:0500 Eve time. And the result is we are halfway through this Keepstar armor timer. And we're also about 2/3 of the way through killing the Sinojammer, or at least knocking the Sinojammer offline. So if we knock the Sinojammer offline, that will be a big deal. And that will mean it'll be much easier for us to get reinforcements into the system. And if we can knock this Keepstar into armor timer, that means we may have a wonderful Easter morning where we can finally kill this thing after about a month and a week of trying to kill it. So I'm looking forward to this. I'm very pleased. This is going way better than I was expecting it to. The fact that we were able to even pause the timer after downtime to me required a Herculean effort, and I am so proud that we made it happen. We did good. The dog is fine. It was a checkup. He had to get some shots, but he's good.
So, Mr. Rubal, as a sometime propagandist and infrequent Reddit warrior, what are your opinions on the Reddit war and the escalations we have seen the last 12 hours?
Have we even seen? I didn't even realize it. The last thing I saw posted was your picture of Asher Froggy. That was the last thing that I saw. I guess I have to go look at it now.
There's been very little retaliation. To be honest, it's mostly me doing sock puppets all morning for updating the Reddit threads.
This is very, very good.
We did just find a lovely piece from Mr. Dinkle that we shared with the chat.
I did like his work excuse one. That's very good.
I think that's excellent. So, assuming that we push this keep into Hull, what, in your opinion, is their likely spin on the topic? What do you think they're going to try to say about it to save face and to rally their troops? Or do you think they're just going to cut bait?
No, I think it's pretty clear that the comment will be that we held them off. They're going to say we held them off for 5 weeks. This was like the 8th time or 9th time that they had put this into ref. We knew this Keepstar was going to die. It was never going to be saved. We were really only here to get good fights and to dunk on as many Goonies as we possibly could, knowing that this Keepstar was going to die. And it took them to have to put together a fight over a holiday weekend for them to get the numbers to be able to take us out. That's what they're going to say. But they're going to say, good form up, everybody. Good form up, because that's what you say when you lose. Good form up. And
get them next time.
They'll say, this war isn't over. Let them come and fight us in our home systems. And that'll be there. So.
Assuming we do take this system, what will we do with X47?
Probably nothing. I mean, X47 is a storied system. It is a famous system. It is one of the entrance routes into Pure Blind. But for us, it's not really that critical, because if this Keepstar wasn't here, we wouldn't be here. It's not like we need to be here. There are other places we're not staged here. Most of the time, our guys are not, we're not hanging out here. So in the event that this Keepstar dies, the system is going to go back to being a backwater unless B2 decides they want to do something with it. But I couldn't imagine us, using it for much. Although it could be a good place to drop another keep and move forward a little bit if we decide to take the fight into the bad guys in their home regions. But that is a future plans question that should be left for Asher, not for us.
Can I turn Brisk up a bit? I can. I'm sorry, guys. The audio is going to be a little bit fucked. I had to switch some audio channels around. Someone had to be a bit of a douchebag.
Was that you? Were you the douchebag, Mufun?
No, surprisingly.
Or when in chat, any system where Asher attends a fight is a PI factory system.
Absolutely. The PI must flow.
Man, I ordered the sandwich plain. Put everything on it.
There's a freighter in a bubble somewhere?
I'm sure there are plenty of freighters and bubbles on this grid. You can see, I mean, the amount of wrecks, one of the benefits to these big fights, and I think the fraternity guys and as well as the rest of the fart guys are happy with it, is look at all the salvage. If even with them losing, assuming that they do lose and that we are not able to, and that we are able to ref this Keepstar and push it into hull, they're still going to have control of the system because they've got to keep on grid. And look at all that juicy salvage. There's going to be a lot of money made by the fart people today, assuming that we do not try to come in here and scoop up as much of it as we can. And plenty of corpses, obviously. Now, that being said, not as many corpses as you would expect because they take longer to generate, since the Imperium has a pretty solid, and I assume that B2 has as well, but the Imperium has a pretty solid rule against podding in fights like this. You do not pod the bad guys, no matter how juicy you think their pods might be. You do not blow anybody up in a massive tie-dye fight like this because you do not want them reshipping. You do not want them getting back into the fight and bringing new ships in, which is what they'll do.
Yeah.
So let them sit and make them self-destruct in 10% tie-dye, which takes usually it's 180 seconds, so 1,800 seconds instead. So what is normally a 3-minute process becomes a 30-minute process.
To answer Calypso's question, the corpses are ostensibly just for bragging rights, though there are a number of people who take their Sancher role-playing a little too far and make it their lives mission to fill up the corpse holds on those ships.
Well, that'd be Blood Raider, but details.
That is correct. So if you have a Moloch, if you have a Dagon, any of the Blood Raider faction ships, you have a corpse bay that you can dump corpses into. Other people just like having them. They like to collect them. They're like,
especially like of famous people or rare people.
Mm-hmm. Because oftentimes famous people and rare are not the same thing. My character in particular is very famous, but not at all rare in corpses because I die all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What about Donrea corpses? How prevalent are they?
Pretty prevalent.
I think I have.
I die quite often and when mining.
I have a Mifune sword god corpse.
I have a Mist corpse, an Alterari corpse, a Brisk corpse, an Asher corpse, a Mittens corpse. Who else do I have? I have a Dave Archer corpse. I believe I have somewhere I have a Yintan corpse. Can't remember if it's in 1DQ or DTech W. But I have a large corpse collection.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching INN's continuing coverage of the latest Keepstar fight in X47. We have been going at it for almost 9 hours now. The Keepstar is on its second armor timer. That is the fight today. Each Keepstar has 3 timers. The shield timer is the first that is set. It's open 100% of the time. Anybody can go and shoot a Keepstar whenever they feel like it. And once you get through the shields, you set up an armor timer date. We are on that timer today. The Keepstar is currently at 43%, thanks to our man on the spot, Nobble, in the chat, who has been a fucking hero in relaying us good information through the stream today. So a shout out to our boy Nobble. Thank you.
Oh, Billy died? Nice.
Nabi. Is it L or an D? I can't fucking. I need to.
It's two eyes.
I'm old.
Nabi.
I'm getting old, kids. I'm getting old. I need to see better.
Yeah, I got reading glasses scattered all over the house.
Me too.
Apparently, Billy has departed on this battlefield. Oh, whatever the fuck he was in.
Who?
Oh no. Anyway.
Didn't he used to be somebody? With that alliance of his that doesn't exist anymore?
Exactly.
Dawn's Canadian boyfriend.
Yep.
Hey, in fairness though, Test really has turned out for this fight. There are 40 of them.
Oh my god.
They have one more person than TNT brought.
Wibbla.
Impressive.
What the hell?
Wibbla's got to get those numbers up.
Letters from the multiverse. Hey, can Dawn please eat louder? That's legit.
I'm so sorry. I don't think you can hear me.
Oh, it's totally an ASMR stream, ma'am.
Now,
yeah.
In that situation, is it ASMR or is it mukbang?
Check please.
I don't even want to know.
See, now I'm curious if Brisk even knows what that is.
You don't know what
I think I've heard of
is?
it, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
And Nikocavo avocado ring a bell? No.
Anyways, no, it's a trend that kids do nowadays, Brisk, and what it is they videotape themselves eating like a large quantity of food.
Yeah, like you get
disgusting level.
Like
here, I'm gonna
like
eat,
you get 300
chicken wings. Oh, we said the same number.
like 300 $305 biggie bags from Wendy's or something, you know, and they just eat it all in one sitting.
This is more proof why we need to ban TikTok.
Yes.
I tried to do it on Chatterbait with pepperonis, but I wasn't getting very many viewers. I don't know why.
Probably because you had your clothes on.
You're assuming a lot, Brisk.
I am.
I'd rather hear Dawn eating than see Mifune half naked in a hot tub.
What?
I'm glad that is where I am on the list.
We've been asked in chat if there are still Fart Coalition dreads on the field that are not tethered up. I do not see any, but I am not on grid right now, so I cannot tell you 100% whether or not that's true.
Yeah, I don't think so. We haven't seen any dread activity to speak of for a while. A lot of supers are on kill mills right now. A lot of regular carriers on kill mills right now, but not a lot of paladins on those kills. I wonder what's going on.
I wonder where those paladins went.
Yeah, right?
I don't know. I still see a giant orange blob, so I don't know what you're talking about. Also,
Yes,
there's like an insane shuttle fleet going on over there.
But Don, there used to be 3 giant orange blobs, and they have slowly melded and disintegrated into one that's half the
They
size
still
that it
are
started with.
quite huge. Huge.
And I don't know if this is OPSEC or not, but I mean, like those of us like me that have died, like I'm ready to go. I'm in another Tempest Fleet issue, and I'm sitting on the Titan, ready to jump back into the fray. Let's fucking do this, boys.
Yeah. Yeah, because you didn't wake up at 2:30 this morning.
Oh,
It started.
Another cup of coffee. What are you doing for caffeine, Don?
Dr. Pepper.
Does Dr. Pepper even have caffeine in it?
Yes.
So I just ran a battle report. I don't know how accurate this is, but it looks pretty good to me. Right now, we are at... No, this is a fucked up report. Damn, it's fucked up.
There's been a lot that have been linked, so someone in chat will get us a good one.
The one that I've been using this whole time, and it's the same one that Dirk has been using, I think, has us... We were 60-40 for a long, long time. Since this Paladin incident happened, we have crawled that back to 43.5 to 56.5. So
yeah, it's been pretty
in
tight.
round numbers, 3.5% up just from killing paladins. But yeah, very tight. We're behind in the ISK war. I don't think that the Imperium side particularly cares about the ISK war, especially when it's offset by a strategic goal of this magnitude.
And that is 100% true. But I think it's critical for us to look at the ISK war from the perspective of our friends in FART, because this is their big thing. This is the only thing that they really care about. So if the ISK war does not look right for them, if they feel like they've lost, then they're going to be upset. And not only are they going to lose the strategic objective, they lost the tactical objective of winning the ISK war. The ISK war matters to them. It is their main talking point. When you hear Gobbins or the other folks talk about fights, they are quick to jump on, oh, goons fed, goons fed, goons fed. Oh, this is great. Goons are a part of a lovely breakfast. Get in here on the next goon feed. If they can't win the objective, the immediate thing that they start doing is talking about feeding. So if in the event that this report starts shifting closer to our side, that's going to make, I think, a big impact on whether or not these guys stick around or whether they have their folks stock up and end this fight.
I liked the kick butt over there saying bounty modifier at 200%. Let's get a ready fleet going.
I was gonna say, now that Billy's dead, is he gonna bring the Rorqual out and start salvaging the large battlefield to the right?
You gotta respect the hustle. Like, there's a bunch of loot on grid. That's big dank money.
Well, and the gentleman in chat, presumed gentleman, excuse me, brings up an excellent point that the pandemic horde line in all of this has always been, we're just here to shoot goons. If the battle report ends up, even, and we're facing a hull timer, do they really have the same motivation to commit to that fight that is going to be needed? Or are they going to save, have some subcaps, make a good showing, and not commit the supers to that grid that is at such risk? That could be a real telling story in all of this.
Now, I do appreciate Loverkill says, I remember the last war, you goons taking months to get regions, then pandemic came in and destroyed everything in a weekend. You are misremembering, sir. That did not happen. It took months and months and months because the Legacy / the Pappy Coalition essentially refused to fight in any system with a keep star in it, unless they had captured the iHub and put up a Sinojammer, which took 30 days in a hostile system. So they were always slowly grinding forward. By the time the war was over, however, taking those regions back took far less time. So you have it in the reverse order. Now, I would like to acknowledge, for the record, that our boy Froggy Storm was the 11th person to die on the Imperium side in this battle.
I told you I watched Froggy
Yeah.
die.
That is legit.
I have gotten to be just well known enough that people are like, oh, hey, fuck that guy.
In particular.
Surprisingly, you'd think that I would get that, but I don't.
I mean, I always try to whore on your kills, Don.
I don't really get that much headshotting. It's either I'm completely ignored all fight, or they go for Logi first, and I'm not the first Logi dead, but like gone pretty quick, right? But I'm usually not the first Logi choice. I don't know if it's just because my name's lower on the list or what, but I'm never headshot like that. Because I'm really not that important on field, so go ahead, shoot me.
Nobi, I have 3 corpse sickles out there on this grid somewhere. Working on my 4th.
I have about 2 corpses out there, and 3rd is stuck in the tunnel going through the gate.
There you go.
Dawn's to the left of me, Mifune's to the right, but here I am, stuck in the tunnel with you.
Stuck in the tunnel with you. No, it's stuck in a bubble with you.
Stuck in a bubble, but he changed it.
Greg, I'm gonna send this to you because I thought it was funny.
Huh?
Can we get an update on the keep percentage? Anybody?
Yeah, Nobby. It was in the 40s before. It's probably 41.
Yep, I'm showing
Called
41.
41%. Here we go.
Oh yeah, B2 is as 20 minutes ago on Reddit. Got some good good meme.
We also have an updated local scan, so it looks like that we lost about 50 fraternities since the last one. It's been about a half an hour or so. We've lost 41 fraternity. We've had an additional 20 goons join the fight. Lost 7 pandemic horde, but gained 6 initiative. So yeah, it looks like that we are starting to see the impacts of the FRT people being like, okay, it's getting pretty late for them. It is a Friday night for them, so they can probably stay up a lot later than normal. But it is just about that. What time is it in Beijing right now? Let's.
Well, it wouldn't matter. The whole country's on one time zone. So.
Yeah. But they all go off of Beijing time.
It is midnight right now.
Oh, I see some fleets warping out
in China.
It is midnight right now in China, so it is getting just about that
there
time.
Is orange fleets leaving the ball.
Yes, so it looks like one of the groups of paladins are heading back in towards the Keep Star.
And as you have been seeing some caps jumping out of the system, I don't think that those are that is a larger thing. It sounds to me as though this is just people saying I've got to log out, so I got to jump out, which is surprising because you'd think they would just dock up. But according to Fraternity, this is not their main stager. So Horde has been using this Keep Star more than anybody, but I don't think they are really here in big cap numbers. So, and it could be disconnects as well, but I think what we're seeing is jumping out animations. So in the end, them repositioning, moving around, this could be a potential ready to dock up kind of move, or it could simply be they're trying to get into a different position to hit some of these groups that are in some of these fleets that are not engaged right now. As you can see, the blue blob on the top of the Keepstar. There's a whole group of goon battleships that are not being engaged at all. Maybe they are repositioning to go up there and try to take the fight to them. They have some bubbles in the way that'll make it a little hard to get there. But at the end of the day, anything's possible while we are
So
here.
apparently on grid is a fraternity procure fleet. And by fleet, I mean one guy's procures. I feel like he undocked and went, oh, I guess I'm not buying today. But it's not like 2 procures. It's like 15 to 20.
One of the questions I did have was for Horde and for Frat. So for Fart, who are their strategic masterminds? Is it like Norris and Gobbins?
I think it would be Gobbins, at least on the Fart side. Then of course you're going to have our friends O'Muskie and Headliner and a bunch of the other FCs that are going to be out there doing their thing. I'm not 100% sure who, other than Norals on the fraternity side, is their lead person. And I don't know who has supercap keys for FRT either. Other than Luke and Norals, most of the fraternity players are not that prominent. We don't see them a lot. So, and of course, the language barrier makes it difficult for us to have conversations with some folks. So that's one of the reasons why I think this war is interesting, because when you have that language barrier, you have that time zone barrier, it makes it very difficult for the two groups to really have a meaningful shit-flinging match on Reddit or elsewhere, which is part of what the fun is in some of these big fights. So we miss some of that, which is a shame.
Who is sitting across the chessboard from Asher, right?
Maybe Gobbins, technically, but he's such a baby about everything. He's like, oh no, I don't want to lose my chance.
God, I like your Gobbins voice. That was pretty good.
I'm just saying, that's what I imagine every time that they're like, oh, we're not going to take this fight when they have an extra fleet above us. Like, that's not enough for you? Are you that unconfident about your people's abilities to, maybe make the best of the situation? Or let them just have some fun? Whatever. I get not taking bad fights, because, like, sometimes it's not good to take a really shitty fight. But if there's a fight where, like, maybe you're down a bit, you can still come out on top with good, correct doctrines, or good maneuvering, or
good food. Sure. And then a little fun for the fucking takeaway too, right?
Yeah, they don't do that. They either crash or nothing.
Yeah.
So looking at the folks in monitors on the Pappy, on the Fart Coalition side, Horde has 9 FCs in monitors, including Deveron, Pyrotechnic, Securitas, and Mist Amaton and O'Muskie, obviously. Fraternity has, it looks like, 6 folks out here in monitors. Shift 1, Roxana, Mystical Might, Copy, Orthol, and Sour Nami himself is out here as well. And then on PL has Dankel and Headliner, and Blazing Bunny. And then NC Dot has Ajax, that is AKA Ninamar, the person who is scared to death of our boy Mr. V, and Siege Green has one guy, Aristrian, here. So we're at 40% now on the Keepstar. This fight is ongoing. It is still going, and Imperium and B2 are making solid progress. At this pace, we should be done sometime before the heat death of the universe.
When's this heat death of the universe supposed to occur? Is this something I have to be worried about?
No.
It's going to be a while.
It's going to be a little while.
You've got some time. You can make a well.
Okay.
All right, let's see if my drones can reconnect. Where are you, babies? I see quite a lot of pods on the Ansiblex.
Yeah, they've got Saber bubbling.
Oh, Titan emergency
something here. What's going on?
It does look like the majority of the paladins are trying to get back through the bubbles.
I think they're trying to get a distance.
They're trying to get a distance off of our TFIs and such. We'll get a little bit of a close up of this little arch that seems to have formed over. We have the APOC Navy issue fleet down here with another APOC Navy issue fleet, and they just seem to be killing all of the paladins in the back.
Donner, you finished your burger now?
Yeah, it was a chicken sandwich.
Oh, chicken sandwich. Okay.
It was a spicy chicken sandwich because I am trying to get better at spice. So I'm enjoying a little bit of heat.
Well, I hope that while you are enjoying heat now, later on this evening on our companion stream, Rampage Incorporated, myself, Merkel Chen and a cast of many, many others will be taking our second round of the One Chip Challenge. So if you want to watch me in a lot of pain, come hang out with us tonight.
Didn't you pull some funny business last time, Brisk?
I did. I tricked everyone in the beginning, but I ended up taking it after everybody else had finished. So,
yeah. Speaking of heat, welcome, Eric.
Hello, hello.
Eric Asmock, star of Push to Talk, one of the other of the three big talk shows on INN. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you, Brisk. It's a little lunchtime here where I am. I said, "Hey, there's a big fight. Let's talk."
Oh yeah, it's been a slugfest. Lots of battleship on battleship action.
Are the capitals jumping out? Is that what I'm hearing?
Some of them are.
Some were we talking about en masse.
We saw handfuls of them jumping out. It does not appear that they have been told to jump out yet, but we have been seeing a handful of them leaving. And again, we speculated earlier that this is potentially because of the fact that it's very close to, it's right after midnight China time zone time, and this is apparently not a place that these guys want to be in, so they're jumping ships out. You'll see one or two of them jumping.
Oh no, we're seeing some more. Screen. They may.
It's been onesie twosies. It doesn't. You're not seeing that big ball of jump outs that you would expect if they were getting the order, but it might simply be the tie-dye. We'll see. I've seen 4 go in the last minute.
Well, there also aren't necessarily that many supers there anyway, so they could have said supers need to get off grid because there's more just regular caps and dreads.
That is true. You can see if you're looking right at the central part of the keep star. There's this big blob out in front of it. If you look up a little bit, you can see the chevrons for a number of supers that are off of the top of the keep star. I think there's even a Titan there as well.
Yeah, there's an Avatar.
And they're all kind of just sitting there. So.
Oh no, I saw another super dock up. The one on the right, I think, is just about to jump.
We're seeing more jump animations, so maybe they were indeed ordered to get out. We'll see.
That makes time for another sock puppet news entry, doesn't it?
So that's 3 supers I've seen leave grid at the same time. Because I saw one dock up and then those 2 jump out. Yeah, they may have said like, "Hey, go ahead and get the supers off grid," because there's only like 20 or 30 of them from what I saw on grid. Horde is calling it?
We're hearing that Horde is calling it in the chat.
Interesting.
Horde is calling it.
Joke's on us. We still have to stay here and finish this. They get to go to bed.
I wonder if they're gonna come back for the hull, or are they gonna retreat to Yulai?
They could get a good battleship brawl out of the hull timer. We could also fuck up the hull timer very easily.
That's why, if they're not using, I mean, obviously they'll get their supers and their Titans out before the hull timer, but otherwise there's no reason for them not to take that fight. It's a potential for another feed from us. They have the chance to kill a lot of our stuff It's a guaranteed fight, and it'll be on a weekend. So it seems like this it would make perfect sense for them to actually take the whole timer fight rather than simply rolling over. Now, we saw them take whole timer fights earlier, about 3 weeks ago when the war had first started. There were 4 keep stars in Pure Blind and Fade, and we killed 3 of them. 2 of those were uncontested, but the one in 5ZXX was contested, and they fought very hard. But unlike a keep star fight with Titans and Supers, it seems pretty clear they're not going to want to do that here because you can't dock those up, and if they're on grid, they're likely going to die unless they get support to get out. So we are seeing far more jump animations now coming through here on the Horde side. It looks pretty clear that they are moving out a significant number of these caps right now.
Well,
you are watching continuing coverage of the latest armor timer on the Keepstar and X47 Tech LQ or L Tech Q in Pure Blind. On the screen in blue are members of the Imperium and the B2 coalition. B2 lives in Pure Blind and Fade. They are defending against an incursion from Fraternity. Fraternity, Horde, and PanFam, who we have lovingly referred to as the Fart Coalition, are in orange. This is their Keepstar. We are trying to kill it. This is the last Keepstar they have left in B2 space. If it dies, then we have purged B2 space of the biggest of structures, and we can go back to finishing everything else.
35 on the Ansiblex, 39 on the Keepstar.
It seems like
I
this
am
Ansiblex is getting get refed at the same time with the Keepstar almost.
Now, I've been getting a number of back channel reports from folks that Horde has been ordered to tether up and no more aggression. However, I have not been able to confirm that with Imperium leadership. So I think at this point we are just looking and seeing, but this could be the beginning of the end here, especially as we see so many of these capitals that have been in the system for much of the day jumping up. And you can see local dropping as well. Can we tell if folks are aligning anywhere in particular?
So it seems that the Paladins are just kind of heading into the deep tether range of the Keepstar, just trying to get away from the Imperium battleship fleets that are killing the stragglers.
Oh, Jumper Call, you've never played Eve, but you're just watching a giant fight? Welcome. We always like newbies. Just so you know, there's 4,500 characters in this system right now. Most games can't handle more than 100. So this is a very uncommon event in gaming. So
this is not the world record. We have the world record for most PvP players in one system is 6,000 plus, and that was set by EVE Online in the last war. We got very close in the first X47 fight back at the very start of this war. We got into the 6,300 range, but we have not broken that record yet. But this has been a pretty solid war so far. We've had a number of these big fights. It appears, based on the most recent battle report that we have seen, we are either very close to or have crossed over the 1 trillion ISK amount lost. Back of the napkin math, a trillion ISK is usually around $20,000 of real life money. So not a bad fight for a random Good Friday morning.
Oh yeah. Joppercle is asking what those big circles are. I assume you mean the big white ones. Those are called bubbles. They basically limit movement around the field, so that way you can't just willy-nilly move around quickly. It helps control positioning in the fight. We call them bubbles.
There's an actual name for them, right? They're like warp interdiction probes.
Interdiction bubbles.
Yeah. So they just keep you from flying around as wherever exactly you want, and forces it can, catch people or slow them down and allow for some strategic placements.
Now, for those who are looking at this and saying, Dawn, you can't possibly be right. The servers aren't handling this at all. Look how slow it is. Look how bad this is.
It could be worse.
This is how it's supposed to be. This is the only way that any kind of modern computing system could handle this kind of a fight with thousands of characters and thousands of people, actual people, all together on the same grid, on the same server, in the middle of a fight. The technology does not exist to make this easier. CCP is using some of the best computers on the planet. These are top tier servers, and they've put a lot of time in it. There's 20 years worth of development of this game, and we're the only game where you see anything close to this on a regular basis. So yes, it's slow. Tie-dye is slow, but the point of that is to make it possible for us to have these fights. And that's what you're seeing. You are seeing ships dying. You are seeing people fighting. You are seeing lots of little stories going on in the background. And we are here with 1,000 people watching as slowly the Imperium manages to knock down this Keepstar, which hopefully we will be able to kill later on this week. So we are seeing on the screen, you can see it every time there is a flash in the blob, in the orange blob on the keep, that is another capital jumping out. And slowly but surely, we are seeing a lot of these ships gone. Now, it does look like a number of the supers and stuff, supers and titans, the bigger ships that can only dock in a keep star, are still on grid, but it looks like a lot of the other caps have been jumping out. We're still seeing.
To see a player view, this is a player view. This is exactly what all of us see as well.
This is
an in-game view.
This is how you see the game. No, you could zoom in and get closer, but you don't really need to. Also, normally there's an overview with a bunch of information that you need. So, like, if you want to know distances, people that you can lock up and shoot at, buildings you could warp to or travel to and dock in. So we just don't have it up here because we don't really need that information right now. But this is what you would see when playing, other than zooming in or zooming out. And you can also choose if you want to see some of these things on, normally. So like we would normally not have wrecks, which are like blown up spaceships. Yes, this is 3D. We don't want to move the camera around too much because it could crash. So maybe when we get a little bit less people in here, because I think we're going to stay till the Keepstar at least blows up, right? Or no, sorry.
Well, it's not going to blow up. It'll get reffed. But I think obviously we're going to want to stick around and see how this plays out. Right now, the keep is sub 40%. We're at 37% according to our man on the scene, Nobby. I'm getting more reports that Horde is in the process of disengaging. So if that's the case, then this will be a pretty significant win. And again, I think it comes, as we noted earlier, as the battle report is starting to get more even, which is not something that the Fart Coalition guys like very much. As we pull closer and closer to them, we are almost within 100 billion-esque of our losses to their losses. Right now, the latest battle report that I have seen has us having lost, us by meaning Imperium B2 having lost somewhere close to 530 billion-esque, half a trillion-esque, and the Fart Coalition guys have lost about 426 billion-esque. The closer that it gets, the less happy the Fart Coalition leadership is, because this is their typical way of spinning victories is, well, goons fed. We don't have a problem trading Keepstar timers for half a trillion-esque worth of goon whatever. That's their standard line, and I think that is what they're going to say at the end of this fight, assuming that we take down this Keepstar. Now, I will say there was a significant amount, and by significant I mean there actually existed some Fart Coalition propaganda talking about how many times they have successfully defended this X47 Keepstar, and I have to laugh because, as often happens in this game, hubris comes first, and then the fall comes second, and you defended it multiple times until you didn't anymore. And that's going to exactly as Letters from the Multiverse says, this will reset their dumb how many times we've managed to defend the X47 Keepstar back to zero. Now, yes, it is not dead yet. That is 100% true. But if the reports that we are getting that Fraternity is being told to evacuate and Horde is tethering up and getting ready to dock up, then I think that this is
that's what Asher
simply
said,
a matter of time right now.
I would like to welcome Battle Rabbit TM. He's a first-time chatter, and he says that he's looking at playing Eve. So welcome. This type of fighting is not fighting you get every day. This happens a couple times a year, but you can still get some really good fights throughout the year and a lot of fun small gang PvP. So
also some breaking news: the big red boat is in command com.
I knew you would say that.
Should I invite him to
You're
the
fucking
stream?
man crush.
Do you want me to invite him to the stream?
So I shall say in our Discord that we have for all the Eve players here in North Carolina, we just had a Horde guy ping me, and he goes, "Hey, do you want to buy some TF5 blueprints?" And I said, "I'll trade them for the Paladin BPCs."
Oh god, they want boat.
Of course, people would be happy to have boat.
I've pressed the
I don't
vote
play
button,
Albion,
boys.
so I can't really answer that. But yes, you can have big fights, so that is a big part of this game.
Albion is a lot like Eve, except Albion is like Albion looks like RuneScape, whereas Eve looks like Star Wars Galaxies. Terrible analogy, but the closest I can get.
I've been playing Spaceborne Part 2 lately, and it's not a bad game for a space game, an early access space game made by one guy. It's on Steam for like $20.
Just reported that there's been almost 200 paladins killed. You've got to go back
Tappet
4
says,
pages on Zkill to get to them.
It's about
there
300.
Tappet says, Dig by Reboat was the #1 host of the Meta Show, all-time best. I will try not to take that personally.
Wow. You just say that right in front of Brisk? Wow.
Oh, you know what? What are the odds of Boat getting like a boat show on INN?
You never know.
I don't think he's got the time for it.
I think he was doing some streaming a couple weeks ago, right? On INN?
Yeah, he did a special show for charity. He was trying to raise money for his school that he works with for kids to get the shoes and stuff that they need for gym classes and everything.
Kids that can't read good.
Kids that can't read good like
Greggles. So you guys, the Boat and Brisk show. You guys would like a Boat and Brisk show, huh? Okay. I'll see what I can do.
That might be. I mean, it could be funny.
Just call it the B&B. Not to be
see what I
confused
can
with bed and breakfast.
You'd have to work it out amongst yourself who the straight man would be and who would the comic relief be, though.
Brisk would be the straight man. I don't think Boat could be the straight man. But thank you for the sub, Sultan.
I think Boat should interview Fountain Frank.
Mm.
Like a sit down 60 minutes type interview. That'd be really cool.
Boat trying to be straight like a 60 Minutes interviewer. I think that'd be kind of funny.
But all the questions don't make sense. Like, all of the questions have nothing to do with, like, what he invited him there for. So the person he's interviewing, he's just like, what's happening? Listen, no one has to give Boat keys. Boat just does what Boat wants to do. If you want to bring your super with him, that's on you. Thank you for the sub, Alfarius. Yeah, the Noctis fleets will be feasting today.
As always.
And we're still reinforcing the jump bridge as insult to injury, so.
Oh my god, is the jump bridge still alive?
Mm-hmm. It's basically of the same percentage.
This is the second one. This is the second one. We killed the first one.
Yeah, I don't know, but we've been watching them shoot it for like 3 hours, so.
And the Sinojammer is racing neck and neck with the Keepstar, which is funny because we started that way before the Keep.
The Sinojammer we are no longer shooting at this time.
Oh, hi, Ghoster. Need update? We won. That's your update, Ghoster. We came, we fucked, and we won. I feel like that's pretty explanatory.
I ain't over yet, Don. We'll suck our dicks when we fucking get back to
yeah, who knows? Random server crash and we all just lose.
Don't say that. That's not funny.
No, you gotta say it, or else then it won't. Then it won't happen.
That's not how that works.
It is not refed yet. We are at 30 something, 31 or
35%. 35%.
35%. We caught it at the last second. So downtime hit. We had started reffing it at about 7 minutes and 8 seconds left, and then downtime hit, and we were able to finally pause it at 1:40 left, and it's held steady, knock on wood, the whole time. And I mean, the fact that we did this with very little cap support. I mean, we have capitals, we have carriers, so that they provided support in A, keeping that jump bridge from letting more people come in, and B, helping out with at least the Brave Typhoon fleet for a while. Because I don't know if the fighters made it all the way to the backside here, but they definitely, like, a bunch of them got nearer the Keep Star and helped out there. But, we did not have control of the jammer. We did not have as many capitals or as many ways to get more capitals in as the enemy did. We didn't have a big structure for bonuses. We had less people. And we were reading out the numbers almost the whole night. They were basically up 500 or 600 people. All right, a fleet and a half.
Hey, guys. Quick programming note. Last minute, I got to take my younger brother to his job. So if the fight is over by then,
we'll raid it out.
Then we're just going to have to raid it out or chill for a minute.
Yep, if it's done by the 4 you get back, we will. I'm sure. I know Brisk can raid it over to another channel that will kick us off of our channel for sure. So we should be good. Nafune already died. Nafune, just go to the Fortizar. Yay, more subs. Ooh.
Yeah, and all your money from the subs, it goes right back into Imperium News Network to help improve our streaming and pay for licenses that we use, etc. And it makes sure that our people don't have to pay out of their own pocket for shit.
And I'm hoping that we'll get like hats or something.
I want a hat, Don.
Wouldn't that be cool? Look at in it, 469. Nice. And the number started. Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, you guys started out at 300, so you guys pumped it up. We started out at 800, ended at 900. Fraternity started at 800, went up to 900. Horde went down to 600. So I don't know what happened with Horde. But and then NC Dot stayed steady the whole time. Like I'm not like everyone showed up. everyone that needed to show up did show up, like for the what we would expect. Hey, there were 40 tests here. Far cry from their numbers 2 years ago, but hey, they were here.
We do really good custom merch, Don. I'm liking I'd fucking wear a Brisk Rubal t-shirt. Brisk's face on the t-shirt.
I mean, if that makes you happy. Where did PGL go?
Catchphrase, though. Maybe more Fountain Frank.
PGL's and goons, buddy.
Wow, wow.
What? Yeah, and he's actually, I would say, I haven't been on a PGL fleet, but I haven't heard any bad things. I think people are enjoying his fleets. So that's always good to hear.
I mean, I just had lunch. I mean, it was good.
I did too. What did
Dawn
you
had lunch, right? You ate meat, though. Bad girl.
I'm not Catholic.
I'm not Catholic either.
This is pretty good. I'm liking this. No.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that we can be done so I can get enough of a nap before I gotta go to my parents. So
Amen to that.
Shoot the Keepstar faster.
Well, today is my anniversary, so I've got to.
Dude,
happy anniversary.
What'd you get her? You don't have to
Um,
give us exact details, but like, if you don't want her to know, is
Mrs.
it just
Frog
like
is going through chemo right now, so that is not a thing. Because in case anybody hasn't told you, healthcare in America is very expensive.
Are you going to dinner? Or are you guys?
Yeah, we're probably going to go to dinner.
Are you making dinner at home?
We're probably going to go out.
Nice.
And thank you, Thanatos.
So the update is P Horde and Fraternity have relented and are docking up / jumping out, and we are shooting the Keepstar freely. It is in the 30s right now. Nobi would have to tell us, but I think it's like 31 or 32 maybe. It is going down faster. Tie-dye has not lessened, but about 300 people have left system. So hopefully it'll get a little bit better as it goes down.
Now, one of the things folks may be asking is, why is it taking so long to kill this, to get through this armor? My understanding is, according to some of my friends who are on the other side and some of my colleagues in the Imperium, there are 5 plates on this fucking Keepstar. Which is why it is taking so long. They have super armored this keep to make it take as long as possible. And so far it has done that. We are on hour 9 of the stream. We have been going fleet-wise for about 11 hours. We've been streaming for 9 of these. Regardless of the fact that they have managed to put as many people and ships in our way, we are almost at the end here. We are 34%. We have about 1/3 of the armor left on this Keepstar. The bads appear to be disengaging, which means it's only hopefully a matter of time, and then we get to see what our role will be on when the hull timer comes up. And the good news on the hull timer is the repair timer on hull is half an hour, not 15 minutes, which means it'll be a little easier for us, and hopefully we will not have the nail biting that we had today, assuming that potentially that this thing crosses over a downtime. We shall see.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see what we get for time.
$33. All right. If more Horde could lock out to make this a little faster, it would be nice. But I understand if you wouldn't.
I don't think Mifune knows he left his mic open.
Mifune's extremely excited. He just found out that he won a major award
For Wendy's?
from Wendy's.
No worries.
No,
So, Eric, we have a little bit to talk about tomorrow.
What is your mother grabbing? Is this that kind of stream now?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, copy confirmation. Over. Right, copy
Freddie,
that.
are you good? Over?
Yeah, alright, I'm back. I know I was doing push the talk thing. So the thing is that I'm in my super, my younger brother has to go to work. My mother got stuck with her job. I'm the only one in the house that has today off. So I was gonna have to take him. I was supposed to leave 5 minutes ago, but my super is stuck on the gate in fucking tie-dye. So we were trying to evac that shit, and then at the very last fucking second, my mother got off of work and is able to take him. So
could have called him.
How old is your brother?
Too.
My brother is 18.
He doesn't drive?
No, he doesn't. He has autism, so he doesn't like driving.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, our dreams have come true.
Hello, boat.
The big red boat is here. Welcome, sir.
I don't know if I'd call it dreams, but
oh no, the
these
whole
guys
chat
these guys
was
have been
screaming for you.
stroking, hoping that you were here. So
DB,
welcome.
It's in my dreams.
Well, I'm playing Dota, so
You're playing Dota?
yeah, I've been stuck on this gate in my Knicks for like an hour.
I mean, what else is new, right? That's what happens when you're in these big tie-dye fights. You're either watching another show, or you're streaming, or you're playing Dota. It's a thing.
Fine, I can't play Dota with other EVE players. It's just either I'm really angry or just not a good time.
Boat, I have a very important question for you.
Uh-huh.
How are the kids liking the shoes and everything?
Oh, they freaking love them. I got all the shoes showed up. I put pictures up, but I got like 20 pair of shoes, and a lot of the shirts and stuff get there. I think Monday or Tuesday. And backpacks, all that stuff. Yeah, they loved it. We wore them. We got to wear them twice last week. It's pretty cool.
Excellent. Very good.
Yeah.
So, for those of you who are watching, we are in the process of watching continuing coverage on the 9th hour, and we're moving in the 9th hour and 30 minutes or so of this latest X47 Keepstar timer. The good guys are in blue, the bad guys are in orange. The orange guys are about 1/3 of the way from losing the strategic objective, which is this Keepstar armor timer. So far, they have been winning the ISK war, which matters a lot to them, not as much as the rest of us.
They'll probably lose the ISK war.
That's what I mean. It's entirely likely if all of the ships that are out there that are not tethered up don't tether, they're going to die.
Well, like 8 hours ago, we brought in 10 dreads, and half those were Zenitras, which are like 10 bill a piece. So, I mean, just you take off those 100 bill in dreads, then it balances really well.
I mean, it's even balancing well with the dreads. Right now, the latest battle report, which I linked earlier, has us within 100 billion ISK of the bad guys. So it's not a bad BR even for us. And frankly, given the strategic importance of killing this Keepstar, this is our last big thing we wanted to do in this section of the war. Half a trillion ISK is not that much to ask. Now, I'm looking at the numbers here, and it looks like that the bad guys' numbers are ticking up a little faster than ours are. I told you earlier that it was about 520 to 420 billion ISK. It is now shifted a little bit. We're within 90 billion now. It's 442 to 530. So as this goes on, the bad guys are losing more, and this battle report is starting to look far more even. If at any point it crosses over and the fraternity and the horde guys the fart guys end up losing more than we do, that is going to put a major crimp in their attempts to spin this as some kind of victory or goon feat.
I mean, if it dies in like 3 days, then it's not a victory, no matter how much we lose.
That is true. I agree 100%.
Yeah, I mean, the BRs we just do our best with.
Oh,
I mean,
there we
some
go.
ships aren't going to come up right.
So now that stuff plays on stream, or should. So that stuff.
Why is it in the center of the screen?
Because that's the freaking. I don't know.
I want to do some.
So I've got a question for you, Brisk, and probably Mr. Boat as well. Were Marauders in the game before the whole T20 stuff when BPOs were rigged, or
I don't
only
think so.
after that?
I think they came afterwards. And for the record, I said 9 hours. I'm talking about how long we've been streaming, not how long the fight's been going. This fight has been going on for far longer than that. It started around 1 a.m. Eastern time. We're getting close to 12 hours of fighting for those who have been out here. Yes. I don't think I can't remember. I have to look and see when when Marauders were added to Eve. I want to say it was.
Well, the reason I ask is I'm wondering if they're gated behind, the artificial invention timelines, or if there are BPOs out there that theoretically can replenish 200 paladins in 3 days. You know what I mean? That's kind of a relatively large strategic asset in the greater scheme of subcaps, and it's such a mainstay of their battle doctrine at this point. They got to replace it somehow.
Are you guys hearing the sounds when you guys play them? Like, can the...
Yes, we are hearing them.
Okay, good.
At least I hear them in Discord.
I will say this. It was actually kind of hilarious last night because I was on the I was in the fleet with like the Leshucks, and normally like you want to primary people and do that, right? And that's great. But Leshucks are so goddamn amazing that each Leshak could just like pick its own target and practically solo it. Because when they go into Bastion, like Bastion just locks them out of getting reps. So you basically have mono fights, which is kind of hilarious. Like it went from like we lost like a shit ton of Leshaks to like all of a sudden we weren't losing any Leshaks, and then you just see Paladins going like 4 or 5 at a time.
Yeah, that's how it was earlier, before the guns stopped cycling and building.
Oh yeah, that was annoying, which is a broken bug. But they'll never fix that. That's been going on for like 15 years.
Oh, that's what Dirk said. I had never seen it before.
Yep. And if you don't know how to fight, like, I'm not gonna say anything. Be quiet.
So we're chewing our way through an apostle right now. And I don't think this fucking guy is he's dead. Well, almost.
He'll die. Oh, for the people that are asking about shoe update, I'll link it. I put an update in here. It's a picture of the shoes. So the shoes are actually amazing. So the guy that bought us the shoes is like a supplier for like sports teams, and he got us a version of the shoe that's not even like out yet. It doesn't come out for a couple like weeks.
That's pretty solid.
And we got it half off.
Keep stars at 31%. So, knowledge. If I'm not mistaken, you can't boosh somebody when they are tethered. Like you can't.
That is correct.
You
Yeah,
can't.
no, you can't do anything.
You can't boosh them off a tether. So no, we can't just sacrifice 100 Bifrosts to the gods of the Keep Star at 0.
I mean, I've been trying to invite people to Fleet all day that I've been awake. I went and took like a 4-hour nap, but
See, I would rather pull an Ultra Cow and have like 100 corns just sit on the undock and not do anything that undocks. Apologies, guys. That was Eve the puppy again.
Aww.
So I was looking, I was trying to figure out, because Froggy had asked about Marauders and when they came out and the T20 scandal. The T20 scandal happened in February of 2007, and Marauders came out in the Trinity expansion, which was December of 2007. So Marauders had been out by the time.
wait, Marauders haven't been out
T2
since
happened.
07?
Yes, they
Marauders?
have.
You mean 2017, baby?
2007.
No way. They haven't been out longer than Hictor's, and Hictor's weren't out until
They
08.
came out. They came out in the same patch as Hictor's.
Did they not have Bastion back then or something? Because I don't remember them at all. And
Hictor's, Black Ops, Marauders, Jump Freighters, and quote electronic attack ships, and then faction warfare all came in the same expansion.
Because see,
was
in 08, I was still doing like freighter move-offs because there wasn't jump freighters.
Yeah, this was. I think this was pre-Bastion. So yeah,
I'm so confused.
I know it's crazy to think how long it's been. 15, 16 years since they came out.
So I do have confirmation that we have reached damage cap on the Keepstar for the first time all day out of this 10-hour fight. Jesus fucking Christ, it's been 10 hours.
Which is good because we're fighting through 5 plates, which is not fun.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm now shooting the Keepstar for the first time. So I don't think there's any other targets left.
Local has been dropping steadily. We are down to 3746 from a high of around 4,500 earlier in the morning. Dawn is apparently throwing things in her room now.
What is that sound on?
She's throwing her keyboard across the room because P-Horde didn't feed more paladins.
I would have guessed it sounded kind of like smashing a bag
That
of
does
ice.
sound like a keyboard getting broken.
So, Boat, you've been up all night?
Kind of. I took a nap about 5 in the morning. Like
I've gotten
can't
about
really
3 hours of sleep today so far.
I can't really do Eve all night because I have a wife and all, and I wanted to go to bed and lay next to her.
My wife was happy to banish me from the bedroom because I was not waking her up. We are at 29% on the Keepstar. As noted earlier, things are speeding up quite a bit because the bads are jumping out or docking up. So my understanding, there is over 1,000 people that are currently in the Keepstar docked up right now. You can see the blue on the grid is far outnumbering the orange on the grid anymore. which is what you would expect to see when the bads are disengaging. Keepstar is still paused at 1 minute and 40 seconds. And to be bluntly honest, we were a little nervous that was not going to happen. Trying to get into X47 after downtime to pause this timer was very dicey, and it was touch and go for quite a bit. The fact that we were able to grab it with less than 2 minutes left on this repair timer, which would have been a pretty solid victory for the Fart Coalition if they had managed to push us off, that we were able to do that is a pretty significant victory in and of itself, regardless of what else happens at this point. But the reality is we are in the middle of a pretty big fight. The fight has been going on for more than half of a day, and we're going to be here until this Keepstar is reinforced.
Not gonna lie, when I jumped my Nix through the gate and it didn't load because there's this like stupid bug. Well, I don't know. Maybe you guys know about the bug, but there's a stupid bug where like if you've been in the system before, and like ultra tie-dye, like 4K plus people, it'll load back up. Like if you relog, it'll eventually load for you. But if you've never been to the system, for some reason, like it just doesn't load. So I was kind of prepared for my Nix to never load. And I was deciding, like, when I go to the gym here in an hour or so, like, if I was just going to, like, stay logged in or just log out and hope I wasn't aggressed. Really can't decide.
So I've got an update from the Reddit front. Somebody has already started leaking Horde spin on their pings and their Discord. I've linked it into the chat for your viewing pleasure.
Horde members have been upset all day, though, right? Because they had an alarm
been.
clock
It's
for
been really
FRT. They didn't
salty.
want an alarm clock for these guys. There was a lot of complaints. Because, like, they have different levels of, like, red pen. I don't know why there's such a thing, but there is. It's like either
This
show
was
up
a
or don't.
gold pen, right?
It was a gold pen.
Gold pen.
Which
Not
to them
Of course,
means,
we
which means
had a
for
gold
them, that
crayon.
means, yeah, for gold pen for them means take off work, right? Like this shit's real. Like there's a Titan fight going on. But what I don't understand is why would you do that for an armor timer? Like you still have the structure timer.
So, some of the statements being made in on Reddit are just really, really funny.
Oh, I think my favorite from this screenshot compilation is this guy going, "Goons are so shit, they're gating capitals." And then somebody else replied to him and said, "But did they die?" Question mark.
Mm-hmm. And of course, there's not our Keepstar, not our problem.
Yeah.
Goons barely won in a real deployment. Pandemic Horde is not deployed at all. Only the Bean Foreign Legion, which is all of your PvPers, really. I did appreciate the guy that said include me in the screenshot. That's legit. He knows what's going to happen.
There's a couple
Horde
of
was
those.
officially deployed, we would have won this fight hands down. That's another very, very good one.
Yeah, the really good ones are when they're like, "Oh, we're not deployed; it's just a sig."
Right. That's just really kind of sad. And then we got, "I don't care about FRT's Keepstar. I only care that my crabbing paladin lived. Spoken like a true Horde crabber." And of course, Reddit goons overestimate how much we care about frat stuff. We know you don't care about frat stuff. We
Well,
don't care about frat stuff
that's
either.
kind of the
Except
whole
we
Here's the
like to
thing,
kill it.
though. For them to say they don't care about frat stuff, they sure do talk about it a lot.
That
They
is
showed up
absolutely
with
true.
more than frat had. They showed up with like 800 dudes. So to not care,
Now,
there's still
I
a
will
period.
say, I give fraternity credit. They did show up this fight. They are number one. They even beat us in terms of forming up, which is pretty solid, and I give them credit for it. But I'll tell you this right now: that the screenshot of those Horde folks with their excuses, that is about as hardcore a freebasing of copium I have ever seen. It is straight up.
Do you think?
Straight up.
Do you think Horde mined or huffed enough of that full right copium? Like they really need to get their hands on that gas. They need to go to wormhole space and get more. I think
They may actually be mainlining the copium now rather than freebasing it.
I have to say, Mifune, I definitely appreciate you trying to help CCP's April Fool's joke make fetch happen. That was pretty helpful. So, Jerry, I have not seen the latest FRT spin on the fight. I would like to see it. Let me see if it has been posted to Reddit yet. If it is, that'll be interesting. But I have not seen it yet.
I would love to see that ping. That would be absolutely hilarious to put up on the screen.
Oh, in other news, after my injury I was telling you all about the last time I was on here, the physical therapist like, oh yeah, you can still run a marathon. We got this. I don't know what the hell
Hey,
he's
that's
smoking,
awesome.
but
Thank goodness.
well, I'm not gonna.
Well, you were
run the one
worried
I
about
want.
that, right?
Yeah,
So
I'm not gonna run the one I wanted to. Like, I'm still out of shape, but I did 5 miles yesterday, which was nice.
You doing a marathon or half marathon? What did you say?
I was gonna do a marathon, but now I'm gonna do the half.
Yeah, I'd do the half. When's it up? When's it on?
May 5th.
May 5th.
Very good.
Ooh.
Derek, please do that.
Dude. What?
I'm sorry, I was cutting you off. I didn't mean to do that, Eric. Go ahead, keep going.
Oh no. I was gonna say, that's
here we go.
Training schedule for region.
I got some spicy horde broadcasts for you. 2 hours later, they haven't broadcasted in like almost 3 hours now. So this is their first broadcast in like 3 hours. Says, way to slug it out. BR still sorting itself out, but looks like we killed a trillion, or almost a trillionist died. We'll be looking at move fleets back to Yumi later today as the system empties. These ops will continue over the next couple days. Don't attempt to move yourself. If you lost your ship, get it replaced. Thanks, guys. So no smug. Not a single ounce of smug.
No smug, and the fact that they are talking about move ops back to Yumi indicates potentially that they are not going to contest this hull timer, which I am rather surprised to hear.
Oh no, they'll contest the hull, but they'll like jump in, right? Like
potentially, yeah.
Because you have people that might go AFK and not be here Monday, because the whole timer is going to be on Monday. Like, I know I'll be at work, but
let's see. There's someone who's shooting the armor. How much we got left on this?
It's like 25%, I think.
27.
I think that the difference to the point is that if they do move away and then they jump back in, that means they're going to have to leave the Sinojammer down, which means potentially we could use big toys, which might make an interesting hull timer, but we'll see.
If the jump bridge stays like down, which some people say you should have went for the jammer, but I like going for the jump bridge because it's a lot harder for them to get in. They had to gate like we did. Without the
we went for both. It just took longer. Plus, regardless, the reality with the Sinojammers is you can put 3 of them up in the system. So we knew, like more likely than not, they would just drop another one, and
we have jump bridges in system. The problem is I think they were able to use like a tie-dye thing to get theirs online, their second one, rather than the ours, which is kind of annoying.
Which sucks.
See, what people forget too is stopping that timer at a minute 40 is a big fucking deal. I don't know if people are aware of that in chat, but in full tie-dye like this, like timers like keep stars and jump bridges and all that shit, they still keep ticking at normal speed. Like,
which sucks.
There is no tie-dye with those. So to pause something at a minute left and have it not on pause for like 5 hours is pretty big deal. That's pretty huge.
It was very, very close.
Fucking large.
And Colton says my favorite part is when init gated capitals in X47. I like that part too.
Me too. Because I was the first
only person that died was me. So
wait, you guys gated caps in when?
Oh, hours.
That was before my Nix came flying in?
Oh yeah, I've got a carrier still in system, and I had a dread that died, but it only died gating it in because I warped to the wrong gate like a schmuck. So,
well, let me see how my Google Translate skills are, because I may have something for you.
Is this the fraternity ping?
No, I have a better one than that one.
Oh, even better. I'll take it.
This one,
And we have confirmation now from a number of places, but not the least of which is our boy Darkshines, that the bad guys are standing down.
Oh wait, Google Translate's the greatest thing on the planet. Would you like me to Google Translate this?
Please read it. I would love to hear that.
All right. So according to Google Translate, now this is from I got linked this by a friend who's in China. See, here's the thing: is another thing. It's 1 a.m. in China right now, in like Shenzhen and Beijing and all that. It's like 1 a.m. Right? It's late. Like people are going to bed. But he linked this to me before he goes to bed because he's going to bed now because we're winning. So he just talked up in the fort, right? So this is from Norris, and this is my Google Translate because he didn't translate. It says Star City is structured. We were still barely enough to hold each other after all the effort I was willing to put in. Star City was suspended at 1 minute 40, but the entire fleet did not make a mistake, and the exchange ratio is still 1-4 till the decision to stop. Facing the huge crowd of opponents, we can have this kind of performance, which is already perfect, very perfect ending. Star City has always been about to drop. Wow. Oh, it keeps going.
I mean, and that's
he ain't done. There's more.
But this is what we expected. Keep going.
If you're wondering why we didn't get in early, it's because real life takes precedence. In today's game, it's almost 24 hours. Why is the overdue assembly point not placed in X47? Because this is a place where it will all be lost. After all, I don't want members AFK to come back to low security to find overdue shit. Wow, the translate's great here because that's not what he's saying. There are reasons why tomorrow night at 8 o'clock is the weekly live broadcast of FRT. Please come and listen. Finally, thank you for the first round of the Empire's offensive. Although we will lose Star City, the end of the battle is more satisfying way to play the game for me. The game continues. There is always the next fight. So that's from their CEO. That's Norris.
So essentially what Norris is saying is they have written this Keep Star off. They know that it's going to die. And of course, as we noted before, they are touting potentially the battle report saying, hey, look, guys, we killed a bunch of their stuff. There you go. Keep Star City. It seems pretty clear, hello meow, yes, that they are.
Apparently I translated it wrong. I did Chinese traditional, not Chinese simplified.
Oh.
Yeah,
well, next time you do that.
In a couple of the translations we've done of their pings in the past, that we've pretty much realized when Google Translate says Star City, it means the Keep Star.
Yeah, I know, but I love the way he calls it Star City, though. I still like that better.
Star City is pretty fun.
What about electric heat guns, Bo? Have you seen that one yet?
No, it should be called a base star. Like that's what Keep Star should have been called, base stars.
So a while ago when we started bringing out the Lashak Doctrine, Norris was like commenting on it in pings.
Oh yes, I remember this.
and it came out guns. To be electric heat guns.
Yeah, Lashak's electric heat guns. Yeah, it's at 25%. It'll die.
At this point, it is simply a matter of time.
I like Norris. Not gonna lie.
Bo,
I wonder
if ChatGPT would translate it better.
I don't. Actually, that's a good point. Let's find out. So I like Norris because, for him to almost win this fight after spending the millions of dollars he spent on Eve is pretty amazing.
As noted in the chat, and I can confirm with my character that is still in the system, tie-dye is abating in X47. It is up to 14% right now, which is good. So we're going to you can slowly start to see ships moving around a lot quicker. It is increasing more and more and more. It's up to 16%. And you can see on the screen now, we're starting to see some of the Fart Coalition supers are jumping out now. There are still a number of them still sitting tethered on the keep. Many of those probably are AFK, but they're starting to jump out as they realize that they can't.
Oh. According to ChatGPT, the only difference between my translation and their translation is that he claims that we are going to claim that it was costless for us and it was a great victory. I don't know about you, but I died. My poor interceptor, it died.
Yeah, my TF
I lost a dread. I did not lose my subcap, which is good. But I mean, the bottom line is, yes, you're never going to have a fight like this where you don't get a bloody nose. That's just the reality of it. And the question always comes down to, and Boat, you have been there, you have had to make these calls. Is it worth the money? Is it worth folks losing the ships and having to get them replaced?
Oh,
is
money
it worth it to win this?
I'll answer this question right now. Hold on.
100%.
I'm not interrupting.
No, go right ahead.
You don't want to do this in terms of money, because today's eve there's infinite money, right? Like people have war bonds in the tens of trillions, right? Money is irrelevant. It's infrastructure. Can you replace the numbers of ships that blow up fast enough? Like, who's got the better logistics and industry team? That's the question in a war like this, right? So if you have enough ships that you can throw another 600 paladins into the mix tomorrow, then yeah, money is irrelevant, and then a fight like this is worth it. But if tomorrow, instead of having 600 paladins, you can only show up with 300 because you can't replace them that fast, then that's definitely a loss, right? So it'll come down to that, because what I like about battle reports is when you see a guy that loses 3 or 4 ships, right? Because he shows up in 3 or 4 battleships and they keep primarying him because his name starts with an A. Things like that. When you see that, and then that guy brings 4 more ships the next time and 4 more ships the next time, then yeah, it's a pretty big deal.
Absolutely.
Also, I'm pretty broke. I've got like no spaceship money, please.
Boat needs ISK.
Oh, I jumped my Nixon in the hopes that it would get killed, because then I'd get like 40 billion.
The SRP?
Yeah, then I get 40 battleships. See,
spend 10, get 40.
Bring back.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching continuing INN coverage of this most recent X47 Keepstar fight. The fight is largely over at this point. The Imperium and B2 allies in blue on your screen appear to be on the path to victory. The Pandemic Horde and Fraternity, aka Fart Coalition, in orange on the screen have essentially ceded the battlefield. Many of them are either docking up in the Keepstar or jumping their ships out. The Keepstar is currently at 25% armor. It is ticking down very quickly now. Tie-dye is starting to lift in the system. This is a pretty significant victory for the Imperium and B2 coalition. A lot of folks had been arguing that it would be next to impossible for us to take out this final Keepstar because of the fact that it is scheduled for its timers in CN time zone. The result is almost invariably a armor timer crosses over downtime, and it's very difficult to defend a structure when you are in the process of actively contesting it, and it's being actively defended, and it crosses downtime because of the way that the server works. Fortunately for us, we managed to pull off and eke out pausing this Keepstar with 1 minute and 40 seconds left before it would have repaired, and made all of the work and all of the ISK and all of the money that went into this fight completely worthless. That did not happen. And the Imperium and B2 allies together are doing a pretty good job of dumpstering as many ships as we can, while at the same time keeping max damage on this Keepstar to kind of burn it down. We have been streaming for almost 10 hours. This fight has been going on for almost 13 hours right now. If any of you have any extra money, please send it to the Big Red Boat in-game.
Okay, that's funny. That makes me laugh. But someone in the comment of has a Nix but his space broke. You have to understand, when I got this Nix, I think it was like 8 billion for the hull, and then like $1.5 billion, $2 billion for the fit. Like nowadays, I can sell it for 4 times that. Same with my Leviathan. My Leviathan, fuck, it was like 20 billion. Now it's worth like 120. CCP really messed that one up.
So what you're saying is
Definitely
that
happened.
you're gonna sell me your Titan for 1 ISK.
Yeah. I actually wanted to jump my Titan in, but they wouldn't let me. They said only Nyx.
Hello, friends. Who on earth can give me the update on what has gone on?
Horde is.
I literally just did that 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, you're shut up too late.
I see. Well, I've just got back from the cinema. My wife dragged me away. It looks like I've missed the highlight.
What movie did you see?
Super Mario movie.
Ew. I saw Dungeons and Dragons last night. That was great.
Well, it looks like, from what I can see, a lot of blues, not a lot of reds, and keep still paused, nearly down to the hull. Wow. Really pulled it out the bag.
It'll be done within an hour, like structured in like less than an hour, because it's down 10% in about 15 minutes.
Enemies full okay.
Speaking of chat, how many people are actually here on this fight? Or are you just watching? Because like that. So here's another thing that I think that makes this fight amazing is armor timer is the best for the defenders, right? Like it's literally the best for defenders because you can tether up and then jump out, right? Structure timer is extremely dangerous, but breaking an armor timer in Chinese prime time with FRT having 1,000 dudes on the grid, that's an achievement. Like that's kind of the big deal of the whole thing, right? Like the fight started 10:30 in the morning in China and then went all day. So right through Chinese time.
Wow. Looks like I will not be forgiving my wife for pulling me away from one of the craziest fights so far this year.
Oh, sure. Why not? It's okay.
It's okay. You didn't
We got structure on Monday. That's
true.
Find out because you have to understand Monday is a lot different than a Friday. Because it's Friday into Saturday,
drop
right?
the super hammer in the end, the Imperium.
The supers went somewhere. I don't know where.
I'm still stuck on a gate for the last 2 hours.
We were about to bring our super fleet in, and we were gating them over from JTech C.
Wow.
90% of our supers got caught in the tunnel for a while.
Yeah.
By the time we got everybody to load a grid, that was when Horde was like, "Okay, we're calling it."
Wow.
Now remember, you can't gate capitals. It's just not possible.
Sure.
You can't kill a Keepstar that you don't control the jammer on either.
Speaking of, actually, you can. You can.
Yeah. Yes, Boat. I know. I'm pointing out everything.
Feel the
that's being-
sarcasm.
Killing Keepstars is stupid now because they're useless, right? Against subcaps, they don't do anything. So they're just giant like structures that allow tether, but subcaps kill Keepstars really easily. It's really dumb. Like it should be the other way around. Like capitals should be able to do a lot better of a job against Keepstars than subcaps, but yet subcaps are the ones that have to do all the work because they're immune to Keepstars.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna be honest. I think you should be able like 5 to 10 dreads or maybe even Titans should be able to like do some shit to a Keepstar, but like you would need like 200 subcaps, right? I think that would be so much better.
I mean, for the value of what this structure costs and all the rigs that you have to put in it, I think it's pretty well balanced.
No, you need to double the HP on Keepstars.
Oh.
But then again, I miss Fozzie solves. So
if we didn't manage to deploy the supers and use them, then I think I can forgive my wife because I managed to get my first super a few months ago after crabbing for a long time, and I've been desperate to use it in this deployment. So if I have not missed that window, everything is good. Mrs. Calico.
So
Mrs. Calico
I've had
in good books.
I've had this Nyx since my Pravi block days, and I've been wanting to lose it in glorious battle.
Look, all I know is I jumped my spaceship in here, and wait, people did give me ISK. The joy of being poor.
Of course we did.
But anyway, in other news, I will say this: the cool thing about Keepstar fights is you're forced into a one spot battle. Like you're not gonna like Saw fights. You have to fight in like 10 different systems. You're not gonna probably get a set piece fight. Like with Keepstar fights, it's like yeah, either you fight over it or it dies, which is wonderful. It's like old POS. I love old POS fights for that reason. But then again, I'm kind of weird like that. I guess I like structure shooting.
Sex up for Keepstar destruction, right?
If you're shooting the Keepstar, don't forget to cycle your guns.
I ain't gonna lie though, the fact this battle report's about to go even, when it started out so fucking horrible. Like it started out, we were down like 100 bill to like 30 at best. Like it was like a 30%, maybe even 25% swing from the start to now. The fact that it pulled almost even and we're on the offensive is fucking disgusting. You know, I'm really sad though, because none of these supers will join my fleet. Keep fleet like inviting them. One corp in FRT blocked me. That was rude.
How many of you got over the years?
Over the years, at least 100 caps supers. Have fleet warped. But it's really great on like tie-dye fights like this because you catch them as they log in, because if they aggressed and they crash, they fleet warp in, and then they usually get fleet invited by the fleet they were previously in. But if you do it fast enough, because it's tie-dye, they don't get that fleet invite first. They'll get yours, and so they'll just hit yes because well, that's a normal thing to do.
All right. I'm gonna go take a nap. Bye, guys.
Don.
What?
Fucking Keepstar isn't.
Is there a way to check, by the way, when you jumped into a system? Kind of curious at when I jumped my Nix in.
Fine. I'll listen to you.
Alright, jumped your Nix in, but what did it do in the end?
Oh, it loaded system. Like I can chat, I can type in chat, but I can't warp anywhere. I can't do anything.
I see. So you're just still trying to get them to safety. I take it.
No, I want to shoot things. Fuck safety.
Safety red, hard news on.
Did they drop the Dreadhammer in the end, at least? Well, I suppose no, because the Sino Jammer is still in place, right?
Exactly. Their own Sino Jammer worked against them for almost the whole fight.
Yeah, I bet. Because earlier on, the Imperium had complete control of the system, all the gates completely camped. Every entrance into this system was completely controlled by the Imperium.
Yeah, we kept it like that, and then we murdered a whole bunch of paladins, and then that's when
See, that's when I had to leave. Is when the FARC coalition made their move, they took their shot and started to move finally off tether, away from the FAC support, and then suddenly a swarm of blues just surrounding this paladin fleet.
So the paladins were, after you left, the paladins were eating shit, and then Horde made the call and was like, okay guys, just like approach the Keepstar, start getting in tether range, tether up, whatever, right? So they start doing that, and then about halfway through that, while we're killing all the stragglers and shit, that was when FRT and Goblins basically each sent out a ping being like, yep, it's done. Move ops later.
Well, that'll be the next piece.
So here's another thing too, is because it's a structure timer, it's very dangerous for them. Like really fucking dangerous. Because they have to make a decision. Because if you like when we defended our, I think it was the M2 structure timer, we literally committed everything. So if that keep start dies, right, that's game over. Like you're gonna lose everything on grid. It's just bad. But if the keep start lives, then yeah, it's a great gamble, right? Good job, high five. So that's what FRT has to decide now, like kind of like M2, is do they commit everything, park all of it on the keep star, and hope it lives, or do they come with just subcaps and carriers and dreads, and then
I believe there'll be a token fight for the whole timer. I don't think they'll let it go silently, but I don't think we're going to see the all the supers and everything there that they have been. If nothing else, it'll be a beautiful Imperium set piece where we put everything on display and methodically dismantle the whole timer until there's nothing left.
In other news, my Nyx has successfully made it back to DO6H.
I have successfully made it back to DO6H as well.
Chat might laugh at me for this, but I honestly didn't know something, and people are laughing at me right now in the chat that can, I'm talking to. But apparently, you can right-click someone's name. So, like, my UI was fucked. All I had on screen was local chat, fleet chat, and like everything on screen, but I couldn't see like people fighting. I couldn't see anything. So, of course, you can't right-click your capacitor and do anything. But I was able to right-click the person's name and jump to their Sino. And like, while I couldn't do anything in in X47, I instantly jumped out like 2 seconds later. That's ridiculous.
So you want to know something even more ridiculous about? So you know how in the old days you would have to right-click the capacitor. You would have to see that there was no Sino lit, and then you'd have to right-click the capacitor again. Right, to like refresh the list of available Sinos. Yeah, that automatically updates now.
Ooh.
So you don't have to constantly right click your capacitor looking for the Sino. You could just hold your mouse over the jump bridge area and it will automatically update.
Oh, you know what I need to ask too? I need to get someone who speaks Chinese to teach me how to say "invite me a fleet, please," so I can see if one of these super fleets will invite me a fleet. It's easy to do that on American groups, but I've never tried it in Chinese, so I wonder if Frat will let me in their fleet.
So while we're waiting for this keepstar, let's get an update on the. I know people were still sort of shooting the Ansiblex. And okay, Ansiblex is still paused. How is this possible? I'm sorry.
Fighters.
No,
they have fighters on it.
But the between the Ansiblex and the Keepstar, they've been pretty much even for like armor percentage through this entire thing. So it's kind of funny.
We have to keep in mind that the Ansiblex, the amount of damage that you need to keep the Ansiblex paused is far, far less than the Keepstar. So even there's even one or two guys still shooting it, and it looks like there's only maybe 5 people out there actually still shooting the Ansiblex, it's gonna slowly go down.
God, this grid is an absolute mess. Whoever salvages outside of this Keepstar is gonna have a fucking field day.
By the way, anyone know how hard is it to train into a Zenitra?
It's not too difficult. It's just a little expensive.
Because those things were amazing this morning.
You need to have Triglavian Dreadnought 5 to make it viable. Without the Triglavian Dreadnought 5, that's what makes them so overpowered. So it's a hefty train for the Zenitra.
Okay.
The Meta Show tomorrow is going to be lit, Colton. We have a very special guest who shall remain nameless until tomorrow, but I enjoin all of you folks to come and hang out with us. 2000 Eve, 4 p.m. Eastern Freedom Time. We're going to have a lot of fun on the Meta Show tomorrow.
You know, Brisk, I had a couple people ask me this week if I would be coming back next week.
I had more than one person saying, "Man, I'm really sorry that you're leaving the show," and I'm like, "I missed the joke." Gentlemen, I will tell you this right now: it is not the Matani. He was invited. Unfortunately, he has a date with his lady friend tomorrow, so he will not be joining us. But you were thinking in the right direction.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, after I was sat in well, I don't know spoilers. I don't know, but I have a nasty habit of guessing correctly and ruining everything.
If it's not Ted McMahon Fest, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
Brisk, is there any guests that you tried to get on the Meta Show and you haven't been able to get on the Meta Show that you'd really love to have on the Meta Show?
You know, I think the only time the one person who drives me absolutely crazy trying to book for the Meta Show is Hiwanto from Snuffed Out. And that's generally because he only wants to come on when he doesn't have anything going on with Snuffed.
Wait, hold on.
Talk about.
He's easy to get on. Well, at least I used to get
He's
him
easy
on.
for you. You manage to do it like every week.
Yeah, I could get him on all the time because I would let him just say what he wanted, which I guess is a little different.
You know, I want him on when there's something interesting to talk about in terms of like what's going on with Snuffed, or there's a big fight, or they're killing, you know, somebody's keep star or some kind of shit like that. And he doesn't want to come on when he has stuff to talk about. He only wants to come on when he can talk about other people's stuff. So High is probably the one that I have to chase. There's only one person. There are two people in the history of my time on the Meta Show, and I don't know if Boat had the same problem when he was the main host, that have ever stood me up saying that they are going to be there and then didn't make it. The first of those people is Aiko Danuja, the queen of Code, was supposed to come on the show with a bunch of the other gankers and backed out at the last minute. And the number one most frequent stander-upper of me on the Meta Show is one Space Lord Asher Elias.
Wow, that's interesting.
Mosh Master himself.
See, I never
two different times when he's supposed to be on that he missed it because of shit happening. And unfortunately, you know, he's allowed to because he has shit to do.
The only person that ever stood me up was CCP Chair.
How amazing would it be if you managed to get Gobbins on the show?
I've had Gobbins on before. He doesn't talk much though.
Be interesting to get some perspectives.
No, so Deja Voodoo asks, is it PGL? No, it's not PGL. But I'll tell you, PGL has always been an easy guest to book. He shows up and he's there on time and he does the show.
Oh, yeah,
never had
PGL's
a problem
cool.
booking him.
See,
I never had a problem booking Philly either.
Eve celebrities are really easy to get on, like streams, like all the FC types. One I've always wanted to have a chat with is Norris. I've never had the opportunity to talk to him.
Oh,
because he's one of my
had
favorite
Norris
people.
on the show one time in the last 3 years.
I have some more dank leaks from Reddit, apparently. So, Gobbins went into the Horde general chat and said, whoever is saying not our keep, you look stupid, kind of deserve to be made fun of for all of your copium.
Yeah, nice.
And then he goes, one guy goes, out of curiosity, when was the last time Gobbins joined us on a fleet? Or do you not want to because you're busy with other stuff? And he goes, I'm not busy, I just don't like you guys. I'm like, bro, imagine hating
That's
your
fair.
own line members.
But Gobbins hates his own line members. That's been a thing for Horde since the beginning of Horde. Like, you have to understand the Horde model. They're a McDonald's franchise, right?
And that is using Gobbins' own words.
He called McDonald's
he
franchise
called them.
in real life once. Back in, it was Vegas.
We were at Vegas. We were all together. We heard him say it.
Yeah, he called. So like the Horde model it's a great business model when you have people that are fresh to playing Eve that have never played it before. So what you do is you bolsterously and loudly recruit people with dumb memes. You use those people until they just burn out. So you use them and abuse them as much as humanly possible till they burn out, and then get new ones. So at one point, Horde may have had 10,000 characters, and they only had like 3,000 actual people playing, right? So you use and abuse till they burn out. It's like the McDonald's franchise model. Use them until they can't afford it anymore. But what they started doing recently is that by killing off all these groups that these people that burn out can go join, like killing the little guy, as it were, Horde is the only thing left to go to when you burn out. Like that's why Billy's there, right?
Pretty much.
So once you run out of good places to go, you end up having to flee to Horde, and that's why they're still like a big group now, is just because of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching INN's continuing coverage of the Keepstar Armor Timer in X47L Tech Q in Pureblind. This fight is largely over, but the weeping. The Keepstar is currently at 16%. It is going down steadily. Tie-dye is lifting. We have seen the numbers drop by almost half in local in the last hour. It is clear from a variety of sources that Horde and Fart, the rest of Fart, have decided to cede this Keepstar to us.
Wait, did you call
Noraus,
Fart?
the leader of fraternity, is acting like they are about to lose this keep, and they don't intend to defend it, but we'll see whether or not that happens later on. We're at 15% here. Yes, we're calling them the Fart Coalition.
Oh, see, I don't.
That's what it
see,
is.
Here's my thing.
Pandemic, Horde, and FRT, Fart.
See, here's what I think, and this is just my opinion. People don't agree with me on this take, but I think it would be the greatest thing since EVE Online ever happened if Fraternity just started shooting Horde. Like, just said, fuck you, Horde. Like, you talk so much. Because back in my day, like, when an alliance was so openly negative towards a group of people, you eventually just said, fuck you, just go die, right? And Horde is so
you're right.
horrid
I mean,
towards
I'm bluntly honest. You're 100%. You are 100% correct, and that's one of the things I really find weird, because if you listen to the way, even the way Gobbins sometimes talks about fraternity,
yeah,
they are very negative. They are very, hey, yet again, we have to pull their nuts out of the fire kind of thing. This is a common philosophy. And then you see all these guys saying, not our Keepstar, not our this, not our that. And regardless of, hey, don't bash allies in open comms or whatever, they still do it. And it seems to be a pretty common theme, man. At some point, wars have started over less in this game.
I'd be more than happy to work with Frat to, like, kill Horde and then just give all the drones to Frat. Be like, yeah, you can do whatever you want. You want to make a bot empire, go ahead. You want to shoot us sometimes, go ahead. Like, have fun. But I just don't I've never liked Horde because of their business model. Like, I just don't. I'm not a fan of that. Look, I'll be honest. I'd rather have FRT botting than Horde in the game. Just saying. That's just my take. But I've been that way since Horde was founded, so I've been around long enough to be able to say that.
I don't know if I would go that far, but I'm not a Horde fan either. Nor am I a Pan. I'm not a PanFam fan in general.
See, I don't mind. I don't mind going that far because, like FRT doing what FRT does. FRT never, like, openly goes to war with people and, like, tries to eradicate people, right? Horde was part of that group. Like, FRT went along for the ride because they had nothing else better to do.
Well, we all know Horde are here for the money.
And we also saw, I mean, Horde also was not exactly leading the charge when it came to the Vietnam War. They were definitely a tag-along kind of group, and they took advantage of it to do what they wanted to do. But when the cards were on the table, you typically did not see fraternity. We are starting to see people warping out. We've seen a lot of people warping in. The Imperium fleets, the B2 fleets are still here. We are still fighting. We are still knocking down this Keepstar. It has been paused at 1 minute and 40 seconds for the better part of the last 7 hours or so. Our understanding is this Keepstar has 5 armor plates, which is why it is taking so long to bust through this armor timer. They have done everything they can to drag this out as long as possible, but that has not managed to win them the fight. If anything, it has given us the opportunity to tighten up the battle report, and I am reloading my battle report. We'll see what it looks like now. We are slightly below 1 trillion ISK lost. We are like 3 billion ISK potentially lost. But look, I'm looking at the battle report right now. We are up to 473 billion ISK lost on the Fart side to 532 billion ISK lost on the Imperium side. So we are within about 50 billion ISK, which is a lot closer than it was an hour ago and a lot closer than I think the bad guys really want it to be, because this is what they don't like, is when they lose the ISK war.
I've got a great analogy based off of Captain Pugwash's comment. No, Captain Pugwash made a great comment, and so I want to add to his. It's like Charlie Wilson's war with FRT. Like, they don't openly go after somebody, but they don't mind throwing ISK at somebody doing something, right? Which is a great take on FRT. Whereas, like, Horde is like the Russia of the world right now. They'll invade somebody and say, okay, I dare you to do something about it. And then when people do something about it, they throw a fit and like, wait, that's not possible. How could that be?
The Keepstar is currently at 13% armor. When it hits 0, it will go into reinforce. We will see when the hull timer comes out. It'll be sometime this weekend. It could be as early as tomorrow. It could be as late as Sunday. We're not 100% sure yet. We will find out.
I thought the hull timers was 4 days.
It's not April.
Is it 4
No,
days?
It'll be Monday night. It'll be Monday night, Tuesday.
Okay.
Monday,
Right.
Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was only 2 days. I guess I don't know why I had that in my head,
I
but
thought it could go up to 7 days.
I mean, if we're hold on, so chat's having an argument. They're wondering if I'm mental or not. No, seriously, like.
Have you guys never heard boat on a stream before? I mean, come on.
I make a lot of real life wrestling. I mean, look, I teach history, right? What? No, I'm comparing like.
Who said anything about genocide? What are you talking about?
No, he's saying that I called Horde Russia. But historically speaking, you could put different like country references. I mean, historical Russia makes sense, right? World War II Russia. That makes sense, right? Throwing bodies at a problem until it works.
I'm
really confused why people are mad in chat.
No, it's just one guy and he's gone, so don't worry about it.
Well, anyway, DBR, the Big Red Boat is a frat 100%. Not gonna lie, at one point when Norris was paying someone to be an FC like $3,000 a month, I would have done that. Not gonna lie.
Well, IRL dollars?
Yeah. I know a guy that was making about $3,000 a month playing EVE Online.
Was his name Elo Knight?
No, I'm not going to say. But I do know a guy that bought a brand new set of teeth with the EVE Online real money. It was a Russian guy. He got a new apartment and new teeth. That was the joke for like a year.
Was that X-Death?
No. X-Death just dealt in conflict diamonds.
All right.
That's a whole nother story.
I'm trying to remember all of my favorite Russian oligarchs.
I'm not gonna lie. X-Death is a proper Russian though, right? Because that man took me to a Brooklyn bathhouse, and I got to experience a proper Russian like bathhouse. It was great.
Smacking yourself with birch
and
branches.
The feast afterward was wonderful.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the last dregs of this Keepstar fight right now. We are almost at the single-digit armor percentages. We are at 11% or so. It is dropping significantly. This fight will likely be over in the next half an hour, and at that point, all that will be left is cleaning up this grid and extracting, and we will be here to cover at least part of that. In the meantime, we have a cast of some of the most interesting names in EVE Online to be broadcasting here on stream. We have Dawn Rhea from Theta Thursday. We have Eric Asmock, the host of Push to Talk on Saturdays. We have Greg, also of Theta Thursday. We have Mafoon, also of Theta Thursday. We have John Calico, part of our breaking news team. And we have, from the Meta Show, myself and the former host, Big Red Boat, who is probably one of the most famous EVE players of all time, and we were happy to have him with us.
Oh, speaking of, Norris in English broadcasted to his like English speakers, and he said, "What a majestic ending of our Keepstar!" But it's not dead yet. Like I don't understand. They're like, it's almost like they're making it like they're gonna just not come to structure timer.
And that's what I'm thinking. Like, are they really going to just not contest the structure timer? Because if they want, Goon feeds, there's a perfect example.
Right, but you don't want to defend a structure timer. Like with Keepstars, the way they're designed, you don't
They
defend
don't care about defending it. They want to just kill our guys. So why wouldn't they just warp in a couple fleets and then try to get them out?
Because there's no way to get them out, so they're just going to die. Right, when the structure, because there's no armor plates, right? So the structure goes down a lot faster. When the Keepstar, if the Keepstar does blow up, now you're in bubbles. Now you're not getting out of system. Now you have no friendly plate. I don't think they have any friendly structures left in system besides this Keepstar.
So I think we've not sieged the fortizars that they've got on the system. That those still remain. I believe.
Well, I mean, they're still it's still really dangerous, right? Like at one point, they were telling people to Sino out their Titans and Supers, even though they could have just docked up and left tomorrow, right? But they were having them Sino out because a whole bunch of Supers were starting to drift and get close to breaking tether permanently, which would have been just a bunch of Nixes. At one point, I said, "How much is a Nix worth? Is it worth killing?" Someone goes, "What you do, boat?" But there was a Nix that was like 2K off tether, and he slow boated back to tether during tie-dye. Right. I could do a lot of oh, that's a good point. Hey, I want to tell you all something. Since we're just shooting a Keepstar, I get to teach about Henry VIII this week, and on Friday I get to dress up as Henry VIII.
The kids love it when you dress up as Henry VIII.
Yeah,
like their favorite
fat suit, so that'll be interesting.
Nice.
Because I've lost a lot of weight, so the costume doesn't fit as well. But I wear it every year when I teach Henry VIII because I do a quiz on it. I teach Henry VIII, and we watch this really amazing documentary. And I kind of want to link it to chat here, so let me find it.
Do you play that
what do you
old
focus
song?
on with Henry VIII? Do you talk about
everything?
The dissolution of the monasteries? Do you talk about the wives? Do you talk about his relationship with France? That's interesting.
So the problem is like with seventh graders, you don't get to dig very deep. So you do a general overview of everything about the man. So like you talk about the Pope, you talk about his wives, you talk about the war in France, talk about him being fat. Like I've got one of the best documentaries you'll ever see. Yeah. Hold on, I got something for you. You'll love this.
The Field of Golden Silk. That was a.
So let me get this real quick because there's a documentary that was made, and it's called History Oversimplified. The guy that does it, and he does a lot of different videos. But History Oversimplified, we watch this with our students. We spend the whole 2 days on this we spend like a day watching it, and then we do something else. But one of his greatest videos is this one on Henry VIII. And every year, the kids, the one thing they remember the most is the fact that he killed his wives. Like, that's what they want to talk about.
And it's amazing, given how many other things happened that were of huge historical import during his reign. They focus on, the dude couldn't have a kid, so he kept killing his wives till he got one.
Well, not even
that.
Though
he had three.
So the belief is that he was. It wasn't his wives. It was actually he was impotent, so he couldn't have men. Like there was something genetically wrong with him, where he was unable to truly have normal kids. So it happens when you get 1,000 years of English and French and German inbreeding, but that ends up being a thing. But here's a cool thing: when he was a kid, if you watch this documentary, it's really cool. They talk about this. He loved to sing and dance, party. He was a true Renaissance dude.
He was a rock star. He one of the most famous songs of his time period was written by the king.
And when I dress up as him, I actually wear ballerina slippers because it was a thing that he actually liked wearing ballerina slippers. He wore
picture of this Pope.
What?
Do you have a picture of this?
Somewhere on my phone. Yeah. But yeah, I always dress up. I love dress up as Henry VIII. It's one of my favorite things. But what was cool when I was real fat, I'm not real fat anymore, but when I was really fat, if I didn't wear the tunic part, I just wore the overcoat, I looked like a Robert Baratheon.
There you go.
When he's laying there dying.
Bring me more wine.
Yeah,
but Henry VIII wrote a song.
Reffed there, guys. It's successfully, finally been reffed. After all
finally,
this time.
And we are at 7% on the Keepstar. Henry VIII wrote a song called "Pastime with Good Company," which was like
hold on,
the
guys.
rock
Sorry,
anthem of that era.
I had to adjust volume levels a little bit. We were switching back to the normal audio that we normally use, and things got kind of fucked up. But we should be all good now. We're looking at 7% on the Keepstar, so we're in the final home stretch.
Oh, you absolutely have to take pictures of you in the fat suit. I really want to see it.
I'm actually getting the picture I have of me in the costume if I can find it. I can link you all the costume where I got it. So I got the costume on Amazon. It was really well done.
You've heard the song by Herman's Hermits, haven't you?
Maybe.
I'll link it in chat.
So for those of you that have ever wanted to dress up for like a Renaissance fair, this group makes this costume, and it's fucking amazingly well done. And what's really cool is I went to like a medieval store that does like custom things, and I got me a walking stick. But this walking stick has like a glass ball that spins around like a closed metal fist. But what my students don't know, and I've never told anyone,
eat my
teachers know
ass,
this, is that it's actually a dagger inside the walking stick.
I sort of figured that it was one of the sword sticks.
Yeah, because he actually had one, and so I had to be authentic. But so that's the costume, and then I just wear white tights and ballerina slippers. But I don't wear the ballerina slippers till I get to work, like because I don't want to walk outside with them.
emotional damage.
Yeah, I'll wear them all day, and my feet hurt afterward. It like sucks afterward, but it's a lot of fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching continuing coverage of the X47 Keepstar fight. We are in the very last stages of this fight.
Damage.
We have been streaming for about 10 and a half hours. We have been fighting for more than 13. We are right now in the process of watching the final 6, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1%. We're at 5% on the Keepstar. It is about to go into reinforced, and we're going to be able to see what the final amount is going to be.
So you guys want to see
emotional damage?
You guys want to see me in the costume?
Emotional damage.
All right, I'm gonna send it to myself real quick.
Emotional damage. Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
Why did Life Shifter make me enable this?
Which?
Emotional
the soundbite shit.
Oh yeah, this is awesome.
Wait, soundbite. What? How do you do this?
People get to waste all of their
emotional damage. Emotional damage.
I just streamed it so I couldn't hear it, but yeah, I see now. This is awesome.
Emotional damage.
Oh my fucking god.
Emotional damage.
You can go ahead and kill that now, Mifune. Before
I know.
everyone stops watching the stream.
I'm sorry,
Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
Alright, I gotta remove the whole. There we go. Source is gone.
There you go.
That was.
Alright,
that's a life shifter problem. Oh my god.
4%.
Let me see if I can get you guys a Discord link. Hold on.
Starlust, that wasn't my fault, man. Our manager made me put that on there.
Oh, Razalon, thanks for your Prime sub, man. Very much appreciated.
I have emotional damage from the spamming of emotional damage. But we are in less than 5% right now. We are very close to this finally being over. after more than 13 hours, and as we drop 150 people watching the stream.
I have emotional damage for being forced to enable that shit on stream.
So as this starts to draw to a close, the question starts to loom. Once the Keepstar is down, what could be next? I mean, I know that the official war goals are going to be accomplished, but on the latest Fireside, Asher was talking about not only removing the Keepstar in this system, but looking to clear out, almost creating a fire break between the B2 coalition and Fraternity. So that's where my eyes are looking to at the moment, is what's next.
I would expect that today, after 13 hours, there's probably not going to be a lot of appetite to do anything else in the system. I mean, obviously, future plan wise, the goal is going to be to hype up the schism that I think is obvious and existing between Fraternity and Pandemic Horde. The Fart Coalition may just evaporate into the air.
Well, no, because
if this keeps going on.
This isn't their stager, so you still have Yumi, which is where they really like stage. Like when you get into Tribute and you take over Tribute, then that's when you can start to like.
Yeah, I mean, if we was to invade that,
why wouldn't we invade that?
The war here is to say enough is enough. Stop bullying the B2 coalition. It's not cool, and punch them back into their home spaces. Now we know that the FARC coalition is really only set up as a financial understanding. That initially Pandemic Horde condemned Fraternity for engaging in such conflict with B2. Whereas now, as soon as the money was flashed, they got involved. So now that the Keepstar is going down, what are the contracts going to look like now? Is the money going to dry up and Pandemic Horde's going to go home, or what's going to happen next?
Horde's not being paid to be here. Horde's coming because they want to. Like they can say they're being paid and all, but at the end of the day, like here's what matters, right? Killing this Keepstar is not going to make the war just stop, right? I mean, we could just go home, but that's not going to change FRT. They'll just drop a new one. You hit like Yumi, FW, or 15W, H-W, something like that. You just take out Tribute, and then Horde goes, yeah, fuck this. Because at that point, they don't have anything other than the drones to fall back to, and then now you've put them in the same house as Horde, and that's when you see infighting and problems.
Well, I think you got to keep in mind the war goals for the Imperium and B2 when we came up north were relatively limited. We simply were coming to defend B2 and to clear out Fade, Pureblind, and Declan of Fraternity infrastructure, getting rid of their Keepstars, getting rid of all of their stuff. Once that is accomplished, arguably we could say, game over, we won, war's over, we're going home. Now, whether or not we do that, I have no idea. I don't think anybody here does, and we're going to find out what that'll look like down the road. I would prefer not to. I want to keep pushing while we have the momentum, but we will have at least achieved the basic war victory here of destroying all the infrastructure that Fraternity dropped in this section of the world where that's not supposed to be them. This is not theirs. This is B2's area. They live here. They live in Fade. They live in Pureblind. They live in Declan, not Fraternity. Killing all of that stuff is a first start. Now, if we push on to Yumi, we push on to 15W and other places, then I think that would be fun. I think at that point, Horde has to ask themselves, do they want to be Fraternity's meat shields or not? And if they do, it'll largely be because, well, the Imperium is here. We might as well be here. So potentially they could turn this into an even wider war and not just have a SIG involved, but have their entire coalition involved. We'll find out. We'll see.
Sure. I don't like the people that say, oh, this is just their SIG, because you don't bring 1,000 people on a SIG. Like, I get that they're not using their Titans and Supers. Otherwise, we'd see 300 Titans and 300 Supers, right? But they're bringing all their subcaps that'll show up. Now,
I mean, the super fleet has been there consistently. Just not so much the Titans as such.
That's FRT mostly. But like, yes. The thing is, at the end of the day, you have to realize that, like, if this was the drones, yeah, you'd see more. You'd see like double horde numbers. But outside of the drones, this is about what horde's going to get. This is the same thing they had down south, like when they invaded Delve. This is about the amount they got. So outside of their own personal space, or outside of where their own pilots care, because that like their own pilots have to care to do this.
Well, I think the average Horde line member, if you talk to them, is going to say, I don't give a shit about FRT. I just want to kill goons. And as long as we are here, they're going to want to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at 0 on the timer. It is only a matter of seconds before this structure is reinforced, and we have completed our strategic objective, which many people said could not happen, would not be a thing, and Alterari is confirming. They just want to shoot goons.
There's no time.
We have successfully reinforced the X47 Keepstar on the armor timer, pushing it into its final hull timer. It has happened
with
on Good
equal
Friday.
losses, with equal losses as well. This was not a turbo feed.
Oh no,
This
that shouldn't
is
have happened. There shouldn't have been equal
50-50.
losses. You have to understand. They could have put 300 super carriers on this Keepstar, used fighters, and it would have been a slaughter. They did. At one point, we were doing that battleship versus battleship brawl over by the jumpers this morning, and they only used like 20 carriers worth of fighters, 30 carriers worth of fighters. Like they fucked themselves so hard. Like,
The
I just
interesting
don't
thing
understand
from
it.
this particular conflict is the thing that's kept Fraternity snuggly and safe all this time is Chinese time zone. It's been nobody wants to go fight them. Nobody wants to go in this crazy time zone. But the Imperium with B2 and friends have given them such a bloody nose, because this timer could not have been any better for Fraternity and could not have been any worse for the rest of the coalition attacking. And yet here we are with this about to hit armor.
Ooh, did you hear
and
that?
Suddenly the question starts to prop up in people's minds.
Hold on.
Could we push further into Fraternity?
So
if
this
we
is-
can beat them on this time zone, maybe they're not so safe and snuggly. And if Horde, if the money dries up and there's infighting with Fraternity and Horde, could it slowly start to be that, you know what, they're not so bad after all. Let's go push this shit in.
So this is actually a big deal. So this is coming out Monday morning at 5:30 American time, which is like 9:30.
Is it? I thought it was midnight.
No, it's 2:30 in the morning PST. So 15 hours from now. So
2
here's the
days, 15
thing.
hours from
Yeah.
now.
So that's a Monday morning. But apparently in Europe, it's a public holiday Monday.
That's correct. Especially in England, we get
Yes.
Friday off, we get Monday
Easter
off.
Monday.
That's a huge deal.
So this
for
is
timer.
9
No wonder they're probably right
Canada
now.
Eve time.
I mean, that to me is pretty much the nail in the coffin here. It seems pretty clear that the likelihood of Fraternity and Pandemic Horde contesting this hull timer is relatively low at this point, which may be the reason why Noraus has been saying throughout the day that, the Keepstar is dead. The Keepstar is dead, even though obviously this is not the right time. So.
That explains a lot, actually, about why it would die. Because that's the thing is like, because obviously this fight's not done, right? There's still jammers and jump bridges to blow up and reinforce.
For sure. And I mean, the way that we won this timer today is complete system control. We won it by holding the gates, holding the antiplexes, having the auxiliary teams. We had carriers in JTAC-Z all over the gates, skynetting everything. We made sure that no one came in and no one came out. And so the same thing can be done on Monday. Chances are throughout the next few days there's going to be ops pinged all over the place to move the carriers, move the supers, get them in, get them logged off, get them where they need to be, and then the boys who are going to be around for this timer, especially in the UK, log on, send the fighters, and let's have it done.
Well, and that's the thing too. So here's another thing is that with our fort not touched, and this Keepstar on final timer, someone brought this up. It's a 30-minute timer, so it's twice as long of a chance for us to pause it. But we could drop supers all around our Fortizar and just the jammer means nothing. Like we got 2 days to set up. And what we're doing now is we're going to run around and we're going to reinforce or blow up all of these little like jammers and jump bridges and all that. So they've already started telling their members over the next couple days, we'll get you back to UMI. So they have to leave, form up outside of system, and come back in, whereas we can slowly move in, and that's going to make that a lot harder to defend. That's probably why they're writing it off. At first, I was kind of shocked they would write it off, but it's starting to make more sense. The more I look at the situation they're in. Oh, here we go. We got a Goblins broadcast.
So again, as you can see on the screen here, X47, this Keepstar is reinforced until 09:34 on Monday, April the 10th, which is 1.5 hours before downtime, but it'll probably be dead before that because it looks like
I got something for you.
Please tell us. Hello, Sadis. Go ahead.
This is I may be reading into Goblins' broadcast, but there's one line that sticks out very peculiarly. Ready? Okay. He says some takeaways. Ewar's strong, Dictor spam's great, but the third takeaway is the big one. TFIs are more efficient in tie-dye fights than Pallies. We've had TFI seeded for a while now. I'll be sure to get one for the next fight. TFI heavy fights in the mix on these big fights are a big deal. So if they go away from Paladins to TFIs, then they lose, which makes no sense because Paladins, you can't bomb Paladins, but you can bomb TFIs. You can bomb like faction and battleships, but Marauders are damn near impossible to bomb. If they take away Paladins like that, that's going to be hard as hell for them.
And a lot of people are going to be unhappy with that because they like flying the Paladins. So what percentage is the Keepstar at? The Keepstar is at 0%. It has been reinforced. We have succeeded in our objective of completing the armor timer reinforcement of this Keepstar. This Keepstar will die on Monday. It's only a question of how long it takes to kill it. Now, I would like to read this as a statement that was made by our fearless leader, Space Lord himself, Mr. Asher Elias. It's pinged out within about the last 10 minutes. Obviously, since the fight's over, this is not OPSEC, so I will read it verbatim. It says, "We literally did that," Asher writes, "with 2 fleets tied behind our backs. Both Typhoon fleets spent the entire timer shooting the Keepstar, and to perform the way we did against the odds and circumstances we had, it's just so impressive. So much planning went into the timer so that almost every moment was planned out or contingency. Credit to all of our guys who worked on this. We will finish the fight this Monday at 0800. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a significant victory on our continuing fight against Fraternity and Horde, the Fart Coalition here in the North. I am going to sign off because I need to go pick my son up to school. I drove him to school during this fight, and I will pick him up from school probably before this fight is over. But I will leave you all in the capable hands of the rest of our INN Breaking News team. Boat, it was a pleasure talking to you. I can't wait to talk to you again.
Yeah, I can't wait either. I'm going to go get food. I'm hungry.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris.
Because
you're welcome, guys.
Today, in other news, this is a great timing for the battle to end. I just want to say this because Path of Exile League starts in 2 hours, so that's a perfect timing.
Is it another game you're bad at, Boat?
Oh, I'm really bad at it, but I have to be good at it because I play it for my wife, or at least in the past. So.
You should switch her to the Diablo fandom. So much better.
All right, bye guys.
All right, see you, buddy. Thanks.
All right, guys. We think we are going to end the stream here. We want to thank you all for joining us, especially those of you who have been with us since minute 1. We are approaching 11 hours straight of breaking news coverage of the X47 Keepstar fight.
Oh, I'm gonna give a big shout out to you, Mifune, and to Dawn for being there from the beginning. I got up late because I'm lazy or old or whatever. Thanks very much. We all appreciate it here, and the people that watch the streams, because I am not only a member of INN, I am a customer of INN.
Absolutely.
Because I'd watch the streams.
I hope you guys enjoyed. Yeah, we're gonna fix the sounds later. so that nobody can spam 30,000 emotional damages in 10 seconds.
Oh, dude, we should do our own sounds. Here, I got one.
Oh God! All right. Well, we will probably be here Monday morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, ready to bring you the death of the X47 Keepstar. Have a good rest of your day, everybody. Make sure you stretch, get out there, touch some grass, do whatever you need to do. I know I've been sitting in this desk for 10 hours. I am definitely gonna go take a fucking walk.
Exactly. Cheers, people. Thank you. Be good. If you can't be good, be careful.
All right. Peace out, guys.
Hey, guys.